Order, please. Before we begin, I'd just like to welcome on the floor the Chamber, the Marketing Director and Senior Manager for Power Advisory. Welcome. And I'd also like to welcome people in the public gallery this morning. The Honourable the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Speaker. I call from the order of paper motion number 1.
The Honourable the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Speaker. Getting able to sit down for 20 minutes is a nice little treat. That's, I guess, the benefit of having an extraordinary sitting of the House of Assembly. So before I welcome our guests, I'd just like to publicly thank members from the NL Hydro team who were here for 2 days and 2 very long and full days. I heard a colleague of mine behind me say we should have people on experts on the floor more often in the House, and I agree. It was really 2 of the best days I've spent in the House of Assembly as a member. A lot of questions from everyone from both sides of the House and a lot of answers. Then really when I think back to being asked about why we were doing this extraordinary debate, one of my answers was because I think it will provide information, education, clarification to not only members in the House of Assembly, but to all Newfoundlanders and Labradorians. And we're halfway through this extraordinary debate. The information that's been provided so far has been, extraordinary. It's been plentiful, and we still have 2 days to go. So thanks to the NL Hydro team. And having said that, though, we did have a request from the opposite side of the House to amend the schedule a little bit. So just to advise the Speaker and everyone that we're agreeable to that. We will continue with the Power Advisory team as scheduled from 10 to 12 this morning and 1 to 5 this afternoon. However, we will change the schedule with leave of all members of the House, because we do have rules of procedure for this debate, to have JP Morgan move to this evening session from 6 to 9, and then NL Hydro tomorrow from 10 to 12, 1 to 5, and 6 to 9.
Okay. Leave is granted for those changes. Leave is granted. Okay.
Thank you very much, Speaker. So look forward to having NL Hydro back, and certainly give Ms. Williams a chance to maybe get her voice back over the next 24 hours. So thank you to our two new guests this morning. Pleasure to meet you both this morning. I had a quick chance to say hello. I think the best thing to do to start the proceedings today is to allow both of you to introduce yourselves and maybe give a little bit of background of your work history, your experience, and your expertise.
So we'll start off with the Director of Marketing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Manager, yeah. Manager Director.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My name is Jason Chialoy. I'm the Managing Director of Power Advisory. Power Advisory is an electricity management consulting firm with businesses and offices across Canada and the U.S. Before I get into our experience, I'd like to thank the House for having us here. We very much understand the importance of the matter, and we very much understand the historic nature of such a deal. So our firm is an electricity management consulting firm that has been operating since 2007. We predominantly have experience in electricity market analysis in multiple markets across Canada and the US. Specifically myself, I have over 25 years of experience in electricity market analysis across Canada and the US. And specifically with respect to hydroelectric generation, I've got a history of, in addition to the analysis, contracting for hydroelectric generation across Canada, predominantly in the province of Ontario, but I have worked on hydro matters in BC, in Quebec, in Newfoundland, Labrador, and in the US in the Northeast, specifically Maine, regarding some of the export projects into the US. And I'll let my colleague, Mr. Yauk, introduce himself.
So thank you for having me here. Brady Yauk. I'm the Senior Manager of Markets and Regulatory Affairs at Power Advisory. I oversee a lot of our price forecasting and market analysis across Canada and across Northeast United States. Prior to this, I've worked within the system operator in Ontario, so the real guts of the electricity grid. And I've worked on this project for 2 years, and along with my colleague, we recognize the importance of this deal and how important it is to the province.
Thank you. Government House Leader.
Thank you for that to both of you. So just so we can get a bit of a flow, I'll ask the question, and the Speaker will recognize that you can choose, I guess, between yourselves who the appropriate person to answer is. If you both need to answer, that's you guys can discuss that amongst yourselves as well. So thanks for the background and the introduction of you two. Can you perhaps just comment on your total team that was involved in this project, if it was just the two of you or if you had anybody else at Power Advisory, and what their roles and expertise would have been as well?
Managing Director.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In our firm, we had 6 consultants that predominantly comprise the team that was led by me. We were engaged to provide market assessments to help value the supply from Churchill Falls and the new development projects. The 6 consultants are a mixture of 3 economists as well as 3 engineers with lots of history in assessing markets, power systems, and contracting for electricity supply.
Government House Leader.
Thank you. So I'll ask you a little bit about what a market assessment means, but first of all, let's maybe you could just explain a little bit further detail, your retention by NL Hydro, and perhaps what that retention looks like.
Managing Director.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We were engaged to provide assessments of the various markets to which supply from Churchill Falls and new developments could be exported to and sold to, and valuing those projects with respect to how to craft that in prospective deals going forward.
Government House Leader.
So you talked about market assessment, just for easy for you to say and understand. You've been doing this for a long time. Maybe you could just give a bit of a description for members of the public and members of the House of what exactly that means. What markets are you assessing? And I'm thinking more specifically in terms of hydro electric prices, maybe throughout North America, and then perhaps focus a little bit on Quebec and Newfoundland and Labrador.
Marketing Director.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So if I use hydroelectric generation as an example, there's a couple different aspects to our market assessments. We would look at assessing various markets with respect to the need for electricity supply, how hydroelectric generation can meet those needs, and how does hydroelectric generation stack up as an option for supply to meet those needs. So that's germane for every market that we would be assessing with respect to our engagement. The other aspect is the value or the price to which the supply can achieve. So we would assess the markets, whether it be Quebec, the export markets to Ontario, to New York, to New England, and we would assess the supply-demand balance for electricity in those markets to come up with price forecasts in those markets to help value the supply from hydroelectric generation. And we can do that for other sources of supply as well. So when I say market assessments, there's two aspects again. The aspect of how does it fit into the power system to supply electricity, and what is its value in terms of the price it can capture.
The Government House Leader.
Thank you. So we'll get to the memorandum of understanding. In terms of advice you would have provided to NL Hydro with regards to that deal, I'm wondering if you could comment on that to the extent that it's not commercially sensitive information.
The Managing Director.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Specifically, we valued and we assessed the need for supply in Quebec, the options of supply that Quebec could exercise, and ultimately define what that value could be. So specifically, and I know you had mentioned that we'll get to the MOU, the components in Schedule F in terms of how to value that supply, we had provided advice on structuring that.
Government House Leader.
So we've heard that the basics of this deal, I know it's complicated, but the basics, I'll just put it to you, is that Quebec, or sorry, Speaker, I'll put it to you for the witness, for the guest to ask, that essentially, Quebec needed power. NL Hydro has power and projects available to sell, and then in exchange for providing that power to Hydro-Quebec, what NL Hydro wanted in return was fundamentally fair value for any development projects, either future or existing, here in Newfoundland and Labrador. So I'd ask you to say, is that a fair assessment of the deal and the structure? And then comment on what we've heard, that Quebec has needs for power into the future, and I think Hydro-Quebec, I know Hydro-Quebec has publicly said that there's a need for power in Quebec in the future. So can you comment on those things and the accuracy of those comments about Quebec's need for power?
Managing Director.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As long-term analysts of these markets, we've had lots of reason prior to being engaged to assess supply needs in Quebec, all the way to sharpening our assessments of those supply needs in Quebec for this engagement. Hydro-Quebec and the province of Quebec have been very open and public about their supply needs. As produced in their supply plan, as well as their strategic plan, that province requires a lot of electricity supply based on the demand growth that they're projecting for various reasons. So what we did was validate that and also assess what were the options and how the supply from Labrador fit in to meet those options?
Government House Leader.
Thank you, Speaker. So maybe you could comment on Quebec's demand growth, where that demand comes from, and then also what other options potentially could have or are available to Hydro-Quebec or to the province of Quebec.
Managing Director.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With respect to the demand growth in Quebec, a lot of that growth is being driven by electrification, and it's also being driven by economic activity, to which those two factors are being experienced in lots of jurisdictions around the world right now. For example, auto manufacturers have made commitments to manufacture more electric vehicles. Certain jurisdictions have passed certain laws and regulations regarding the sale of EVs, regarding the emissions that would come from combustion cars. So Quebec is one of the leaders in Canada with respect to electrification driven by electric vehicles. The second part, as I had mentioned with respect to demand, deals with economic activity and economic growth. So Quebec has been very public regarding their desire to attract industry, and they've made several announcements with respect to different industries that have committed to invest in Quebec. So these are the two main factors that are driving demand for electricity and its growth in the province of Quebec.
Government House Leader.
Thank you, Speaker. So is it fair to say, and would you agree, that Quebec has a significant need based on its demand growth for electricity, and that significant need is sooner rather than later?
Managing Director.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There is significant need, as publicized by Hydro-Quebec themselves. And the fact that there is a lot of electrification that's happening in that province relative to other provinces across Canada, the need for electricity supply is more urgent and near-term compared to other provinces across Canada.
Government House Leader.
Thank you, Speaker. So if that need is urgent, which you've said, and we know that Quebec is now getting some of its power from the Upper Churchill under the 1969 agreement. I guess, is it fair to say that that is a easily accessible option for Hydro-Quebec to fill that significant need for power in the near future and beyond, compared to what other options might be available to Hydro-Quebec? And can you comment on what those other options might be in terms of timing, where we know that the Upper Churchill power is flowing already to Quebec?
Managing Director of Power Advisory.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So as I was saying with my previous responses regarding the forecast increased demand for electricity in Quebec as publicized by Hydro-Quebec, they've also been equally as clear in terms of how might they meet the supply need to meet that demand. And as a consultant that's been assessing these markets for a long time, over 25 years, I have to say that the situation in Quebec, going back a few years, has fundamentally changed. There was a time when Hydro-Quebec were using terms like, we want to be the battery of the northeast part of North America. We want to be able to supply jurisdictions in the US and other places like Ontario. They don't use that phrase anymore. They're, in our opinion, and as admitted by them, in a position of fully needing supply. And that's all documented by some of the actions that they've been taking of late. Years ago, they wouldn't have been so bold in terms of securing and incentivizing development of, for example, wind generation, solar generation. All of these things are happening in a very hydro-rich province. They've gone on record to say we want to and plan to expand existing hydroelectric energy, but that's not enough. And I think that paints a clear picture of why Quebec needs supply more urgently than before.
Government House Leader.
Thank you, Speaker. And so, yeah, I think it paints a clear picture to provide some more clarity as well as to when you said things have fundamentally changed with regards to electricity in the province of Quebec over the last few years. I think it hasn't been very long. Maybe I think you said 5 years. So with that context, is this a ideal time for NL Hydro and Newfoundland and Labrador to enter these negotiations and to enter this MOU with Hydro-Quebec?
Managing Director, Power Advisory.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Drawing upon my experience in terms of entering into negotiations based on assessments of supply needs, moving and working towards negotiating contracts, there's only so many points in time where it's opportunistic and there's the ability to execute a deal. And because of the situation in Quebec, married with the ability to supply Quebec, it is our opinion that the time is right for such an MOU.
Government House Leader.
Thank you, Speaker. In my last couple of minutes, I guess, I wonder if you could comment on not only that the fact that the time is right, the fact that Quebec needs that power, the fact that Newfoundland and Labrador has that power to sell. Can you comment on, in your opinion, how you feel about the MOU? Is it a good and reasonable and appropriate MOU given the circumstances?
The Managing Director, Power Advisory.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Building upon the last answer in terms of the timing being right, in my opinion, what I objectively see are two motivated parties. On the one side, I just mentioned all the supply needs that Hydro-Quebec has stated and how things have changed quickly for Hydro-Quebec and the province of Quebec. So it's clear that they're motivated. And then on the Newfoundland Labrador side, and as understood by the history of our firm in acting for the government of Labrador, Newfoundland Labrador, now core Newfoundland Labrador Hydro, over the last 15 years, right, to the point of my partner, John Dalton, testified at the Supreme Court regarding the Churchill Falls contract. We understand the motivation to get out of that contract onto a better contract. So what I see are two parties that are very motivated, which in my opinion, in my experience, is the recipe and the foundation for a good deal.
Government House Leader.
So my final question, and just so you know, you can finish your answer despite the clock ticking there. Has NL Hydro extracted fair value in exchange for these developments and the power that will be sold to Hydro-Quebec?
Managing Director.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have been in St. John since Sunday, and we have watched intently over the last 2 days. And I really support and believe the responses that Ms. Williams and Mr. Parsons provided regarding the MOU, specifically with respect to the components in Schedule F, represent lessons learned from the contract from 1969. And those lessons learned will help ensure that Newfoundland and Labrador receives fair value for its electricity supply as specified in the MOU and to be embodied in new definitive agreements.
Okay. Minister's time has expired. The Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Speaker. Before I ask some questions from Power Advisory, I'd like to talk first about Judge LeBlanc in the inquiry and read out recommendations 1 and 2 from Justice LeBlanc. The first one was the government of Newfoundland and Labrador should never undertake on its own or through one of its crown corporations or agencies the planning, approval, or construction of any large project, meaning a project with a budget of $50 million or more, without A, engaging independent external experts to provide robust review, assessment, and analysis of the project. B, providing well-defined oversight after consideration of oversight processes instituted in other jurisdictions. The second recommendation was that the Public Utilities Board should review the proposed business case, reliability, cost, and schedule of any large project that could potentially impact Newfoundland and Labrador electricity ratepayers. Following this review, the Public Utilities Board should report its findings to the government and the public. So my question to the Premier this morning is this: will you suspend or defer any vote on this MOU until such time as an independent external experts or the Public Utilities Board provide a robust review, assessment, and analysis of the MOU?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Speaker. Thanks for the question. And this has been answered throughout the last couple of days, and the Premier's on record, and I think I'm on record too, in that saying that any large project that could potentially impact Newfoundland and Labrador electricity ratepayers will absolutely go to the Public Utilities Board. At this stage, we have a memorandum of understanding. We don't have any definitive agreements. We don't have any projects that will that have been sanctioned that will impact electricity ratepayers in Newfoundland and Labrador. But of course, if and when any of the contemplated projects in the MOU do make its way to definitive agreements, and those projects are sanctioned and move towards are projects that will affect those ratepayers, then they will go to the Public Utilities Board. So at this stage, we will be proceeding with the debate over the next couple of days and look forward to the vote. It's too early to talk about, or it's inappropriate to suspend the proceedings here in the next couple of days, because we are on record as a government, and the Premier is as a leader of this province, that those projects, as I said, if and when they will affect ratepayers, will go to the Public Utilities Board as required by law and as suggested and recommended by Justice LeBlanc.
Leader of Official Opposition.
Speaker, I will go back to recommendation number 1, which clearly states the planning. If the MOU is not part of the planning for signing those agreements, is not what's going to make up what the contracts will look like, that's what the MOU is supposed to do. And it also talks about the Public Utilities Board in terms of the proposed business case. I would suggest that the MOU is the proposed business case. So again, I will ask the question, because clearly we are not following the recommendations of Justice LeBlanc in trying to make sure that we don't go down the same road we've gone down before. So again, I will ask, will you suspend or defer any vote on this MOU until such time as independent external experts or the pub provide a robust review, assessment, and analysis of the MOU? That's what we've asked for. I don't think that's an unreasonable ask.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Speaker. Yeah, it is the same answer. This feels like I'm in question period, getting the same questions over and over again, but here we are. I think what's not being understood, and I'm glad that Hydro's coming back, because I think we can put the question to Ms. Williams again. I asked her yesterday to explain the difference between Muskrat Falls and this MOU. And the difference was very clearly articulated, that Muskrat Falls was built as a domestic use project for this province, which is why it should have went to the Public Utilities Board. It should have went to the Public Utilities Board to determine how it will affect ratepayers in Newfoundland and Labrador, and to get approval of a project based on the price estimates and approval of those cost estimates, so ratepayers would know what they're paying. But what we know happened was that domestic project did not go to the Public Utilities Board. It was exempt from that, and rather than go to the PUB to get approval of the costs, the government of the day brought in legislation to put the costs on all ratepayers of Newfoundland and Labrador, Speaker. So, another thing, and you know, it's good timing. We heard from Power Advisory this morning. We heard from Power Advisory this morning. We've only been here for 29 minutes, and one of their answers was that the timing is right. The experts with decades of experience looking at hydroelectricity throughout North America and the world, and with a history, it sounds like, on the Churchill River as well, Speaker. And their expert opinion, their independent expert opinion, is that the timing is right for a deal between NL Hydro and Hydro-Quebec. That's what this government wants to do. It wants to proceed with the deal. It wants to vote for the MOU to keep going forward, to negotiate definitive agreements, to have oversight of the process, independent oversight as we move from the MOU to definitive agreements. We want the definitive agreements to be executed. So the money that we've talked about, the $225 billion that we've talked about over the last 2 days, will come to Newfoundlanders and Labradorians, to all of us, to our children, and to our grandchildren, so we can exorcise the demons of 1969, Speaker. I can't tell you how excited and proud I was on December 12th when this was announced. I didn't...
Point of order? The opposition House Leader.
Speaker, we've been respectful in the rules of debate, me and the Government House Leader. What he's doing right now is something that I hoped wouldn't happen. They're running the clock on the leader who's asking a question they're uncomfortable with, and they're running the clock. We're here to debate this important piece, and the Government House Leader is dragging the clock. He's an experienced lawyer, he knows what he's at, and he's dragging the clock, and I think it's unacceptable. Yeah, he knows what he's at, he's being disrespectful.
Order, please. There's no point of order there. There's no point of order. This question was asked. Order, please. There's no point of order. There's a question asked, response to come forward. You finished, Government House Leader? No. Government House Leader.
As I was saying, I was very proud on December 12th. And what I guess what I didn't expect was people coming into my office and people calling me and meeting people in the streets. The level of emotion that was outpoured that day and the following few days was really beyond what I expected. I said in my comments when we opened the debate on Monday, I talked about the negative emotions that the 1969 contract has brought Newfoundlanders and Labradorians.
Order, please.
The level of emotion and the negativity and the frustration and the anxiety. And we're close, Speaker, to ending all that negative emotion. Yeah, and to wait to do that, to jeopardize a deal when the experts have told us the time is right, I don't think that the Premier is prepared to do that, Speaker. So we're not prepared as a government and as a caucus to do that. So we look forward to continuing the debate rather than stopping it and stopping the deal, which is that sounds like they want to do, Speaker. Thank you.
Leader of Official Opposition.
Thank you, Speaker, for that speech. But clearly, what is clear from this is that this government is not interested in an independent external review of this MOU. What they are interested in is rushing this through this House and keep moving on, repeating potentially the mistakes of the past, which we have all sworn not to do. That's what's happening. That's So I'm not going to waste any more time because I want to move on and ask questions of Power Advisory, who've graciously came here to answer questions for us. So let me move on. Let me move on, if I can, Speaker. Thank you for appearing here today, first of all. And let me start by asking you, have you reviewed the MOU as released publicly?
Managing Director, Power Advisory.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Like everyone else, we have a copy of the MOU and we have read it.
Leader of Official Opposition.
Thank you. The second question I wanted to ask, what was the scope of work assigned to Power Advisory by NL Hydro in regards to the MOU?
Managing Director.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I said in some of my responses this morning, Power Advisory was engaged to support the effort regarding assessing the markets and valuing supply from Labrador with options that Quebec may have regarding supply.
Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you. What was the timeline associated with the work? When was the work started and completed?
Managing Director.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With respect to that specific work as I defined, we started in March 2023.
Leader of the Official Opposition.
Okay. And when did you complete it? In other words,
Oh, sorry, your mic's not on. Leader of Official Opposition.
so you've completed a piece of work up to the formation of the MOU, to what's in the MOU. Are you, that piece of work is completed? Are you still engaged with Newfoundland and Labrador Hydro?
Managing Director.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. All of our work has been completed because it's culminated within certain aspects of the MOU.
Leader of the Official Opposition.
During your scope of work, what was provided to Newfoundland Hydro? Were there any reports or recommendations made?
Managing Director.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We conducted a lot of analysis regarding supply needs in Quebec and options that Hydro-Quebec may exercise to meet those supply needs. So it was a combination of analysis and modeling that culminated in a series of recommendations regarding those market assessments.
Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you. Can you provide a list of the documents you provided to NL Hydro? I don't mean the documents themselves, but just a list of the documents that you provided to Newfoundland and Labrador Hydro.
Managing Director.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Considering that we're just at the MOU stage, to which there's still a lot of really tough and hard work to be done in a fairly compressed time towards executing definitive agreements by the end of April 2026. Anything that we have produced and provided to Newfoundland Labrador Hydro, in our opinion, is commercially sensitive because they will be used within support of negotiations of those definitive agreements. And I'm just being mindful as well that I'm pretty sure Hydro-Quebec is tuning in right now.
Leader of Official Opposition.
Thank you for that. Again, that's why it was important to make sure you understood that I wasn't asking for any of the documents themselves, just a listing of the actual type of documents. So during discussions, negotiations that you had, did Newfoundland Labrador Hydro provide you with versions of the MOU to review and offer an opinion?
Managing Director, Power Advisory.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have been privy to some of the drafts leading up to the final MOU.
Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you. Did you review the current text of the MOU before it was signed to offer an opinion as to whether the electricity rates used to derive the dollar figures in Schedule G were comparable with market rates or other transactions/agreements carried out in North America?
Managing Director.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Based on our scope of engagement, we were commenting solely on the aspects to which we've been asked to provide advice on, those being the market assessments and valuing supply. So Exhibit G was mentioned. That is out of our scope, and therefore we were not asked to comment on that, nor did we.
Leader of Official Opposition.
Again, you've told us earlier, you've done an extensive amount of work in other jurisdictions. Are there other jurisdictions who are in need of electricity who could have become CFLCO's customer? I'm thinking of other provinces like Ontario, New Brunswick, Nova Scotia, or even the Northeast United States, in your opinion?
Managing Director of Power Advisory.
As I mentioned, in terms of some of the factors like electrification and economic growth, lots of provinces and states are experiencing higher electricity demand. Every jurisdiction is different in terms of the supply options that it has to meet that demand. And they have to counterbalance those supply options that are located within their own state or province compared to, can they import the electricity from a province such as Newfoundland and Labrador and receive the supply that way. It's our opinion that based on the location of Churchill Falls and the new development projects, and considering how the transmission system is configured, there's only so many options to sell electricity from Labrador.
Leader of Official Opposition.
So when did you provide direct advice on the MOU that was signed, correct?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We provided advice, again, based on the scope of work that we were engaged to. So, for example, the components listed in Schedule F regarding different ways to value supply from Labrador is something that we did advise upon.
Leader of Official Opposition.
We all know that Hydro-Quebec certainly has the need, and we have the power. We know they need capacity. Do you know of any other options that are available to Hydro-Quebec?
Managing Director.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I was stating in some of my opening responses, Hydro-Quebec has been very public, the most public I've ever seen them be. And I think that's an indication, again, of how much supply they need. Regarding plans to procure and contract for wind generation, so they're exercising that option. Plans to procure and contract for solar generation, they're exercising that option. They're, again, this is all public in their documents, they're assessing upgrading and expanding existing hydroelectric generation in their province. And they continue to explore other technologies and other sources like storage of energy and other forms. So we did assess all of that, and again, all of that is in the public domain.
Leader of Official Opposition.
Are you aware of any other large undeveloped hydro sites in northeastern North America?
Marketing Director of Power Advisory.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Certainly in the northern part of Quebec, there are sites, again, that have been listed in publicly available Hydro-Quebec documents to which they have done preliminary studies going back a decade or so. So it's in our opinion that they, being Hydro-Quebec, continue to assess those projects as options to meet supply. And they've done so alongside assessing and deciding upon execution of securing other supply sources that I mentioned, wind and solar and more hydro. And they valued and they've assessed supply from Labrador from Churchill Falls and the new developments alongside all of that.
Leader of the official opposition.
Yes, we're familiar with that, and I think it was the president of Hydro-Quebec who talked about it would cost them something like 16 cents a kilowatt hour to develop their own, and they're certainly getting it for something like average of 5.9 cents a kilowatt hour from Newfoundland and Labrador. It seems to be, as they have described it in their press, to be a significant and a great deal for Quebec. What we're concerned about is making sure that we get the full value of our resource. You were indicated earlier, and I'll finish up with this quickly, about the supply and demand requirements. Do you anticipate that demand for electricity will increase and the cost of that electricity will go up as well?
Managing Director.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, I do believe that demand for electricity will continue to go up based on the factors that are driving it that I had mentioned earlier. In terms of the cost of new supply, that has a lot of different factors. So looking at it today, there's just different options, but the way a utility or a company like Hydro-Quebec or even Newfoundland Labrador Hydro would assess these things it's a basket or portfolio of different generators, different supply resources that all have different capabilities to provide electricity. And because it's a power system, it all has to work together. So some resources can be relatively cheaper, but you can't just use those resources. Other resources might be more expensive, but they're complements to those other resources. So it just depends in terms of the options that you have and how they all fit together, at which they all have different costs, and those costs will change over time.
Member's time has expired. The Honourable Minister of Municipal and Provincial Affairs.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and welcome to our guests. It's a nice change to actually have folk on the floor of the House. Whether you think so or not, we can talk about afterwards. I'm only 30 years old as a Canadian, and contrary to popular rumour, I wasn't actually around when Churchill Falls 1 was done. It didn't take long, though, even in a small rural community, for the issue of Churchill Falls and its inequities to become a part of the culture that you soak up as a new citizen. And for me, this whole debate isn't as much about me as about two little lads, one called Finn and one called Easton, who are my grandchildren. Because at the end of the day, when you look at the material in the MOU, they are going to reap way more benefits from this than I am. And that's right, from my point of view. I'm not going to take a long time and speechify, and I'm sure members opposite will be pleased to hear that. For me, this is an opportunity to educate myself, and I really kind of like these back and twos where I can ask questions that I actually don't know the answer to and learn something as a result of it. I think the first thing I'd like to do, and I hope gentlemen opposite won't regard me as rude, when you invite someone into your place of work and then question them over in a way which may make Granny sort of worry a little bit about your manners. But I'm going to ask about independence. And this isn't anything personal, but as you've been watching the debate over the last couple of days, independence has come up as an issue. And you are paid consultants. You receive money in return for your expertise, which is only right and proper. I came from a background as a physician where that was the case. It was expert knowledge. What makes you think you're independent of the person who pays you?
Managing Director of Power Advisory.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And really, any question gets thrown at us, over the course of this morning, this afternoon, is A-okay by us. We're used to it. In fact, in parallel, we've been preparing for an Ontario proceeding to which Mr. Yauk and I have to testify tomorrow. So we have a long history in doing this. But back to the response with respect to independence. So I have a couple things to say why we are independent, and it's really that simple. First of all, in listening, as I said in one of my responses earlier, extremely appreciative of one of the responses that one of the members of the House provided the other day about his experience as an independent consultant, what that really means, and how that just practically works, right? If you're going to entertain business and you're going to make decisions, there's an acknowledgement that there's outside or third-party expertise that should provide it, good use of providing it. So I think that was a perfect answer, and I definitely subscribe to that. And along those lines, it is about professional integrity. You know, the electricity sector is a pretty small sector, and we act across Canada and the US. Specifically, I do a lot of executive advisory across Canada. If I were not full of integrity, if I wasn't viewed as independent, I wouldn't be working, and our firm, Power Advisory, would not be successful and growing. Now, to that, my second point as a practical matter, as an example, building off of what I said about typically advising executives. Boards of directors for some of the biggest utilities in Canada, some of the biggest publicly traded independent power producers in Canada, have brought us in based on following their own governance, despite whatever their executive team have told them. Come in, speak to us, talk to us about our business, and help us be better. So that's an example where boards of directors, with their responsibilities, would seek out people like me, firms like Power Advisory, to provide independent advice, alongside whatever their staff, whatever their executive, have been advising them. And that's just the nature of our business.
Minister of Municipal and Provincial Affairs.
Thank you. That's excellent, thank you. Do you feel that Hydro or Newfoundland and Labrador government have exercised any influence over your ability to produce these recommendations and the material that you've put in or has been incorporated into that report?
Managing Director, Power Advisory.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There has been no direct influence in terms of the type of conclusions in the form of recommendations that were made. And I'm not going to go into the details because of, again, commercial sensitivity. But, for example, I keep referring to Schedule F and those components because it's very, very important. The lessons learned from the first deal and how to de-risk and to best ensure the best value and the greatest value for supply from Labrador. A lot of back and forth based on our independent analysis, based on our independent input in terms of where the markets are going for the supply of electricity and how supply from Churchill Falls and the to-be-developed projects fit into all of that, working towards the best deal for Newfoundland and Labrador.
Minister of Municipal and Provincial Affairs.
Thank you very much. I'm glad you mentioned Schedule F because this is where I get to learn something about electricity, I hope. I only have very limited experience of it and small amounts of DC current. Schedule F, it was referenced repeatedly yesterday, and you brought it up a couple of times. I know Ms. Williams talked about insulating the New Deal against the vagaries of the market by a portfolio approach to selling their produce, their electricity. I need a conceptual model. I'm perhaps a visual kind of person to learn, but this talks about blocks with different qualities and pricing and duration. It talks about pricing methodology and transparent pricing mechanisms. Maybe I just need to ask you, could you explain in very simple terms how a company would sell electricity?
Managing Director, Power Advisory.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Okay, so I'm going to answer that question, and I think I can do it in a very clear way to draw a straight line and also connect some of the things I've been hearing over the past 2 days. Okay? So, first off, we know, and I don't have to get into the details of what the price is under the existing Churchill Falls contract to sell lots of supply to Quebec. So the electricity moves from Churchill Falls, it lands in the Quebec system. This is where Schedule F comes in. There are then a bunch of ways to use the electricity. Quebec uses it for its own internal consumption, and there's a price to that. That's regulated by government law in Quebec. 5.9 cents is a lot higher than that price. But when we get to now the components, the bullets in Schedule F, we know, based on all public documents, that Hydro-Quebec sells a lot of electricity. They sell it to Ontario, they sell it to New York, they sell it to New England. They sell the electrons, the electricity, on what's called a daily spot market, and that's a price. And that price, based on all of our analysis, okay, has been less than 5.9 cents. Now, what also happens in Quebec, because they have to meet their own supply, it's not just being supplied totally by Churchill Falls, it's being supplied by their generators, owned and operated by Hydro-Quebec, and they also contract with other third parties, call them independent power producers. They enter into contracts with those, and I'm predominantly thinking about wind generation in the province, some of it hydroelectric generation. And I've heard the price 11 cents a kilowatt hour being used in this chamber. That's basically the price to which those contracts are getting paid to those independent power producers. Schedule F picks that up. It accounts for that. And I think Ms. Williams and Mr. Parsons did a really good job in saying, in the future, as Quebec needs more supply, as I've established this morning, needing a lot of supply, urgently, when they make decisions to commit to build their own supply, so for example, their next hydroelectric generator, that's where the 16 cents a kilowatt hour comes in. That's the replacement cost. That's included in Schedule F. So that's the de-risking notion of all of this and the value and the fair value of all of this. Because as you go through time, over a 50-year contract, things can change. And everyone knows this based on the contract that was signed in 1969. And that's why we've got lessons learned under Schedule F. So, 5 years from now, how much is it, the electricity from Churchill Falls being valued at? It's captured in Schedule F. As we go through time, situation changes, and to use the example Ms. Williams was using, when Quebec decides they're going to build a new project, and let's use 16 cents, that 16 cents gets factored in Schedule F, gets factored into the payment for Churchill Falls electricity. That is how this is framed to work.
Minister of Municipal and Provincial Affairs.
So for clarity, if Churchill was supplying power and Quebec decided it needed more, built a nuclear power station or whatever for the sake of argument, and then the cost of the electricity they were feeding into their system was 16 cents a kilowatt hour. That would positively affect the price Newfoundland and Labrador would receive for the power it was already supplying. Is that correct?
Managing Director.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. That is absolutely correct.
Minister of Municipal and Provincial Affairs.
So it's kind of like a rising tide in all boats. Okay, I can grasp that. Two other questions. There were other adjectives used there, which I haven't heard in terms of electricity. Duration is obvious, but quantity is a bit different. All I remember about electricity is Ohm's law, and after that, I'm stuck. How do you do that?
Managing Director of Power Advisory.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think I'm going to have to ask you to rephrase your question. The how do you do that, I'm not sure what you're referring to.
Minister of Municipal and Provincial Affairs.
So, how do you quantify electricity? I mean, this may be high school physics, which I've long since forgotten, but is it, I'm not going to speculate. You tell me the answer to that question, please.
Managing Director.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So that's an example of part of why we've been engaged, right? So we would assess, and we have assessed, the supply needs that Quebec has. And I had said earlier that there are a lot of options, but I also said that different options have different capabilities and it all has to work together. So we would be assessing how much can you rely on wind energy in Quebec? How much can you rely on solar in Quebec? Very different answers compared to how much can you rely on hydroelectric generation. And there's different aspects to hydroelectric generation depending on its capabilities and where it's located on a river system and can you store some of the energy. All of that is what a utility would do to plan its system. So what we've done is to figure out how Hydro-Quebec would plan their system and then how best to fit in Churchill Falls and the new developing projects. And then how do you value them based on the supply that could be used for multiple reasons, therefore valued in different ways, as I described, as contemplated and framed in Schedule F.
Minister of Municipal and Provincial Affairs.
Okay, that's very helpful. I think, pardon the pun, the light bulb's going on. Transmission. Now, part of the MOU talks about a new transmission line. There are already existing transmission lines there. How, when the owner of a transmission line is not the generator of electricity, how does a transmission company generate money? And what control do they have over who a generator can sell to?
Managing Director.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I won't bore the House with all of the very geeky engineering rules that go along with how do you operate a power system and transmission. But the simple answer is the energy that flows over a transmission line is calculated, and the amount of energy consumed at the end of that transmission line is calculated. And then you do a lot of math, and then you figure out a transmission rate, basically the charge of using the transmission line.
Minister of Municipal and Provincial Affairs.
Yeah, and I don't want to go too geeky in math because that was never my forte either, but so presumably some transmission lines are more efficient, i.e. they don't consume as much electricity as others, and on that basis would they cost more or less? And the second thing is, what control over where that electricity might go and whether it goes on it at all does the owner of the transmission line have? It has been suggested, for example, that an unfriendly neighbor might actually turn the switch off, for example.
Managing Director.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Turning the switch off is very much not easy. I mean, it's a power system. It's regulated by governing bodies that their reason to be is to ensure that the power system is working reliably, and therefore they set standards. And that's part of what I was mentioning in terms of all the geeky rules and all of that. So it's not as simple as just turning it off. And frankly, the way it generally works is if you own the transmission so long as it's being used and you're getting paid for that based on its usage, you're A-OK where it goes.
Minister of Municipal and Provincial Affairs.
Thank you. This has all been very helpful. I gather, and again, there was some reference yesterday, and maybe this will be better addressed to a financial group, but the investment in infrastructure is something that does not pay itself back over a short period of time. What's a typical kind of amortization period in your experience for a new project that you might build a hydro or a transmission line?
Managing Director, Power Advisory.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the things that we do see across all markets, most hydroelectric generation is rate regulated. So the types of things that you're referring to in your question would be addressed by the regulator of that jurisdiction. Now, if the generation project is being financed off of a contract for hydroelectric generation, because of the life of that asset being fairly long, we're talking multiple decades relative to other forms of generation supply. A gas-fired generator only has a lifespan of maybe 30, 40 years. Hydroelectric, easily double. So the contract terms are typically longer. We see industry norm about 40, 50 years. As for details about amortization and financing, I know that JP Morgan will be before the chamber this afternoon or this evening. They're better suited to respond to that.
Minister's time has expired. Member for Terra Nova.
First, I'd like to thank the two gentlemen for attending here today. I know they're busy individuals and their job takes them perhaps all over North America, so thanks for your attendance, and I look forward to asking some questions. You said earlier in your preamble that you worked for Newfoundland Hydro for approximately 15 years on and off. Is that correct?
Managing Director.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a firm, we have.
Member for Terra Nova.
During that time, has your firm ever done any work with CFLCO?
Managing Director.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't recall, to be honest, because I wouldn't have been involved in that. I know that members of our firm have done work for, well, now of course not CFLCO, so I don't know.
Member for Terra Nova.
Is there a way you could find that out for us?
Managing Director.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can find out.
Member for Terra Nova.
So during that 15-year period while you worked with Newfoundland, have you done any consulting in Quebec?
Managing Director.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our firm has done consulting in Quebec, never for Hydro-Quebec.
Member for Terra Nova.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Has your firm ever done any consulting with regards to Quebec on the Churchill River or any possibilities with the Churchill River, dating back 15, 20 years looking forward?
Managing Director of Power Advisory.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our firm was engaged by the government of Newfoundland and Labrador based on supporting the Churchill River Energy Advisory Team, CREAT. So we had done a lot of assessments on the markets, including price forecasts and supply needs for that initiative.
Member for Terra Nova.
My question was, has your firm ever supplied any information to the province of Quebec or Quebec Hydro on the Churchill River or any potential assets that exist in Labrador?
Managing Director, Power Advisory.
Thank you. Only insofar as I understand on the CREET process and based on those assessments, were there aspects of resources on the Churchill River?
Member for Terra Nova.
Has your firm ever been involved with the Newfoundland government or Newfoundland Hydro to do any consulting whatsoever on Muskrat Falls?
Managing Director.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We were engaged by Nalcor. It wasn't me personally, so I don't have all the information. We were engaged by Nalcor during the time when there were inquiries about Muskrat Falls, and we were at the time looking at what restructuring in Newfoundland Labrador and for Nalcor might mean.
Member for Terra Nova.
Can you provide a time frame when you may have done work for Muskrat Falls?
Managing Director.
Yeah, I can. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can provide. I just don't recall off the top of my head because neither of us had done that work.
Member for Terra Nova.
So you said you were engaged by the Churchill River Management Authority or the board that was set up, the committee that was set up back in 2021, I guess. And since that work, you then moved on, knowing their recommendations to advise or provide. So my understanding is what you said today is you provided an assessment, an overall assessment of Quebec's needs, which we've heard here over the last couple of days, that Quebec needs 5 times more power than we're going to be able to supply with Gall under CFPA and under Churchill 2. So you provided that assessment, and the negotiating team took that and those numbers, I guess, and went and negotiated, or were you guys a part of the negotiation also?
Managing Director.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We weren't directly involved in the negotiation because we were on the negotiating team. Our assessments, our work, were inputs to aspects of the negotiation.
Member for Terra Nova.
Inputs to hard numbers, hard assessments to the negotiating team.
Managing Director.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's correct.
Member for Terra Nova.
So I just want to backtrack for a second, and not a question, but I want to read the key recommendation of the LeBlanc report that says, the government of Newfoundland and Labrador should never undertake on its own or through one of its crown corporations or agencies the planning, approval, or construction of any large project, meaning a project with a budget of $50 million or more, without engaging independent external experts to provide robust review, assessment, and analysis of the project, providing well-defined oversight after consideration of oversight process instituted in other jurisdictions. Over the last 3 days, the Premier, the Minister, and certainly the House Leader have stood in front of cameras out in front of this building and said that you guys were basically the third-party assessment, and you analyzed all of the MOU, that it is your word on the MOU in its entirety. I will say that we are supposed to take and vote on. Would it be fair for me to say that that was your role? Because it's not what I'm hearing from you.
Leader of the Official Ops, or the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Speaker. Just, I don't think the question is phrased accurately. I think what we have said was... Yeah, I disagree with the assertion in the question that...
The rules of debate was either can answer. Government House Leader.
The assertion in the question was that the Premier and I said the Minister and the Government House Leader, but the same person I think, have said that Power Advisory were the experts, independent external experts to provide robust review, assessment, and analysis of the project. That is not what we have said. We have said that there's been independent advisors to NL Hydro throughout the negotiation process towards the MOU.
Would you like to add to that, Power Advisory? Managing Director?
No, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The only thing I would add is, again, we were engaged with a certain scope of work, and that's what we delivered on.
Member for Terranova.
This is for the House Leader. Who were the experts?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
The experts that provided advice, there were others than just Power Advisory and JP Morgan who will be here this evening. There was a list of other experts who provided advice. Again, as I said this morning, if and when any of these proposed development projects, CF2, CF1, Gull Island, construction of those are undertaken by Newfoundland and Labrador or one of its crown corporations or agencies, and their cost of a budget of over $50 million, and they have to go into their plan for, actually, there will be oversight of those projects if and when they are sanctioned, Speaker. I mean, it's as simple as that.
Member for Terranova.
So now we understand that there is no oversight of the MOU. There was a team of people that were hired in 2021 in order to do an assessment on the Churchill River. That was a board that provided a report. So now we know that. That's fair. I get that. My understanding is they weren't paid, and yesterday the Premier said publicly that he wouldn't trust anyone that wasn't paid. He said that in the scrum. So that's the first thing. The next thing is we've been led to believe through all of this that the individuals that will be in front of this House are the external experts that reviewed the MOU. Now we're being told it's not, but we're told that there will be. So now we understand that. So I will go back again to the individual who sat at the LeBlanc inquiry, the House Leader, who has harped on recommendation number 1 previously, who has intentionally excluded recommendation number 1 in the beginning of all of this, and I will ask him why it doesn't apply to this MOU.
And the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Speaker. So key recommendations 1 and 2 will be followed, and they always will be followed by this government. I've said this morning, and I've said publicly over the last couple of days in the House and to the media, that the Public Utilities Board will review the proposed business case, reliability, cost, and schedule of any large project that could potentially impact Newfoundland and Labrador electricity ratepayers. And following the review, the Public Utility Board should report its findings to the government and the public. We are at an MOU stage proceeding towards definitive agreements, and the recommendations will be followed. And in the meantime, there has been independent expert advice provided to the negotiating team as they negotiated the MOU. On top of that, there will be external independent oversight of the MOU as it moves towards definitive agreements to provide advice as necessary. Thank you, Speaker.
Member for Terranova.
Mr. Speaker, recommendation number 1 clearly says a robust review, assessment, and analysis. We are being asked to vote on a memorandum of understanding that at one point had nothing in it that was binding. Now it does have stuff that's binding. At one point, it was going to supply tens of thousands of jobs. Now we don't know if it's going to supply any. That clearly, as answered by the CEO of Newfoundland Hydro, is using data that's 12 years old in government's own pressers that they released the day of their announcement, and we're supposed to vote on that, thinking that this has been reviewed, there's been an assessment, and there's been analysis by an outside committee. And I can tell you right now, clearly, the minister just said, none of that has happened. Maybe they've had advice, but guess what? They had advice in 1969, and they had advice on Muskrat Falls. Here we are, trying to move things forward, and we're right back in the same place. And government is trying to convince the public that it's okay, that they got it all done. Let's rush this through. We haven't asked for anything except this. We have asked for an independent panel to review this MOU. If government is so confident in this MOU, I don't know why that is a huge issue. Here's the other thing. The Premier himself said this morning, you cannot move forward. The CEO of Newfoundland Hydro sat here yesterday, and she herself said that the analysis of the MOU could be done concurrently as things move forward. That was her words. Yet the Premier says it can't happen. So here we are in a situation. Anyhow, obviously, if the public doesn't understand this now, they never will, because I can tell you, this is as clear as it gets. This is being ramrodded through the House of Assembly for, I don't even understand why. I really don't. Do I think that this is important? 100%. Do I hope that this is the absolute best deal for this province? Absolutely. Do I want to make the same mistakes that we've made historically? Definitely not. And I would like to think that the members on the other side of the House feel the same way. And if they're so confident to stand and say they're going to support this blindly, then why not let it go forward? Why not get the review done? I'll go back to the managing director now for the Power Authority. What analysis was completed on Gull Island and the development projects?
Managing Director, Power Advisory.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The analysis was, as I said, how does that supply fit in or rank regarding other supply options to Hydro-Quebec?
Member for Terranova.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, could you give us some insight as to what you think the difficulties are in providing an accurate market assessment for a period over 50 years?
Managing Director.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll go back to the whole framework of Schedule F and what I had said earlier, that 50 years is a long time and a lot can happen. And that's why there are multiple components that all would represent different points of value for the supply from Churchill Falls. And to go back to some of the points that Ms. Williams and Mr. Parsons had mentioned over 2 days, married with what I had said earlier, there's going to be times when the value will be more so pegged to exporting the energy to New York, New England, or Ontario. Then there are going to be times over the course of the contract over 50 years where it will be more so valued on the replacement cost of new supply in Quebec. And those are all different prices, they're all different values, and they will all be reflected in the price received for supply from Churchill Falls.
Member for Terranova.
During your assessments, was Muskrat Falls ever brought into your assessment?
Managing Director.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We assess Muskrat Falls with every other generator, every other supply source in Newfoundland, Labrador to understand how that supply would meet the demand needs within Newfoundland, Labrador, and therefore understanding that jurisdiction, that province's needs, and how that all relates to how much supply would Newfoundland, Labrador have to then provide Hydro-Quebec, then how is that valued? So we took a holistic, broad view, knowing that there's one jurisdiction and it's connected to this other jurisdiction, and we have to look at it from all of those sides to properly assess the value of Churchill Falls and the new projects.
Member for Terranova.
I'd assume there was an evaluation done on the potential capacity for Gull Island. What was the capacity you came up with?
Managing Director.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In terms of the numbers, I'm going to ask my colleague, Mr. Yock, to respond, but it's what was provided to us based on preliminary engineering studies in terms of what is the capability of supply from Gull Island. Mr. Yock?
Yeah, the numbers provided on the engineering studies that are currently available for Gull Island, and it's around 2,250 megawatts just for the Gull Island site.
Member for Terranova.
Can you remind me who provided you with those engineering documents?
Senior Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We provided the numbers by the NLH team.
Member for Terranova.
So Newfoundland Hydro provided the information. Okay, that clarifies things. Did you guys convert the cost to construct Gull Island into an electricity rate?
Managing Director.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I go on to that, I just want to follow up with Mr. Yock's response. I think it's perfectly reasonable to get that information on Gull Island from Newfoundland Labrador Hydro because there's been lots of preliminary work done on the Gull project in terms of preliminary engineering, which our firm would not have any reason to have done that or had privy to that information because that was never something that we had worked on before. So it was perfectly reasonable to get that information from Newfoundland Labrador Hydro. In terms of the cost, we didn't have to factor that in because that, again, we weren't asked to look at that impact. We were asked to look at developing Gull Island and what does that mean for sale to Hydro-Quebec, and what's that worth and what's that valued at.
Member for Terranova.
Just for clarity, so that wasn't a slight against you guys. I just wanted to understand because the information on Gull Island obviously came from somewhere. And the information that Newfoundland Hydro has put out is 12-year-old information that isn't reflective of real numbers. So I'm trying to understand how accurate your numbers would have been. I mean, they've got it out in the press that it's going to take 13 million person-hours to construct Gull Island. Realistically, I'd say that's off by as much as 87 million man-hours, which is a lot when you start thinking about cost and the overruns and everything. So I just wanted to clarify that for the general public. Did Power Advisory carry out any kind of a risk assessment on the assumptions which underpin Newfoundland Hydro's numbers?
Managing Director of Power Advisory.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our scope didn't include any risk assessment on any specific numbers. What we did do, based on our assessments of Quebec supply needs, their options, the options of building new generation projects in Labrador to meet those supply needs in Quebec. There was a lot of scenario analysis that was done to really try to get to the best set of recommendations regarding the valuation of Churchill Falls and new development projects in Labrador.
Member for Terranova.
Would it be a fair statement to say that your information obviously is based on your long history of work, your expertise in the market, but also by the information provided to you by Newfoundland Hydro? The information that they provided you, if inaccurate, you probably would not have the best numbers. Is that fair to say?
Managing Director.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With respect to the valuation of supply options in Quebec and how Churchill Falls supply and new development projects supply from those were purely our numbers. With respect to anything dealing with assessing supply and demand in Newfoundland Labrador, we led the modeling and there was some input, and that makes natural sense based on it is Newfoundland Labrador hydro system.
Member for Terranova.
More question, Mr. Speaker. Question for the House Leader. The House Leader referenced the amount of expert witnesses he has, so I would ask him if he could table the list of the expert witnesses that have been involved in the MOU.
The Honourable Government Leader.
Yes, we can provide that.
Member's time has expired. Next speaker, the Honourable Member for Lake Millville.
Thank you, Speaker. Welcome to our experts. I've been compiling my notes for the last few days, and I actually had entitled it Exercising the Demons of Muskrat Falls. And I feel that's the elephant in the room that I want to speak about today, especially with this expertise here, especially in response to the member for Terranova and what he just had to say, and his, frankly, very incorrect assertions. As I indicated, and I think many know my background, I've been around environmental assessment and consulting for the better part of 3 decades. And I did raise the point about independence, and I appreciated our experts' response to the question on independence. And I want to tackle that item first before I get into the demons of Muskrat Falls. But there is a substantial difference between an independent consultant backed by a firm such as we see here, and their reputation, their professional integrity, and so on, versus an embedded contractor, an embedded employee, and who makes the ultimate conclusion. And I'll just start that as my first sort of thought to our guests, and looking for a comment on that. Thank you.
Managing Director.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree with those points, and there is a difference between a third party that's being engaged to provide specific expertise resulting in specific advice that isn't ingrown or germane day to day throughout time within an organization. And as I said earlier, I think it's just a necessary part of doing good business. And that's why you have the ability to bring in third parties as, if you will, subject matter experts to provide that independent advice.
Member for Lake Millville.
Thank you. Now I'd like to talk about what I was doing in 2008. Instead of spending Christmas, myself, other lead consultants, found themselves here in St. John's rewriting thousands of pages of environmental assessment. We reordered Muskrat Falls to go first versus Gull Island. And I'd like to reach out to our experts to speak about, first of all, the attractiveness of Gull Island versus Muskrat Falls, and then the foibles of that decision. And frankly, you know, and as Jennifer Williams said yesterday, the people working at Muskrat Falls, the fact and the way it's working as designed and as predicted. The cost overrun, the grief, the protests, the stress that my colleagues in Labrador feel, that we feel across this province, we're going to feel for generations to come, it comes about as a result of very misguided decisions, such as to proceed with Muskrat Falls first. And I look for a comment from my experts.
Managing Director of Power Advisory.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Because of our history in acting for various entities in Newfoundland, Labrador, as well as my own personal experience, I first came into understanding all of this when I was working at the Ontario Power Authority. My role there was to procure and contract for all of the supply for the province of Ontario, and that's when I met the executives at Nalcor, and I had many meetings with them as they were looking to Ontario as a counterparty to contract for supply from Muskrat Falls. So from that point, I do understand and acknowledge the events that took place in terms of trying to find an off-taker on the buy side of a contract or an agreement for energy supply or electricity supply from Muskrat Falls, to decisions made by Nalcor to start the project and engage in construction. And as I said earlier in one of my responses, on the back end, after the facility was built, and there were a lot of inquiries, and there was a lot of considerations at the time in terms of how to address all of those things and how to move forward. And we were engaged at one point to look at all of that. So again, it's just a clear reminder that what we're talking about here today is extremely important. And I agree that there's a lot of feelings that went into, and there's a lot of real economic outcomes that went into all the things Muskrat Falls. So I think it's perfectly expectable, well, that's not a word, but it's perfectly expected that there would be a lot of questions about Churchill Falls and a new agreement and new developments. And as we've been saying this morning, and as what Ms. Williams and Mr. Parsons have been saying over the last 2 days, there's a lot of lessons learned from Muskrat Falls. And it's been top of mind in terms of all the analysis, all of the meetings. As I said, I have not been in the negotiations, but I'm sure they're top of mind in the negotiations for the Newfoundland Labrador negotiating team. And I can see the outcome of all of that embodied in certain parts of the MOU. And I've been referring continuously to Schedule F as those components helping to realize value for supply from Churchill Falls, but to also de-risk issues with respect to not realizing that value in the future under a new agreement.
The Honourable Member for Lake Millville.
Myself, I've worked on 3 iterations of the Lower Churchill project over the last 30 years. And the numbers, the assertion from the member from Terra Nova was that somehow this 2,250 megawatt statement in terms of the the amount of energy that we could achieve from Gull Island was somehow recently developed from a source that we may not be able to trust and so on. That number, frankly, has been on the books for decades. And when you think about the attractiveness, and I guess I will turn for some commentary, the attractiveness of Gull Island is quite remarkable in North America. And when the statements are made about its untapped feasibility in terms of hydroelectric development in this continent, it's always been touted as so exciting. And the unfortunate events of 2008 and the political decisions as a result of, frankly, legal opinions in Quebec resulted in us going down a road that we are, as I said, going to continue to pay for. I'm not sure. I'll turn to the experts to see if they have a little comment on that aspect. Thank you.
Managing Director of Power Advisory.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So let me offer up some perspectives that reside outside of Newfoundland and Labrador, because I think as the member of the House has articulated very accurately and well the sentiments of Newfoundlanders and Labradorians regarding Muskrat Falls and all the things that happened from that. And as I've suggested, based on my understanding, my history, and having worked on these matters for a while, I understand it too. But with our practice, we are all over Canada. And to personalize it, as I said earlier, the types of engagements I have are with leaders and executives of big companies and big utilities across Canada. When this MOU was announced on December 12th, the reaction outside of Newfoundland Labrador, Western Canada had executives commenting on, "Oh my God, did you see this? This is incredible. How did they get this done? Were you involved?" And from Calgary to Central Canada, in Toronto, into the US, that's been the reaction outside of Newfoundland Labrador. And to me, stepping back, that makes sense. It's a lot of megawatts, it's a lot of supply, and for those in the sector that understand electricity, they're the most appreciative and they're applauding this deal. A good friend of mine that works for the Ontario Independent Electricity System Operator, Catherine Sparks, she is from Newfoundland. She had no idea I was working on this. So she texted me right away and she said, "My family in Corner Brook, they're going to be so excited. Do you realize what it's been like in our province for decades?" So I offer you the outside perspective. That's how this is being viewed. It's being applauded across the country.
The honourable member for Lake Millville.
Thank you, and I'll just throw to the House just sort of a layman's from a terrestrial ecologist perspective. We always looked at the two projects as, and initially the plan had always been to start with Gull Island in terms of, and then moving on down to Muskrat Falls. It was always looked at as a riskier part of that Lower Churchill project because, and it was always envisaged that you would have your camps, all your engineering, your procurement, your hiring, your training, everything in place, and then we could move to that secondary component down the river. And just to put some numbers in people's heads, we always thought that, if you start with Muskrat Falls and you look at its cost and the amount of output, essentially for 50% more of the cost, you got 3 times the power. That is the attractiveness of the Gull Island project. So truly remarkable. I just want to throw a few more demons out there because I get it, and as my colleague, the Minister IET, often says, he understands the opposition's perspective and what they're trying to go at. I am arguing in these comments that the demons lie outside of this kind of expertise. They lie outside of the engineering. They lie outside of so much of the good working people inside Newfoundland Labrador Hydro. I'll give you another couple examples. At the time that the Lower Churchill Make Muskrat Right campaign was coming on board, I think I was the only voice in this province that was speaking about maintaining the Institute for Environmental Monitoring Research. Questions were being raised around the concern of methyl mercury. There was not, at that time, any third-party opportunity to get those questions answered. The IEMR ran successfully for some 20 years, and we just watched it go away. My voice, I found, had carried no strength, and I can tell you, those of us from Labrador, that 5% of the population, you know, we have a very different view of what went on in Muskrat Falls from the rest of this province. We suffered protests, we suffered hunger strikes, I lost a friend, arrests, you name it, and it's still, frankly, to this day, these are the demons that these experts are also much aware of. Some other key decisions that were made at that time, and I think my colleagues, if I can say that in the consulting community, would also appreciate, I can tell you, we felt the shudder when it was announced that Nalcor was going to proceed on their own. They were not going to engage an SNC-Lavalin to go ahead and build this project. They were going to do it themselves. And we just went, whoa. You know, why not just go to an entity who's used to doing this, knows what they're doing, and by the way, say, give us a price, give us a schedule, go do it. And you know what happened is Nalcor ended up hiring SNC-Lavalin anyway. And that was after the fact. And in the meantime, all that risk, all that grief was borne by the province, by Nalcor. It could have been built, it could have been borne by somebody who knew what they were doing. I use that comment to also lead into the fact that this partnership and the opportunity, and I liked a lot of the comments about how this is a good deal for both provinces. I've also lived in Quebec, and I get it, I understand. You know, they have the expertise, they have the capability, and here's an opportunity for now to put our resources together in this MOU, and it's really quite remarkable. Another comment I want to make, another decision that led to so much, and the member for Torngat Mountains, I think in her questioning, I think it was last evening, she was stating, you know, what about the other entities? And I'm completely with her. Innu Nation is rightly a partner of this project, absolutely. And when you understand what went on with the Upper Churchill and how it flooded, you know, essentially graves of their people and of their land. The other challenge we have in Labrador and understanding, and I've spoken in the House before about some of the archaeological work that our company did over the years and so on, is the fact of the matter is, you know what? All of the Indigenous people of Labrador used Mistachipu, that massive highway going into the country. They were on top of each other. They respected each other, and they worked with each other and supported each other. The decisions at the day in 2005 and 6 was, we'll just do the one IBA, we'll do the one deal with the Innu, and we'll ignore the other two. And the grief and the stress and the protest that caused, I can tell you, I have too much personal scars to speak about in the House, but they were landed on myself and all of us in any kind of decision making as we try to defend and push back against that. So I find myself here today and in the days leading up to the December 12th, and I must say just as importantly December 13th in Labrador, when I started to understand, and I heard this morning from these experts saying that they see those lessons learned, they see those demons from the past being reflected in the documents in this MOU. That gives me the kind of comfort. And when I came to understand the caliber and the quality and the approach of the team that was in place, that included expertise from NL Hydro, and yes, by the way, those independent consultants from world-renowned, reputable firms providing us that advice, I started to become very, very comfortable. I'm still going to watch. It's my duty. I love Labrador. I love the people I represent. I'm going to continue to do that. But Speaker, I must tell you, we're at a good point in our history. Let's keep going. Thank you.
The Honourable, the Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Speaker. I just want to take a couple of minutes and then I'm going to hand it off to my colleague. But I want to make a point quite obvious that when I've heard the talk about people across the country talking about this deal and all over about the deal and what it means, that's what's so important here. Because all of us in Newfoundland and Labrador want this deal to be the best deal possible. We have all lived with the last 1969 contract and the disappointments that that has provided and the unfairness of the contract, and despite opportunities to try and reopen the contract, none of that happened. And you know, for a whole number of reasons, Quebec just didn't want to negotiate or renegotiate that particular contract. But now what we heard this morning, and I'm going to paraphrase it because what I heard sounded to me like Quebec are desperate. Quebec are desperate for power, and we have the power. And so we have the resource. And again, I keep saying this, it's the resource of the people of Newfoundland and Labrador. And there's been a lot of work done by a lot of people, Newfoundland, Labrador Hydro and others, to develop this MOU. So the MOU is now before us. And we're sitting here and we're going through it and debating it and speaking on it. But the more and more we talk about it, the more and more questions that get asked or come up, legitimate questions and concerns. And if you listen to the people in Newfoundland and Labrador and what they're asking, and a lot of people out there with a lot of expertise, a lot of opinions that have studied this and have reviewed it, they have concerns that they're raising about this particular MOU. It's not that anyone is against anything. It's about making sure that we get the best deal possible. We've heard concerns about the numbers. We've heard concerns about the years. We've heard lots of those concerns. And we continue to ask them. And that's why, you know, sitting here as 40 MHAs, and well, maybe everybody else is an expert, but I don't consider myself to be an expert here in engineering or anything else. But I do consider myself to be a passionate Newfoundlander and Labradorian who wants to make sure that we do not leave for the next generation and generations after that any kind of money on the table. So if that means, and that's what I've been calling for since day one, we have an MOU in front of us. We have a huge opportunity in this province of ours to right a wrong, to do something that needs to be done. We have a province, and I will say that again, who appears to be desperate for power. They have the need, we have the power. How? Let's make sure we do it. But sending it to an independent external experts to let them look at this, to have that an extra analysis done, to make sure that that is what's there. I see no risk in that. I see no risk in it. We're going to negotiate definitive agreements. But if this is to form the basis of those definitive agreements, then let's make sure to have that independent set of eyes take a look at this and guarantee that before we, as members of the House of Assembly, stand here and vote. That's all I've been asking for since day one. I will continue to ask for that. I do have a follow-up question quickly for the gentleman. And that was this morning. I asked a question about how the electricity price contained in the MOU compares to that contained in other contracts or transactions in other jurisdictions. And I was told that it was outside the scope of power advisory. I respect that. But I have a question for you. How can Newfoundlanders and Labradorians be assured that we are getting the best value out of the electricity if no comparison was conducted? It's like going to a grocery store and buying an apple without knowing the cost of an apple in other grocery stores. So I just asked that question to you.
Managing Director of Power Advisory.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So my response now is not anything to do with our mandate for Newfoundland Labrador Hydro. But to answer your question, as I said earlier, most hydroelectric generation is rate regulated. So there's a provincial or state regulator that administers a proceeding, and then the rates for the supply from the hydroelectric generation are determined. In Ontario, most of the hydroelectric generation is provided by Ontario Power Generation. So those facilities have been operating for years, just like Churchill Falls has been operating for years. That regulated rate is under 5 cents a kilowatt hour. When I look to Western Canada, and I look at the same, operating hydroelectric facilities in Manitoba, operating hydroelectric facilities in BC, that regulated rate, or those regulated rates, are under 4 cents a kilowatt hour, all lower than 5.9 cents a kilowatt hour. For existing facilities providing the same electricity, that is the most apples to apples comparison in terms of a Granny Smith versus a Red Delicious.
Leader of the official opposition.
Quebec, the province of Quebec, Quebec Hydro, and I understand you're talking about the regulations and the regulated rates and those things. But when Quebec Hydro has been able to buy our electricity in the past at an extremely low rate and sell it for 8 and 9 and 10 times that value, and they've been getting as much as up to 10 cents. And we know that there's spot markets and there's guaranteed markets and stuff. So when you say that it's limited to 4 and 5 cents, you're not talking about selling electricity to the market. That's not what you're talking about there, for sure, because it's being sold for much more than that.
Managing Director of Power Advisory.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In fact, those are the rates or prices sold in those markets. So that is a direct comparison. With respect to Hydro-Quebec and their activities to sell Churchill Falls energy or supply to higher price markets, I don't know where the 10 cents comes from. I can tell you where the export markets have been and where our forecasts go. And back to the point that I've been making all morning, components in Schedule F account for that. So if prices rise in New England, as example, under this agreement, and if Hydro-Quebec sells into New England at a higher price, that higher price will be reflected in the price received by Churchill Falls.
Member for Terranova. Oh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to reiterate something our leader said and make it clear. There's 4 individuals in this House right now that are either from or have lived in Labrador or currently live in Labrador or represent Labrador. And I'm one of them. And my family is in Labrador West, and I understand what this deal means for the people of Labrador and for the people of Newfoundland. And there's nobody on this side of the House that doesn't want this deal. I can tell you that. What we want is the best deal, and we need to make sure of that. And I'll go back to December 12th when the announcement came, because I was asked by lots of people what I thought. And my initial response is the same as everyone's, I'm sure. On the surface, it looks really good. And I stand by that. On the surface, it looks good. But we don't understand all of the contents inside of the MOU, and we are looking for someone externally to review the MOU to make sure that the foundation of this project moving forward is as solid, as rock solid as possible. So we know we're going to get the best deal. So we know we're going to right the wrongs of the last 56 years. So we know that the people of Newfoundland and Labrador can be proud of the utilities they have. So we know that the Indigenous peoples of Labrador are looked after. So we know that this is done the right way. There's nobody on this side of the House saying we don't want this deal. We're saying we want an independent panel to review the MOU to make sure the foundation of this deal, before we start the definitive agreement negotiations, is done correctly. That's pretty clear. There's nobody questioning these gentlemen or Newfoundland Hydro and saying that they're wrong. We're trying to make sure they were given the proper information, because we know in the past the proper information has not been disseminated. And now we know, as of this morning, that the information came from Newfoundland Hydro. And we also know that some of the information that was put out publicly was 12 years old. And we just heard a few minutes ago that there's most likely, based on the numbers that power advisors were given, that there's some kind of quantitative or substantive engineering already done on Gull Island. Think about that. They've moved forward with engineering. We've been told that here this morning, and there's no agreements or no one who's going to build it. So we need to make sure we're doing this right. And I don't know how anyone in this House can argue against that. At the end of the day, we've done things wrong too often. I'm not questioning anybody's independence. I've worked in industry. I understand how it works. But these gentlemen were not hired in line with Justice LeBlanc's recommendations. They were not hired to do the work that's outlined in that. They were hired to assist Newfoundland Hydro to come up with a plan to move forward. So whether or not they're an independent third party that's working with Newfoundland Hydro, that's not disputable. That's exactly what they are. But they are not the expert panel that was recommended in the Justice LeBlanc report, and there's nobody in this House of Assembly that can say they are, and it has been said. Clear as mud. I'll go back to the question to the gentleman from Power Advisory. Obviously, this morning you said that some of your numbers came from Newfoundland Hydro and the engineering that they had already carried out. In your opinion, how far along are we in engineering on the Gull Island project?
Managing Director of Power Advisory.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's not our area of expertise in terms of engineering for hydroelectric generation. Having been in the business a long time and have negotiated contracts for hydroelectric generation and worked alongside companies that build and operate hydroelectric generation, the only thing I can offer up is there needs to be preliminary engineering done, and it should be done with enough time to understand the geology, all the different components to siting the project, its capabilities, how it's going to connect to the grid, and how it's going to supply electricity. And those things take years. So I can't comment on exactly what was done and exactly what should be done, but I do believe it's prudent that something was done in the past to assess the project to start.
Member for Terranova.
So we know that CFLCO obviously looks after Churchill Falls facility. Were you ever tasked or asked to consider the contract expiring, 2041 coming, and the possibility of CFLCO, because I know people will argue that we don't have transmission capability, but in 2041 things get a little different. We all know that. CFLCO selling its power directly to some of the customers who they already sell it to. Ontario, New England, Maine. Was that ever a part of your overall assessment?
Managing Director of Power Advisory.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As part of our assessment, we did assess the ability or the potential for supply from Churchill Falls to be sold, not to Quebec, but to other jurisdictions. And the reality is there's two parts to this. Number one, to do that, to move the amount of energy, because it's thousands of megawatts, would require a lot of transmission build. From Labrador to the island, expand the capability of transmission from Newfoundland to Nova Scotia, expand the capability from Nova Scotia to New Brunswick, and if you're bypassing Quebec, then you have to build transmission somewhere else, either landed in Ontario or you landed in New England. Very expensive, very time-consuming. And I think the other thing I'd offer about that is another reason why our analysis concluded certain things is because, back to the deal, by working towards a new deal for Churchill Falls with Hydro-Quebec, structuring it in such a way where there's value that's being realized for that supply. As I said earlier, there are components in Schedule F that deal with the export markets. Churchill Falls would be getting a price and paid driven off of those export prices without having to build the transmission to receive those prices, because the deal would already encompass using the existing right-of-way, the existing transmission to send the energy to Quebec, and then it gets sent on elsewhere. So we concluded it's just a much more cost-effective deal.
Member for Terranova.
Did Power Advisory carry out an evaluation of the potential capacity of electricity generated by the second plant at Churchill Falls?
Managing Director.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We didn't get into any of the assessments regarding upgrades or expansion of Churchill Falls. Again, we were using information provided to us from Newfoundland Labrador Hydro in terms of just the actual megawatts capability.
Member for Terranova.
I just got to go back to something you said earlier. Would it be fair to say that this number 5.9 or any of the numbers associated with the schedule allows Quebec to get our power at a cheap price and subsidize their own electricity consumption?
Power Advisory.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think the first point is, as I've been saying, Schedule F will provide for payments to Churchill Falls based on the various components, exports, replacement costs, things like that. The second point is, and this isn't in the agreement, it's just a matter of fact, right? As I said earlier, Hydro-Quebec publicly, through their supply plan, through their strategic plan, declarations they've made publicly, they need lots of supply to meet their own internal needs. So certainly, supply from Churchill Falls will do that, but I believe so long as Churchill Falls is getting paid value that's higher than whatever government set price for Quebec residents that are going to consume the power, that's neither here nor there. What's important is you're getting the value from other things.
It's 12 o'clock. Does the member want leave to continue? Leave granted to continue on with debate? Leave granted. Member for Terranova.
Speaker, we were going to ask leave actually to adjourn and resume after 1 o'clock.
The Honourable Deputy Government House Leader.
Thank you, Speaker. I move, seconded by the Minister responsible for Education, that this House do now stand in recess until 1 p.m.
This House do stand in recess until 1 p.m. this afternoon. Order, please. We're going to continue with debate. The Honourable the Member Terranova.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before we broke, I asked a question about if Power Advisory had carried out an evaluation on potential capacity for Churchill Falls, second powerhouse, and expansion, and we got an answer. Just a question, the numbers provided to you in order to come to that conclusion, I assume came from Newfoundland Hydro, so they would have some substantive engineering done on both the 11 turbine upgrade and the second powerhouse at Churchill Falls?
Managing Director of Power Advisory.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Numbers for Churchill Falls upgrade and expansion were provided to us by Newfoundland Labrador Hydro. To the extent that what level of engineering that's been done, I don't know.
Member for Terranova.
The number 5.9 cents is being used on a regular basis. Can you give me an idea where that number comes from? The specific
Managing Director, Power Advisory.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So the number is generated from the components in Schedule F. So as has been described prior by Ms. Williams and Mr. Parsons and by myself this morning, to be a little bit more detailed, there are forecasts around those components, and then those components basically were put together based on the time frame, an estimate of when those components would actually be used in the calculation. So for example, replacement costs at some time in the future, more so today, prices on the export markets in Ontario, New England, and New York. And it culminates in that effective price.
Member for Terranova.
You had made the comment about existing power supply, the price being based on that. What would you project the price would be if Churchill Falls didn't exist today? Would that still be 5.9, or would that be 11 or 16, or where do you think it would be if it was a new facility?
Managing Director.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to answer that in two ways. So if Churchill Falls didn't exist today, right, I still believe that the framework that is used in Schedule F would be and could be applied to valuing a similar resource that's already existing, and if Hydro-Quebec were able to import the energy from somewhere else. So I believe that to be the case. You mentioned the price of a new facility, a new project, and what would that be, I think it's been established that it will be higher. And the 16 cents was used this morning by me. It was used by Ms. Williams and Mr. Parsons over the past 2 days. And that component, replacement costs, building new supply in Quebec, is included in Scheduled F. And that's why the actual price received by Churchill Falls, under that circumstance, if it were to happen, would move higher based on accounting for the replacement cost as per Schedule F.
Member for Terranova.
So it's a well-known fact that Quebec mitigates all their prices, and they utilize their multiple assets in order to do that. Some produce cheaper, some are owned, some are new, some are obviously not winds, some are thermal generation, some are hydro. We've got a facility that cost us way too much money in Muskrat Falls, which is adjacent to Churchill Falls. Has there been a study done of the possibility of running a transmission line from Muskrat Falls to join into the CFOCO transmission line and rediverting the cheaper CFOCO power back through Newfoundland in order to mitigate our prices and exporting the Muskrat Falls power?
Managing Director.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I mean, based on our scope of work, we didn't undertake any analysis like that, so I can't comment on how the power system could be developed alternatively within Newfoundland and Labrador and then impacting exports into Quebec or otherwise.
Member for Terranova.
So by your own admission and description this morning, your task was to study markets in Quebec, and you have studied the Churchill River extensively, 15 years is what you said. And I am presenting you with an option that I think should have been explored. Do you think that option should have been explored?
Managing Director.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Regarding the ability to end the existing Churchill contract 17 years sooner, therefore receiving the 30 times upside of higher payments to Churchill Falls without having to build any transmission anywhere, I think is the right direction, and that was a direction taken. And that has culminated in the MOU today.
Member for Terranova.
Fair point, but I will say, you know, Quebec has been getting free power, and that's not my words, that's the words of both the CEO of Newfoundland Hydro and government for 56 years. We are in a bit of a bind, I would say, because of perhaps ill-advised or pompous decisions. It put us in a situation where we are paying a lot, and we pay a lot to mitigate, and we have a huge debt. And what I just suggested, although I understand the engineering and the things that would be involved with it, from a negotiating standpoint, we've already determined that Quebec doesn't want our power. We determined that Quebec absolutely needs our power. We determined that they would possibly pay well over double than they are paying right now, even at 5.9. That is the admission of the Premier of Quebec. So if we took the 5.9, redirected to our own people here in Newfoundland, and utilized our own power, and I would argue that, you know, 65%, even if it was only 65% that we had access to, and we sold the power to Quebec, even at 9 cents or 8 cents, for argument's sake, if they need it as much as they say, and everybody, because by everything I've heard in here is that they need 5 times the power of what we're going to supply. Not an upgrade to Churchill Falls, not 11 turbines, not CF2, and not Gull Island. They need everything that can be supplied to them. Why wouldn't that be something that you guys would advise Newfoundland Hydro to look at? Or, even a better question, Why wouldn't Newfoundland Hydro ask you guys to look at that if that was the role?
Managing Director?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So thank you for that. I caught all of that, so I'm going to unpack it in 3 different ways. Your first point about Newfoundland Labrador, I'm paraphrasing you, specifying or the need or identifying that, I think it's pretty clear, as I said this morning, and as documented in Hydro-Quebec supply plan, strategic plan, public declarations, it's pretty clear from their own words and their own mouths that they need the power. And I think the fact that they're at the table says a lot. And I'm saying that also out of experience in dealing with Hydro-Quebec. I know historically how difficult it has been, not just things I've done for or been involved in regarding Newfoundland Labrador in the past, but also when I was at the table on behalf of Ontario across from Hydro-Quebec. And I testified in Montreal back in 2016 for a day and a half on behalf of small independent power producer hydroelectric generators that were trying to renew their contracts with Hydro-Quebec. So I understand firsthand how hard it is to deal with them. And I understand how they negotiate. So with that experience, I do believe what is in the MOU is a very good accomplishment. And the fact that there are components in Schedule F that will allow the price to increase, that would assign fair value to Churchill Falls supply, is a big win. I realize that there's still a lot of heavy negotiation. It won't be easy. And that is where those components will be defined. In terms of alternates in Newfoundland Labrador, as I said, we weren't asked to look at that, but I also believe that if you're building more infrastructure and with a view of positioning yourself in the future to then maybe get a better deal by selling at that point in time, I don't know, and I don't think that that's the most direct route to think about this opportunity for Newfoundland Labrador right now. And I do note that in the Churchill Falls, in the MOU, there are discrete periods of time identified in the schedule, identified in one of the schedules in the MOU, where there are supply megawatts going back to Churchill Falls for use and supply within Newfoundland and Labrador. So I think NLH has done a really good job to negotiate that as well.
Member for Terranova.
So that would be 605 megawatts that become available in 2035, and which is a long way away when you think about it, especially given the necessity of power for Labrador West expansion, Kami, Wabush Tree, Takora, Alderon, any other search minerals, anything else that's going to happen in Labrador. So 10 years is a lifetime. I'll ask you this, 5.9 cents, leaves Churchill Falls, goes to Quebec. Schedule F, I understand the escalators, I know how the numbers work. Goes to Quebec, instead of Quebec selling that power externally, I would argue that the 5.9 is, while it's above their mitigated right now, it's the cheapest power they have access to. I would think that if I were Quebec, I would utilize that power for my residents. If I were Premier of Quebec, that's exactly what I would do. And I would export my expensive power outside in order to mitigate price, increase profit, and do better for my province. Would it not be fair for us to look at doing the same thing? I mean, isn't that what we're looking for?
Managing Director, Power Advisory.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I understand the premise, and I just believe that the framework that's in the MOU is just a better way of doing that, because it doesn't require Newfoundland Labrador Hydro to build more infrastructure to be able to export to the same markets that Hydro-Quebec is already doing. the framework in the MOU under Schedule F allows Churchill Falls to receive a higher price based on those export opportunities. And I'll readily admit, Hydro-Quebec is very good at managing and trading between their market, across markets, and making a lot of money. They've been providing the Quebec government with $2 billion a year in dividends. The way I look at this deal, it's allowing Newfoundland Labrador to have and take some of that in the form of payments under the contract. The more Quebec does better, the better Newfoundland Labrador does.
Member for Terranova.
So the 17 million that's always quoted that's leading up, it is a misleading number. So 17 billion, sorry, that's $17 billion includes money that's coming to us for an equity stake in Gull Island should it go ahead. No? Okay. It's separate? Okay, perfect. All right.
Yeah. The Honourable the Premier, is that a question?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
The Honourable the
Get
Premier.
him on record.
Sorry, I misspoke, Mr. Speaker.
No, your mic's not on. Okay.
Sorry, I misspoke, Mr. Speaker. Out of turn, I apologize to the honourable member, but just for clarity, the 17 billion is from Churchill Falls PPA, and then the option payments are 3.5 billion in addition to the 17 billion.
Member for Terranova.
So I'll ask you this. The MOU makes an assumption that everything is going to happen in a perfect world, that the PPA is going to be done, the 11 turbines are going to operate at a certain capacity, that, you know, maintenance based on a certain periodicity is going to happen, and we should, I would hope, understand what maintenance means going forward. I would hope that those numbers are also derived from construction cost of CF2 coupled with maintenance going forward, staff and all the overheads associated with all the things that we need to do to get those numbers. And again, Gull Island, same thing. And I believe that if we construct those things, unlike I'll call it propaganda, I guess, unlike the information that was put out in the technical briefings, the propaganda that was saying 13 million person hours, and I think that number is delusional, and it should be somewhere in the vicinity of 100 million man hours from a constructability standpoint. If all of that goes ahead, this all sounds somewhat reasonable to me. I mean, I can't argue that. It's the what-ifs, and it's the unknowns in the MOU. So I'll ask you this. Schedule F. What happens to Schedule F if nothing happens with CF2 and nothing happens with Gull Island? Quebec abandons it because, as we've already said several times, right now, Quebec is looking to increase their power fivefold based on what they're getting from us. And I would argue that they have an opportunity, while they're looking to increase their power, to find a cheaper alternative. Because here's my take on it. And if I'm from Quebec and I'm signing an MOU and I have information from the province of Newfoundland and Newfoundland Hydro that tells me their estimates are 24 billion and 13 million man hours, I'm going to run with that. And I can tell you, there's people back here behind me in this audience who know that I'm right when I say this. It's not even close to the person hours it's going to take to construct that facility. But if they can find a cheaper alternative, as you have said, they're pretty astute in what they do. They're not coming here to build Gull Island. It's gone. And contrary to what government says, we could have Gull Island tied up for 34 years. It comes due in 15 years past 2029, and they can do basic groundwork for 15 years, and we can't argue with them. We can take them to court. We just took them to court for 56 years, and we got nowhere. And for that 15 years, they can get there. And then they can say, we're going to construct and move forward, which could tie it up for as much as, like I said, 35 years. If Gull Island doesn't go ahead, if CF2 doesn't go ahead, what are the prices? Are they still good? I know that the escalating is there. But that's not what I want to hear. The overall deal is based on the assumption that all of this happens. If all of this doesn't happen, how do you feel about the deal now?
Managing Director.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I still like the deal a lot because it's been explained by Ms. Williams and Mr. Parsons. Based on the terms of the MOU, if Hydro-Quebec doesn't move forward with the new developments, the Churchill Falls agreement is intact. So all of the things I've been talking about all day regarding value in Schedule F, potential for higher payments, didn't need to take on cost with respect to more infrastructure build like transmission, those things are all true. I mean, with respect to the time frame of the exclusivity, I'm not going to opine on that because that's not what we were asked to do. But I just understanding this market and other markets, at the end of the day, it's a big endeavor to build anything, and we've talked about Muskrat Falls a bit in terms of some of its challenges and its lack of a buy side to a long-term agreement. I think that would still happen. If you had to figure out, do I build Gull, do I expand Churchill Falls, the same assessment would be needed. How much do I need it for my internal consumption? Do I have enough demand to justify the project? And that means, I think, given the size of those projects, the need for a clear buyer, off-taker within a long-term agreement. So to me, you have that right now, and you're playing the hand that you have.
Okay, members' time. One quick question.
But is it fair to say if none of that happens, the numbers that government are throwing around, $250 billion, 220, which is not actually $250 billion, but it's pretty close, $220 billion is not a realistic number if Gull Island and CF2 does not happen?
Managing Director, Power Advisory.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I mean, the number's less. I can't comment. I don't know what's driving all of those numbers, what's driving the payments, what's driving the corporate structure of the various entities. I mean, we have not opined on that at all, and I'm not going to do that now.
Premier, further want to respond to that? The Honourable Premier. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just want to be clear that if Quebec decides not to go ahead with this, the CFPPA new agreement with all the future proofing intact and Schedule F is intact. Is it reasonable to suggest that if a project doesn't go ahead and the subsequent revenues don't go ahead, do we not get those revenues? Of course, we won't get those revenues. But the revenues embedded in the new CFPPA are approximately $180 billion on their own, in their own right. And that's cash to the Treasury. That's after you subtract, cost of the facility. That's after you take off, the share to Hydro-Quebec. If I'm wrong, Jennifer can correct, Ms. Williams can correct me tomorrow, but that's my understanding of about the allocation of the deal space.
Members' time has expired. Next speaker, the Honourable Minister of Industry, Energy and Technology.
Thank you, Speaker. And I'll begin today, as I began at the beginning of Monday, by saying I appreciate the opportunity, but more importantly, I appreciate the time of of the individuals that have chosen to be here. I don't know if the official term is witnesses, but they've chosen to be here on the floor of the House. I appreciate your expertise, the fact that you're here, the work you've put in. And I can say this on behalf of myself and probably on behalf of at least 2 other members in this House. I only wish I had the opportunity to have people on this floor to ask questions to about 10 years ago in this House. And that's where a lot of what I say comes from, and I know some of my colleagues. I think you've also today, and I've been listening intently, and there's been good questions coming from both sides, good points, and I appreciate the excellent answers you've given. But I think you've justified one of the decisions that I think was important just on the sort of the openness side, which is you've justified the decision to open the House. Because one of the decisions that we had to make was when do we have this? And we said we want to do it as early as possible. We want the people that were a part of it to be here and to be questioned, to be televised. Anybody can choose to watch this and in fact, they can choose, as I've had people emailing me questions, thoughts. I know other members have as well. But part of it, too, is the question about the timing and the review. I would rather, there's going to be review, there's going to be oversight, but to have the people here to answer their thought process as a part of this process prior, rather than after, to have a review without even talking to some of the people that formed the mindset that got here is one of the reasons that I, again, think that we made that right decision. I appreciate your time. Now, first question I'm going to ask is actually a question that comes from a colleague of mine who he's asked it a couple times, and I think he wanted an opportunity, and again, there's time constraints, but this 5.9 cent sale for CFLCO to HQ, kilowatt per hour sale, do you feel, and I know this is sort of a broad question, do you feel that that's fair market value for the resource?
Managing Director.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Simply put, I do. I mean, it's based on just one, our analysis as consultants that assess markets and that understand the Quebec market well and the export markets well. And it's two, based on my experience, having dealt with and negotiated discussions with Hydro-Quebec and just understanding that to get to this point required a lot of effort. And every deal is difficult and tough. And at the end of the day, I am still reminding myself that as the term has been used by Ms. Williams and others today, it's kind of like Quebec's been getting free power from Churchill Falls. This was an opportunity to make sure that we have learned from the past, lessons learned, and it's a good deal.
Minister of Industry, Energy and Technology.
Thank you. Now, I want to ask, again, go to the oversight, which I think in fact, that you, and I never heard this myself, but you may have had some commentary with the media, talked about oversight, heard what the Premier has said repeatedly on oversight the 3 days here, as well as before. And I think you've heard what the Premier said over the, you guys have been following all of this. Can you give me your position or thoughts, as, using your experience over the last number of years on oversight, and oversight as it relates to this process?
Managing Director, Power Advisory.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think, I'll say this, I mean, I agree with the opposition in the sense of they're asking for independent oversight. That has to happen. It has to happen. Now, I'm not going to opine on the governance of Newfoundland and Labrador and when that should happen, because that's, to me, what's at play right now, right? There's an ask to do it now with the MOU, and there's a declaration made by the Premier. We're going to establish a panel, and presumably that's before the definitive agreements have been executed. It has to happen somewhere, because one, based on experience, I've seen many different ways for that to happen in different jurisdictions, but I've also seen what happens when it doesn't happen, and that's not good, right? So that's my position on it, that it needs to happen, but again, I think it's best suited to figure out in Newfoundland and Labrador based on your governance when it should happen.
Minister of Industry, Energy and Technology.
Thank you. I want to go back to a comment that the Premier made during the lunch hour in a scrum outside in front of all the media. He was asked a couple of questions. Some were about the President of the United States, or the incoming President of the United States. We're not going to talk about that here. But one thing we talked about is, and it's been not only just been brought up in here, but it's been brought up outside, and it's been the term cheap power. And the Premier addressed it by saying, and I'm paraphrasing too, the Premier said, yes, the term has been brought up as cheap, but if you ask the Premier of Quebec, and even what he said at the press conference, it's cheap compared to the alternative. Is that a statement that you would agree with or can give some context to?
Managing Director.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Those are all, in my mind, kind of off-the-cuff, subjective ways of viewing things, right? I mean, as I said this morning, there are all these supply options, whether it's Hydro-Quebec to meet their needs, or Newfoundland and Labrador to meet their needs, or another jurisdiction to meet their needs. And power systems are complicated. you assess what your demand requirements are, you assess the supply that you have and the capabilities of those supply resources, and then what do you need going forward to maintain your power system's reliability, and you want to do it as cost-effective for your customers. So that's a complex thing. So depending on how you look at it, if you just look at it through a very specific and small lens and compare one thing to the other, that view is very different if you compare it in totality, right? So that's why I keep coming back to Schedule F, and I'm probably, saying that a lot. It's trying to factor in all of those points.
Minister of Industry, Energy and Technology.
Thank you, and I think that actually is what was said in the scrum today. And Schedule F is something we've also been talking about quite a bit. Now, something that I think was brought up by the member prior to me was when we talk about construction of the assets, and I think one of the worries of the member opposite is about, not building. And in fact, I think what the member was saying is that there was a mindset of we should do this ourselves, build it ourselves, build the transmission and not rely on Quebec for various reasons. Well, you'll get a chance to speak. There's lots of stuff you said that I didn't agree with, but I didn't chime in. But anyways. Okay. Do you want the rest of my time?
Order, please.
Okay. So what I would say to member opposite, who will get a chance to correct the record, he's making an argument, it seems, that building the assets. But I want to talk about the fact that one of the beauties of this deal, in my opinion, is the fact that we're going to work with the partnership on that, on the building of the new asset. Can you talk a little more about that? I think you've already brought it up, but I'd like to hear it again.
Managing Director, Power Advisory.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. But just for a clarification, are you referring to the partnership in building the new assets in Labrador?
Yes.
Scope, but having enough experience this way in terms of working with developers, building projects, including hydroelectric generation, as well as being on the other side, contracting for the supply of hydroelectric generation. Hydroelectric generation, it's complicated to build. It's not as straightforward as a generator fueled by natural gas or a wind generator or a solar generator. It's very site-specific. The permits and approvals, the siting that goes along with hydroelectric generation is more onerous than everything else from the supply side other than nuclear generation. So there's a lot to manage. And I can point to certain projects like Site C in BC, Kiosk in Manitoba, where there were real challenges. And my opinion on that is because those utilities that were developing those projects hadn't been developing projects for quite some time. So it's a pretty specific expertise and how you manage that entire project. And one of the members of the House had discussed Muskrat Falls and when SNC-Lavalin came on the project. All of these things matter. I do believe, based on Hydro-Quebec's track record, they've kept their chops up. They've basically gone from one project, build, assess, another project, build, assess, and the last project they built was La Romaine. And when you compare La Romaine to those other projects I mentioned in Manitoba and BC, it's not even close. Which one was done on time and a lot cheaper? So I believe that leveraging that expertise and partnership between Newfoundland Labrador Hydro and Hydro-Quebec is a prudent thing to do.
Minister of Industry, Energy and Technology.
Thank you. And again, I thank you for the answers and your time here. I'm just going to make a couple comments, and then I know that actually I think my colleague from Labrador West, I think may be speaking to this, and I'm sure one of the things that he's going to talk about is mining and power in Western Labrador. And I mean, one of the important things here is we talked about the timelines and when power is available. And I think it's important to note that 2035 is not when power is first available, as been said by members opposite, that 2035 is not. It's 2031, and I think there's just over 300 megawatts available. And that allows for transmission to be built. Got to build these lines, okay? And it's going to be available. And in fact, what I think is important to note, it's right in CAMI's EA. This fits exactly with their current timelines as filed by the company. It fits in with the timelines for Julian Lake. It fits in with the timelines for IOC and Rio Tinto. And I've talked about this again, and believe me, I'm going to talk about it again later, is that the timelines as proposed are extremely reasonable. But one of the points that's been brought up is, well, we're trusting Quebec, and what if they walk away? Well, it's my submission. I don't know of many people, companies, governments that are willing to say, here's $1.3 billion that you can keep. We're just going to, hey, no worries, we're not worried about this $1.3 billion to the bottom line. We really weren't interested in getting this done. I would submit that, yes, as has been said by both sides here, they want and need the power. And I think, if anything, they want to move quickly. It's a sign of why we are here and how we are here. So I want to point that out, that these things need to be said. That it's not a case of they control this or we get nothing. As the Premier just pointed out there, the Gull Island situation, well, there's a whole another part of that with $180 billion. But again, there's $1.3 billion, which is just over 10% of our provincial annual budget, if they do nothing. I would submit that that is not their intent, that's not their mindset, and that's why we are here with the MOU that we have. Thank you for your time.
The Honourable, the member for Labrador West.
Thank you, Speaker. Just a couple questions here for our guests. Given that this MOU is lining out a 50-year deal, and your expertise in the North American market, is 50-year deals still a commonplace objective, or like we see with some of the contracts that Quebec has made with New England, New York, they're like 20, 25-year deals. Is this still a commonplace deal length, given the situation on the rest of the markets?
Managing Director of Power Advisory.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For hydroelectric generation projects that are under contracts with utilities or other forms of off-takers, the norm is much longer term than 20 years. 40, 50, I've seen contracts more than 50. And that's still going on today because it recognizes that hydroelectric generation is a long-term asset. It can literally operate in some circumstances over 90 years, right? And it's still used and useful over decades, well into 50s and 60s and 70s years of operation. The contracts that are being executed that are shorter duration, 30 years and down, 20 is kind of the bogey in terms of the average contract term. It's really for wind and solar generation. The useful life of those assets is a lot shorter. So that's basically the industry norm.
Member for Labrador West.
Thank you, Speaker. Given in the Schedule F, the fair value concept that's been proposed in this MOU, is that a norm in contracts now going forward in the North American market? I know it's a first-time use for us here in this province, but I just want to know if this is actually a concept that is used in the contract negotiations in hydroelectricity.
Managing Director.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In my experience, this is different, right? In the sense that it is trying very hard in an attempt at flexibility to properly value the supply from Churchill Falls over a 50-year period. In most circumstances in the market, there's a price. It is a single price that is typically adjusted by some inflation factor that is included as a provision in the contract. And so therefore, I can think of lots of examples where over 20 years, was that contract quote unquote good or bad? It just really depends on what side you're on. And the approach here, again, lessons learned from the past, is trying to mitigate what I just said.
Member for Labrador West.
Thank you, Speaker. Now, with the like the marketing and the process, and then your explanation of the fair, like the I guess the fair value concept that's applied here, and marketing, is there any way, any concern that the inflationary, I guess, aspects of commodity pricing will create any pressures on this that may skew it one way or the other, or that may have anything that we should keep our eyes out for, that with these different pressures, like we see, I know, like looking at the New England markets and seeing that they can be pretty wild on the spot market sometimes. But is there anything in here, that concept, that probably would skew it in a way that we of any concern?
Managing Director, Power Advisory.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Okay, so I'm really glad you asked that question, because I've been trying to figure out when's the right time to raise these points. So the reality is, in my opinion, building generation and the electricity markets, as we sit here today going forward, there's a lot of uncertainty. I mean, money markets like interest rates and things like that, commodity prices, inputs into the supply chain to build generation and transmission, all of that stuff's uncertain. And a lot of it is because we're living in a different time now, right? We've got wars happening that are affecting supply chain and money markets. As I said earlier this morning, we've got changes in the power sector based on increase in demand because of electrification. What I didn't talk a lot about was change in supply mix, preferences to non-emitting resources like wind, solar, hydro, battery storage. It's all changing, right? And I've listened for 2 days regarding, is this the right time? And I said this morning that it is the right time. Here's another reason why the time is right. It's firming up all of those uncertainties in definitive agreements today. You can't do that completely in an MOU, because it requires a lot of detailed negotiation and a lot of detailed contract provisions, okay? So for example, I was in Ottawa back in November for a series of meetings, and I got talking to an executive at Siemens. So they provide a lot of supply chain, a lot of equipment to build transmission and power generation. And I asked that executive, so what are you observing in the market? He says, well, my biggest clients are BC Hydro, Hydro One in Ontario, and Hydro Quebec. And I got to tell you right now, Hydro Quebec is cleaning all of their clocks. Why? Because they're thinking forward. They're making reservations for equipment now. They're building in the flexibility to have the supply chain and to know what prices they're locking in, so they can hedge against the things you're talking about and the things I'm talking about that might render these things more expensive, or in certain circumstances, equipment that's unavailable. So that's one reason why I believe that the time is right. Because, as I said earlier, every jurisdiction's going through this. Increase in demand, needing supply, and by the way, needing supply, a lot of it is replenishing supply. The stuff was built decades ago, it needs to be replenished. Everyone's going through this now. So it's a big race to lock in these types of equipment all along the supply chain and services. And I believe that Hydro-Quebec's been pretty good at doing that over time, and I think that's why they've been a very profitable utility. And when I step back and think about the opportunities for Newfoundland and Labrador and how to best go about it, that's why I think this all makes sense.
Member for Labrador West.
Thank you. And I guess now, and I guess my final question, maybe hope, is now that like you look at Schedule E and the breakdown of expiring blocks and blocks in that for power for recall for this province, do you see any concern there with that kind of expiring block giving, I guess, low projections in the future for our own region, but also low projections in Quebec, the scheduling of those blocks? Do you see any concern or anything like that for making sure to securing our power for 50 years?
Managing Director of Power Advisory.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So that was an area that we weren't asked to opine on, but just quickly, I will say that, and it kind of can be tied to the timing and independence of this whole thing. At the end of the day, I view the MOU as a necessary step. It's a framework to enable guardrails to negotiate definitive agreements. And I think all of the things that you're describing and all the things I've been describing have to be thought about and factored into when negotiating these definitive agreements. And that's why everyone is saying that that's going to be difficult, that's going to be challenging, that's going to be tough. But this is an enabling framework that allows you to do that with guardrails. So at a certain point in time, there will need to be oversight on what those definitive agreements say and what those provisions are, because there will be certainty with what's about to be signed. So to your question, are those risks addressed in those definitive agreements? Yes or no? That's the more appropriate time to ask ourselves, is this the right thing to actually execute?
Member for Labrador West.
Thank you. So also on this, and I know you've said in the past, earlier in conversation, you've never worked for Hydro-Quebec, but you've worked for small utilities, I guess, that sell into the Hydro-Quebec grid, I guess the smaller privately owned plants in there. I guess with your work with them, have you, what do you think of like dealing with Quebec in like on that side of it as well as West Stewart? Like, can you give us some perspective of, I guess the mind of what Hydro-Quebec is? Because I think we're all here trying to figure out like what are they thinking? Can you give us a little bit of perspective on that?
Managing Director, Power Advisory.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think Hydro-Quebec is a very well-run company. It's a very well-run utility, and their financials clearly show that, right? I've always known them to be very comprehensive, very good, can be very difficult to negotiate and deal with. And again, based on that experience, that's why I said it this morning, I'll say it again, two motivated parties. They were getting, and they continue to get, right, up until January 1, 2025, only so many days ago, very cheap power. And the fact that they're willing to renegotiate that, given everything that I just said and all the experiences others have had in terms of trying to do deals with Hydro-Quebec, that says a lot. And that's another reason why I said earlier the timing's right.
Members' time has expired. Next speaker, the Honourable Minister of Finance, President Treasury Board.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and thank you very kindly for being here today and for being so clear and succinct on answering these questions. They're very, very important to the people in Newfoundland and Labrador. They're important for making our decisions. I really listened well, and I appreciate, and perhaps it bears repeating, that you talked about this is just an enabling framework and providing the proper guardrails to get to a definitive agreement. Sometimes I think that there's some confusion as to whether or not this is the definitive agreement, but I think you were very clear that this is the guardrails, this is the enabling framework so that we can continue over the next 16 months to get to a definitive agreement. And as the Premier has been very clear to the people of the province, to return to the House of Assembly at that time. And I don't want to put words in your mouth, so I'm going to ask you, I thought I heard you say that would be the proper time to ensure the right, make sure that we have the right oversight, make sure that we have the right language, make sure that we're very clear in those definitive agreements.
Managing Director, Power Advisory.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, I have said that I believe there needs to be independent oversight. I think that it can happen in different places, as I said. I've seen examples, I've lived examples in Ontario where there was no oversight. And I've seen the outcomes of that. So I stand by that. And as I said, I believe that when the definitive agreements, or at a certain point in time when things are much clearer in terms of what are the main economics of the deal and all the things like in terms of, for example, the new developments, how is that going to happen and what are the covenants around that? All of these things are important, and understanding the history, again, in Newfoundland Labrador, there is necessity to have oversight on that for sure.
Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much. And as I just want to remind the people of the province, the Premier has been very clear on that oversight and making sure that we have what I'm going to call another element, a further element, that includes an expert panel that will provide third-party independent advice to Cabinet as we negotiate those final agreements. I think that's very important. I just want to go back. You established this morning, we talked a lot about, you know, your independence, your expertise, and the information that you provided to guide this MOU. Is your advice reflected in this memorandum of understanding?
Managing Director.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So it's most reflected in Schedule F.
Mr. Finance.
Thank you, and that's exactly where I was going, so thank you for that. Because there's been a lot of debate in public about ensuring that that we don't replay the original 1969 deal, and some have suggested that it is the 1969 deal, but for less money. I've actually seen that quote. So I'd like for you to take a moment to review Schedule F and the pricing mechanisms and give your expertise on how this differentiates between the 1969 deal and today, and how there is an ability to price adjust. How to get into Schedule F.
Managing Director, Power Advisory.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I will start the answer. I'm getting a little parched, so I'm going to give myself a break, and I'm going to allow Mr. Yauk to continue. So the answer is they're completely different. I mean, 1969 was a fixed price contract. In contract terminology, there were no reopeners, right? There were no price escalators. There were no adjustments to that price. It was a fixed price. And by the way, I mean, those contracts generally don't exist at all. They just don't exist at all today, right? There's always some sort of adjustment, and I've seen a lot of contracts with reopeners for certain circumstances that happen. It may not even be about power. It could be outside of power. So, as I said earlier, through lessons learned from that process and what's transpired based on that original 69 contract, the components listed in Schedule F are meant to properly value supply from Churchill Falls over the life of the contract being 51 years. And by way of that, it is de-risking that Churchill Falls is not going to receive that fair value at that point in time in the future. I'm going to ask Mr. Yauk maybe to run down and give some color to some of the key points or components in Schedule F.
Senior Manager.
As my colleague said, the 1969 contract is a fixed price that went until 1969 to 2041. What you see in Schedule F and what the new deal is attempting to do is take various blocks of supply from Churchill Falls, as from 2025 to 2075, and tie those to various components. Now, we talked a lot about those components, but maybe we'll spend a little bit of time on them. Some of those components are spot market pricing that we've talked about, right? Iceland, New England, New York, Ontario, there's a value to those prices that's set every hour, and some of that value will come to Churchill Falls. Some of the price is going to be based on replacement costs. We've heard a lot about replacement costs. Things like a new hydro facility. So a certain block of energy that comes from Churchill Falls will be priced at that block. Capacity is included. There's a difference between capacity and energy. We can get into it, but there is a capacity value that is also embedded in the energy price. So what happens as we go forward, these various blocks can change, right? We can move more towards replacement costs and more towards spot market pricing. But the importance is that as markets change, as electricity grids change, as supply dynamics and demand dynamics change, those changes are reflected in the contract, as opposed to the past, where it didn't matter what changed, the price remained the same. And so that you can call it hedging, you can call it the portfolio approach. I think it's been described in many different ways. But the importance is that changing dynamics of the electricity grid and electricity markets now flow through to Newfoundland and Labrador through the new contract.
Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much. You indicated this morning, and that was comprehensive, and I appreciate that because there has been some confusion, I'm going to call it that, confusion in the public about whether or not this was better than 1969. And I'm glad you articulated so well why it's different and why it's so much more improved. You indicated this morning that the Memorandum of Understanding was being applauded nationally and indeed, I think you said in the United States, so internationally. Why is that? And is it that this is such a good deal for Newfoundland and Labrador? Perhaps you can...
Managing Director.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe that those comments, the positive comments applauding the MOU, are coming from a few areas. In no particular order, the sheer size of the deal, right? So I think a lot of people in the sector acknowledge that these types of deals don't happen every day. They're not regular, okay? So I think that's the first thing. I think the second thing is, especially in Canada, there's acute awareness across the country about Churchill Falls and at what price has Hydro-Quebec been getting supply, right? And it's been well publicized, whether it be Supreme Court challenges or what have you. So as electricity sector professionals, they understand what that means, but they also understand what that means for Quebec. And they understand what Quebec has been doing and how they've been enjoying the spoils of that contract. So frankly, there's a lot of shock across the country that Quebec's actually doing this. That's the truth, right? And then I think the third thing is, again, and this is with respect, I don't say this negatively, it's challenging to negotiate deals with Quebec. It just has been. And it's, whether it's trying to reserve transmission through Quebec and having to deal with that, or renegotiating a power purchase agreement at its expiry, whatever. And that's because I think Quebec is very good at what they do. So the fact is, there are a lot of people around this country, because they've said it to me, right? Wow. Good on them.
Minister of Finance.
Thank you. I like that, good on them. I like that comment. You earlier in debate, a member of the opposition questioned whether we should actually, would we be better off if we developed and went to export markets ourselves? And you did a very good job of understanding why this is, or helping us understand why this is the best approach. For a couple of reasons. One is the construction risk, but also because of the way that you've been able to do the pricing model. Could you articulate that again? I think it bears repeating. It was an important point because there are some saying, well, you know, we should go on our own and do it and build our own transmission lines. So perhaps you could bear repeating why moving forward on this memorandum of understanding toward a definitive agreement would be a good approach, the best approach.
Managing Director, Power Advisory.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, again, two paths, and I think this is the correct path that's been chosen in the MOU. It is ensuring that the price and the value of the Churchill Falls supply is commensurate, I'm saying it in a different way now purposely, is commensurate with the prices and the value as realized by Hydro-Quebec. So I used the example before, if an export price goes up, then the Churchill Falls price goes up. If the replacement cost price kicks in and it's higher, as I used examples this morning, then that causes a result in increased price to Churchill Falls for that supply. And that path is without the need to build any transmission. And as I said earlier this afternoon, Hydro-Quebec does good, Newfoundland Labrador Hydro does good. And I think I've established, at least my opinion, Hydro-Quebec is really good at doing those sorts of things, optimizing resources and making money. The alternate path is more risky and more expensive. And it's building the transmission infrastructure in Labrador, improving and expanding the transmission to Newfoundland, expanding and building the transmission from Newfoundland to Nova Scotia, expanding and building the transmission from Nova Scotia to New Brunswick, and then finally building transmission, for example, to New England. Not only is that expensive, back to some of the points about timing. There are a lot of different entities I just described, and all of them have to be party to some form of agreement to allow for this to happen. And based on my experience in terms of electricity infrastructure build, it takes a lot longer today to build anything compared to several years ago, for sure 20 years ago. The siting and associated requirements, permits and approvals, I mentioned those before. I'm now mentioning projects should always have Indigenous consultation, Indigenous participation, whether through an impact benefit agreement or equity. All those things have to be negotiated. And then stakeholder engagement. And in my experience, having procured on the other side a lot of supply, I've seen things change very quickly over a short period of time. As we were building a lot of generation in Ontario, and I'm starting to see it in Alberta, the corners that were cut before, in terms of how you site something, how you permit something, how much consultation do you do, they don't exist anymore. You have to go through all of that in a very detailed and robust way that takes time and money. And that's in addition to the actual cost of the transmission. So I think clearly, I'll say it this way, I don't know how much studying you have to do to realize that that path is just, it's inferior to the path that's been chosen today under the MOU.
Minister of Finance.
Thank you. So I believe you've expressed your opinion, but I want to ask you directly. Is this the right direction and decision to move forward on a memorandum of understanding toward a definitive agreement? Of course, those definitive agreements, we're a long ways off from that yet. It's going to take 16 months and a lot of work to get to those definitive agreements, and it will be brought here for review and debate. Is it your opinion that this is the right and direction and decision point for us to do so?
Managing Director.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand by what I said, and I think it is the right direction. I liken this to if I was negotiating with a private company, a publicly traded independent power producer, and which I have in the past, and I wanted to contract for 1,000 megawatts of whatever the supply is, a new build, okay? Typically, I would negotiate, and they would want negotiated, a term sheet. So those are the high-level terms that drive the conditions and provide the guardrails for what that actual agreement or contract would look like. So it allows the two parties to negotiate concepts. It allows for the agreement of direction and concepts. At its best, it can define the overall economics, right? And importantly, of what it is, it's also acknowledging what it is not. It's not supposed to be the actual contract. It's not supposed to be all the details about how do you actually build this, and if this happens on way of building it, then what are the remedies that have to be negotiated, and then what are the other covenants to rectify all of that? Like that will take forever. right? So this is a very useful step, the MOU, to get to the point of having a more effective series of negotiations for those definitive agreements.
Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much. I'm going to ask a question. Did we extract fair value for Newfoundland and Labrador in this memorandum of understanding?
Managing Director of Power Advisory.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe so. I've been saying that all day, and I think a lot of lessons learned, and I'll say it again, and it'll be hard work to define what those components really are in terms of their actual definition from Schedule F, and the negotiating team, I'm sure, will work really hard to come up with metrics and mechanisms to create clarity so there won't be disputes about it in the future. Well, this is what that meant. No, this is what that meant. Like, it needs to be as clear as possible to define what that value is in the future, to apply it to the actual price, therefore payment to Churchill Falls. And it's not just one thing, as my colleague Mr. Yauk described. It's a series of components or blocks, if you will, in terms of different ways to value the Churchill Falls supply, export markets, replacement costs, and all of those things have to be negotiated.
Minister of Finance.
Thank you. I appreciate your candor and your candor with which you're answering the questions and your clarity. So thank you for that. One final question. It was something that raised this morning, and there was some question about, the Newfoundland and Labrador hydro information. You talked about how you use the Newfoundland and Labrador hydro information in your analysis. Could you please advise that that is standard practice in the industry? I thought I heard you say yes this morning, but again, for the people across the province of Newfoundland and Labrador, you would have expected to have the right and proper information, and were provided same?
Managing Director of Power Advisory.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The only information that we used from Newfoundland Labrador Hydro related to Labrador projects and Churchill Falls itself, right? And that's just prudent because that's who is operating as a part owner, Churchill Falls, and in terms of whatever studies they've done preliminarily, I know they have for Gull. As I said earlier, I don't know for sure for Churchill Falls expansion upgrades. So our firm wouldn't have that information. But I can clearly say again that any information that dealt with or was in regards to Quebec, any other jurisdiction that we assessed, like Ontario, New York, New England, any other information dealing with best practices in terms of contracting, any industry trends, all of that information, all of that analysis was solely driven by Power Advisory.
Member's time has expired. Next speaker, the Honourable Member for Bayvert, Green Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to start with Power Associates. Just coming back to this morning with regards to their mandate of work. And you indicated it was about helping put this MOU together. Did that include maximizing value for Newfoundland and Labrador?
Managing Director of Power Advisory.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the sense that the payments that Churchill Falls would receive, as I've been describing under Schedule F, to maximize the value of the supply, the answer is yes. We were involved with the components and the concept of the portfolio, or as described by Mr. Yauk and Ms. Williams and Mr. Parsons before, embodied in Schedule F.
Member for Bayvert, Green Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So let's come back then to some of the body of work that you were involved in, Schedule F. And I asked a similar question to the VP of NL Hydro yesterday. That $33.8 billion, he indicated it was a target, basically a locked-in target. What is your assessment of that $33.8 billion in Schedule F?
Managing Director
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I recall Mr. Parsons and what he had said, and my opinion is the word target was used to describe the context to which the entire MOU was put together, right? So I use the term guardrails, and I'm going to use them again because I think this is a good example of that, right? So procedurally, there was a lot of negotiation, as I understand it, because again, I wasn't in the room, regarding the components in Schedule F. And there was forecasts to those components, which created a value. And then that was negotiated. And that value, I haven't used this term a lot, you did, $33.8 billion in net present value, which generally equates to an effective price of 5.9 cents kilowatt hour. Okay, so that's a pin. Put that pin in, and that was negotiated. From there, all the other aspects are connected, knowing that that pin is there. So it's just my opinion. I believe that's the way he was using the word target. Now, do I believe that that is a target in the sense of that is the price and the only price, 5.9 cents kilowatt hour? No. As I've been describing all day, that will move, and it can move up based on how the components in Schedule F get triggered during the life of the agreement.
Member for Bayburg Green Bay.
Mr. Speaker, I guess I somewhat disagree with that, and I'm looking at this at how it is viewed in Quebec, that this is a guaranteed price of 4 cents. So if you look at really 5.9, you take off their 35.2 dividend, it's 4 cents. They're pretty crystal clear in that. We can't be at a stage here now where we're trying to interpret this MOU on the fly. This is locked in. This is locked in by the province of Quebec, 4 cents. So, did you recommend, Power Associates, did you recommend the 5.9 cents pricing?
Manager Director of Power Advisory.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We recommended the framework as embodied in Schedule F. We did not recommend a single price. And as for, as I said it earlier, when I was asked about 10 cents, and then now the number 4 cents is out, I don't know what's being said in the media. I know lots of stuff are said in the media. All as I know is as an independent consultant that's been engaged to work on these matters, and as I described earlier, based on the history that I have and others in our firm, understanding the history with respect to Muskrat Falls and Churchill Falls, we take this seriously in terms of our advice. So what I'm saying is the truth in the sense of how this framework in Schedule F and the payments to Churchill Falls will actually occur.
Member for Bayburg Green Bay.
It still comes back to what it's being viewed in Quebec. So this is a guaranteed 4 cents. So you've been with Power Associates, you've been with Newfoundland and Labrador Hydro for the past 15 years. So it comes back to beg the question, do you understand the dividend structure for CFLCO? Simple yes or no.
Managing Director.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our engagement was nothing to do with corporate structure, ownership, how the dollars flowed. I said that earlier, and I'm saying it now, and I'll continue to say it all day.
Member for Bayburg Green Bay.
Okay, so you've done a market assessment probably across Canada and across Quebec, looking to advise in El Hydro. What did your market assessment discover with regards to reasonable source of energy in Quebec on a kilowatt hour base, please?
Managing Director of Power Advisory.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to start, and then I'll let Mr. Yauk complete the answer. So as I said earlier, we did assess the Quebec market, and I've also said that there's a lot of information that's been put out there by Hydro-Quebec. So we know that they've been contracting for wind. We know through their regulator generally what the prices are for wind. We know that they're going to contract for solar. We know they're contracting for more hydro. And we generally understand how they're considering building out their system. So before I hand it over to Mr. Yauk, we looked at different supply options. All of those supply options have a different cost. As I've established earlier, it all has to work and fit together. Different supply resources provide different things. We considered all of that. And 5.9 cents is in the range.
Senior Manager.
Mr. Yauk?
Senior Manager.
The only thing I would add to that is that as part of the analysis and the work that we did for Newfoundland Labrador Hydro is, as I said, we did a detailed system buildup of the Quebec grid and all the different options they can rely on in terms of meeting future demand, and then the associated costs and value of those various supply options. And all of that was used in order to extract the value that a facility like Churchill Falls provides to the Quebec grid. And those values are then underpinned and flow through Schedule F, and essentially Schedule F is trying to mimic the value that Churchill Falls provides to HQ as it moves through what is a very significant and material supply need.
Member of Bayver Green Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This morning, they indicated for Gull Island, it was approximately 11 cents. I would hope if they've done the review, and I thought my question was pretty straightforward, what is the next reasonable source of energy? So let me answer it just through open source Googling. And I Googled what Mr. Sabia said. And he said that their next reasonable source of energy would be 12 cents. Now, further open source Googling would show that it's somewhere between 12 to 16 cents. So why? Why did we offer up a contract of 6 cents when Quebec was coming to the table, really, from Mr. Sabia, based on 12 cents? And that 12 cents is really in effect for Quebec 8 cents because of the dividend that they will get back. So I asked Power Associates, based on really the replacement supply in Quebec, why? Why did we agree to a contract that is 50% lower than what Mr. Sabia came to the table with in 12 cents?
Managing Director of Power Advisory.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You're referring to replacement costs at 16 cents. I've established multiple times that that is one of the components in Schedule F. I've said multiple times that when that component kicks in, the price will be higher than 5.9 cents.
Member for Bayver Green Bay.
Mr. Speaker, here numbers matter. Even 1 cent matters. Because, 1 cent here in the difference in the price is 300 million approximately to CFLCO, 180 million to the province. If we had negotiated or was planning to negotiate a contract for 12 cents, essentially 8 cents for the province of Quebec, then that would have been an increase of 6 cents, 1.8 billion for CFLCO. So essentially, $1.2 billion on a nominal recurring basis to the province of Newfoundland and Labrador. Let that sink in. And let that sink in as we need to take a moment to reflect on the numbers here. And what does that $1.2 billion mean? That $1.2 billion then is a direct transfer from the people of Newfoundland and Labrador back to the province of Quebec. And really, that is reverting back to 1969. So, since you're not aware, I guess, of the pricing and the agreements, you've indicated, some challenges in putting a deal together over 50 years. Was it your intent in recommending a deal then for 50, well, in this case, 51 years? Can I...
Managing Director.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I said earlier a few times, hydroelectric generation contracts in the sector are longer term, so 50, 51 years is the norm. And to the comments about higher prices, Newfoundland and Labrador will receive all of those dollars as described under conditions in the future that would drive prices to reach 11 cents, 12 cents, and the same dollars will flow, as described earlier, to Newfoundland and Labrador.
Member for Bayport Green Bay.
Mr. Speaker, like I said, I think we're locked in at $33.8 billion, and that's pretty clear. So let's move on to some understanding the market and negotiating with Hydro-Quebec. So a question for Power Associates. Are you familiar with the 18 Ks that Hydro-Quebec files with the Securities and Exchange Commission?
Managing Director, Power Advisory.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are familiar with the security, the SEC, the Exchange Commission in the U.S. We're familiar with how export and import transactions need to be accounted for from Canada, between Canada and the U.S. So we are familiar with the forum in general.
Member for Bayport Green Bay.
Aware of them because, again, my quick Googling of those shows that in 2022, that the average sale price that Hydro-Quebec got for its exports was 8.18 cents. Last year, 2023, 10.3. So why then did you agree to a price of 5.9 cents?
Managing Director.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I've been saying continuously, if the export price goes up, the price to Churchill Falls goes up. As for what was in the SEC form, I don't know. I did not look at that form. I know the export markets in New England, New York, and Ontario, on average, last year, ranged from about 3.4 or so cents a kilowatt hour to 5.6 or so cents a kilowatt hour. So I can't validate this. I don't know where the 10 cents is coming from. I would only be speculating to say that, back to my point, Hydro-Quebec are very good at doing what they're doing, and if they're hedging and they're using hedging mechanisms to improve their position, then that's a good thing. And if they're going to do those sorts of things in the future, which I would expect them to do, Newfoundland and Labrador Hydro will enjoy the benefits of that. As Quebec does better, Newfoundland and Labrador Hydro will do better.
Member for Bayport Green Bay.
Mr. Speaker, that may be so if it's a floating target. It's not. This is a fixed target of $33.8 billion. That was confirmed yesterday. We are locked in. And as for the numbers are there, plain, open site, open source with regards to Quebec's 18Ks. And that is 8.8, 2022, 10.3 in 2023. So for power advisory, let's look out then to 2041 in the last couple of minutes that I have left. Did power advisory compare the cost of electricity as determined by the MOU to the cost CFLCO could have charged if the existing contract expired in 2041 and Newfoundland Labrador Hydro then chose to sell that electricity on the open market?
Managing Director.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, as part of the market assessments that were used as inputs into the MOU in terms of what was negotiated, we did forecast prices in Quebec, in Ontario, in New York, in New England. So we did have a forward view, our view, of 2041. So the reality is that helped inform really what components should be in Schedule F. So it was a useful exercise to drive how to look at the how to look at the export markets, and how to then value the export markets in the future to the benefit of the Churchill supply under the contract. So again, in 2041, if the prices go up, then the Churchill Fall payment goes up.
Member for Bayvert Green Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So one more for Powers Advisory. And this comes back to 2041. Did you compare the cost of electricity as determined by the MOU based on, you're proficient in market analysis, assessments for electricity, to Quebec's cost to construct or find alternate capacity after August 31, 2041?
Managing Director.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So as I had said earlier, it's very clear based on public documents and declarations from Hydro-Quebec that supply is needed. As we are here today, they are still making decisions on what supply to commit to by way of building within Quebec. As we move through time, throughout the term of the Churchill Falls contract, with every successive year, the chances of Hydro-Quebec committing to build new supply to meet their own needs within Quebec increase. So, for example, by 2041, if Hydro-Quebec has made the decision to commit to build new hydroelectric generation in Quebec at a certain price, call it 16 cents because we've been using that price, by way of Schedule F, that price will be included in the calculation of the price that Churchill Falls will receive, and therefore the price and the payments to Churchill Falls will go up.
Member's time has expired. The Honourable Minister of Fisheries, Forestry and Agriculture.
Well, thank you very much, Speaker, and thank you to our witnesses for appearing before us in a quite an extraordinary, highly relevant, an unusual appearing sitting of the House in special session. I think I speak on behalf of all of us in the House that we truly respect and appreciate your analysis, but also the professionalism and the merit that you bring to your reputations to this House in answering complex questions that we pose before you about a complicated deal, but a very important deal. I first want to just to say, and say with a measure of pride, that we do share a a mutual acquaintance, a relationship, in that I am the member for Corner Brook. The Sparks family do say hello, and please say hello to Catherine on your next encounter. It is remarkable in so many respects because there are many, many Newfoundlanders, maybe Catherine might be one of them, who will be looking for opportunities to spend more time at home, to bring their expertise, their talents, and to do so within their chosen fields, and maybe that might be the case in the future because of this deal. But with that said, the opportunity before us has been to zero in on specific details to which you have acute expertise and capacity. The discussions here today and for the last several days have really more focused around on independent review and whether or not this was the right time for the deal. But there's one particular question that I could not get an answer from Google or from Wikipedia on, which is that the $33.8 billion, which honourable members have referred to as being locked in. I believe I have the House, the Honourable House has heard from you that it is not locked in. Can you provide with definitive clarity for the benefit not just of this House, but for all Newfoundlanders and Labradorians, for anyone that has an interest in this, is $33.8 billion locked in, or is it not?
Managing Director of Power Advisory.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. $33.8 billion is not locked in.
Minister of Fisheries, Forestry and Agriculture.
For the benefit of those who may not necessarily be convinced by someone with 25 years of expertise, who does not necessarily take his research from Google, can you explain why you feel that is not locked in?
Managing Director.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's not locked in because there has been a recognition over the term of the contract of 51 years that the value of the Churchill Falls supply will change. The components that have been listed in Schedule F identify different blocks, as my colleague Mr. Yauk has described, of value. And some of them deal with, as we've been saying, prices to sell to Ontario, prices to sell to New York, prices to sell to New England. All of those are different. All of those will be factored in over time based on the calculation of what price Churchill Falls will receive. There are other components, as mentioned earlier, and by Ms. Williams and Mr. Parsons, I think pretty clearly. I just gave an example of 16 cents and new supply built by Quebec. Some of it's been referred to as replacement costs. So when those activities actually happen, based on however the definitive agreements will define all of that and define those metrics and clearly define how it triggers adjustments to the price and the payments, that's the construct to how Churchill Falls will be paid under the new agreement, which is very fundamentally different and far more lucrative than the existing 1969 contract.
Minister of Fisheries, Forestry and Agriculture.
Speaker, I would like to thank our witness for providing a very specific answer and clarity to the specific answer. I'm sure that those who have been listening, paying attention to, are convinced and comforted by the explanation that you provided, that the $33.8 billion is indeed not a locked-in sum. So with that said, one of the things that I note in special sessions such as this is that we've been in session now for 3 days. This is the equivalent of 2 weeks of House time. If you were to take this block of debate and which is condensed and express this as regular House time, this would be the equivalent of 2 weeks of debate time that we're taking on it. That's the seriousness of this issue. One of the things that would be said around Corner Brook after many, many years, 50 years of a Churchill Falls agreement which did not meet our interests or best interests, it's time to take the paralysis out of this issue and get to a good deal, not only for the generation of today, but for the generation of tomorrow. The paralysis, the political paralysis, the fear of actually engaging in this discussion must end. That's what my constituents in Corner Brook have said to me. We need to arrive at the best deal for our province, recognizing that the best deal is achieved through a good relationship with a good partner. Again, succinctly, is this the best deal that you could see coming forward?
Managing Director of Power Advisory.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I said earlier, I think the timing is right. I believe objectively, based on my experience and my understanding of all of these markets in question that have something to do with considerations regarding the MOU, that there are two motivated parties. And I think because of those circumstances and what has transpired with the conditions and the terms and what's in the MOU, that this is a good deal.
Minister of Fisheries, Forestry and Agriculture.
The next question that often arises when I discuss this with my constituents and people across the province and my relationships across the entire country, some will question or ask the question, was now the right time? They'll make a point that prior to this may have been too early. They may say that waiting, dragging the puck a little bit, or negotiating later on, down the road, closer to 2041, may be a better negotiating position for Newfoundland and Labrador. And at the same breath, others in that conversation may say that there is a sweet spot where too early is too early, but too late is too late. Things happen, decisions must be taken by both parties. Would you like to express your thoughts as to whether or not we came to this point too early or too late?
Managing Director.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I definitely don't believe it's too early. And as I said earlier, and I recently just said it, I see two motivated parties. And if I unpack that a little bit more, and I alluded to some of this prior, and I don't have to tell Newfoundlanders and Labradorians and members of this House, there's only been, this is probably the most real opportunity today, right now, to be in position to strike an agreement that will terminate the existing 1969 contract. And that is obviously extremely important. So the fact that that is on the table in and of itself means the time is right. So just parking everything else, I think that is true. Because as I said earlier, we understand that as a firm. My colleague, John Dalton, he testified on behalf of Newfoundland and Labrador at the Supreme Court of Canada. So we understand, and all the work leading up to that, we understand how difficult it has been living with that contract. And I'm not nearly suggesting that just because the time is right, Newfoundland and Labrador don't be tough, don't be smart in negotiations with Hydro-Quebec. And again, I think what's embodied in the MOU shows that they have been tough and they have been strong. And I'm saying that also, as I said earlier, based on my experiences, having dealt with Hydro-Quebec as a consultant in Power Advisory and in the Ontario Power Authority as the person that was in charge of procuring and contracting for supply on behalf of the province. And the fact that there are components in here that will cause the price to increase based on future value, as we've established earlier, in markets that are growing in their uncertainty, is a big win. is a big win. So just that in itself. And then I get to all the other reasons in terms of it takes longer to build things, it takes longer to do this, it's harder to do this, it's more expensive to do that. It just makes sense. And my final point is, this is not just a deal in itself, right? Whether Quebec's demand numbers are accurate or not, I believe directionally they are accurate. So I can't tell you if they're going to double the power by 2050 or not. But I would take the bet that the demand will increase in Quebec. And they're, as I said, they're very good at what they do. And they've been very public with all of that, the most public I've ever seen them. And I think that's a sign of where they're at as a company and as a utility. So the fact is they have to maintain reliability of their system, not just feed new loads, new demand. So they're not going to wait forever just to figure out whether they have a deal or not. Because again, back to the point, they know they have 5,400 megawatts at Churchill Falls at a very low price. They're opening that up, right? So the fact is, these are all indications to me that they have to do something from a supply point of view, and they're willing to open up the contract and look towards developing and co-developing new agreements. But the point is, all the analysis shows they can't wait forever. And they will move on to do something else just because they simply have to.
Minister of Fisheries, Forestry and Agriculture.
I thank the witnesses for that consideration, that explanation, because it segues to the. I'll advance that question a little bit more. If you could detail, you're suggesting that this is the sweet spot. If I'm hearing you correctly, this is the time. This is the right time. Earlier might have been earlier. Later causes risk, because decisions have to be taken by Hydro-Quebec, and they will be advancing their interests by making alternative arrangements, if I'm understanding you. Could you schedule for this House, if there are risks in waiting, what those risks may be, whether they be commercial interests by Hydro-Quebec, whether they be technological change that, just as the OPEC crisis of the 60s, early 70s, caused electricity markets to change dramatically, technology is the great disruptor. Is that a potential disruptor going forward that this deal mitigates risk for Newfoundland and Labrador? Would you be able to speak further to that point as to whether or not waiting further may actually be of much higher risk, not necessarily of any value?
Managing Director of Power Advisory.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Simply put, the risk is just losing the deal. And by that simple phrase, I mean, without the deal, Newfoundland and Labrador is straddled with 17 more years at getting paid at the price of the existing contract, not knowing what's going to happen to that supply after 2041. I believe that by the time 2041 rolls around, Hydro-Quebec would be well on their way of meeting their own needs. They would have alternate plans, and the opportunity is simply lost potentially. And that's a lot of money.
Minister of Fisheries, Forestry and Agriculture.
I thank the witnesses. At this point in the debate, often the cut and thrust of politics would result in a particular issue that has been identified, or something which is of a keen political interest. That does not appear to have come forward, this being day 3. The keen interest remains independent review. You've effectively dealt with the $33.8 billion in being falsely locked in. The only other issue that appears to be of focus is the independent review. On one extreme, you could argue that any compensation offered for expert review or engagement is indeed no longer independent. The expression may go that you carry the king's coin, you carry the king's rifle. I believe that you have made a very convincing argument within the field and the professionalism of the field that you represent, that one can provide expert, independent advice, maintaining high integrity, while still being remunerated for those services of the expertise that you provide. To argue otherwise would be to say that no lawyer is truly independent or can ever be expected to represent their client's best interests without prejudice, because they are paid by their client. I think the legal profession upholds a integrity while being paid for their advice, and I think the same goes for you. But if you were to take this on an extreme example, or the extreme case, that anyone who is paid is therefore tarnished, can you offer any advice to this House? Could you advise anyone who we might summon who would be prepared to offer expertise in electricity, electricity engineering, electricity transmission, electricity markets, in the entire field and scope of electrical generation and sale, that would do so, engage themselves for a period of 1 to 2 months, and do so free of charge, pro bono? Can you offer any advice as to who we might seek that would do that for us?
Managing Director, Power Advisory.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I mean, at the end of the day, as we've been discussing, as you've been discussing since Monday, and as you know, I mean, this is extremely complex stuff. And at the end of the day, it requires, I used the term earlier, subject matter expertise. And there's just different levels of it. You've described lawyers. Ms. Williams referred to engineering and the codes that she works towards and adheres to. I talked about reputational risk, and I talked about the governance of boards of directors and bringing in people like me to provide independent advice. Only through lots of experience in such a complex sector as electricity, and even at that, certain aspects of electricity, it's extremely rare to find an individual that out of their goodness of heart will subject themselves to their well-earned knowledge that they've accrued for over the years in a really complex arena to do it pro bono, right? So that's just the nature of doing business, as I said earlier.
Minister of Fisheries, Forestry and Agriculture.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you to the witnesses. My final question is indeed related to the executive of Newfoundland and Labrador Hydro, in particular, the CEO. I'll ask you if you had an opportunity to interact with Jennifer Williams on a significant basis during the course of your engagement, and whether or not you found her to be of high integrity, of someone who upheld the values of independent mind and thought and provided best advice to those who she represented in an unflinching and unafraid point of view. Did you have that experience with her, and how does she? How would you rank her within the context of such executives in a North American situation? Because I'll note, this House did indeed applaud her generously and fairly and deservedly, but at the same time, there are members of this House that do not believe that she is acting independently. How do you find her professionalism?
Managing Director, Power Advisory.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hold Ms. Williams in high regard. I've only known her for a couple years, really. I don't know her all that well, but I think the way she conducted herself in this chamber over the past 2 days is what you need to know. There's a lot of integrity there. And I think there is a sincerity and honesty and a drive to do right. And I think you also saw compassion when she was talking about how Newfoundland Labrador Hydro staff sometimes are portrayed, and it's sometimes just not fair. And that, I think, was obviously really real. And just, in terms of our independence, we didn't have like one-on-one briefings with her and just her. There was a process where we fed in information to a working team that was supporting the executive, and sometimes some of the executives, sometimes Jennifer was involved, but it wasn't at that granular detail of, well, you need to do this, you need to do that. There was none of that. I mean, we did our work. We had to get her team comfortable with our work. And again, I referred to this earlier, I mean, without getting into the details, because again, commercial sensitivity, there was a lot of back and forth in terms of how do you really look at things like an export market? How do you really value replacement costs? All of that stuff. I mean, we were questioned a lot. And, some of it, at the end of the day, we always stuck to what we believed. And some of it, I can see different thinking based on what we were saying, right? So that's some of the independence. And then it made its way up to the executive. And then I couldn't tell you what was going on in the negotiating room because there was a negotiating team that were in the room and I wasn't there. I don't know. So I think the way she conducted herself the past 2 days, and frankly, what's embodied in this MOU, like I said, I think it's a good deal, and I think it's a testament to her leadership and her hard work.
Point of order.
49. The member from Corner Brook just said that we questioned Jennifer Williams' integrity. He didn't point anyone out, but very offensive. As a matter of fact, we did anything but that. People in this house.
Order, please. Let the member finish.
Yeah. Okay, here we go. So her numbers were inaccurate. If that's what he said, even if that's what he said, the whole purpose of this special committee is to ask questions and to make sure that we had things right. So I will say, he didn't point me out. I did say the numbers were inaccurate, but guess what? They were. And that's why we're in this house. And for the Premier to just speak across the floor and make that suggestion, why are we here if we're not supposed to question the numbers? If we're using data that's 13 years old, 12 years old, this is about what the member from Corner Brook said. Nobody in this house questioned her integrity, and I'll go as far as to say, for every witness that stepped in this house this week, we've gotten nothing but the very best from them. They've answered their questions as well as they could, and they've gotten respect from both sides of the house. But for the member to stand, unless he watched it on the first day on Hansard, I don't know where he even knows to say that. So I would respectfully ask for him to bring it, retract.
Okay, I'll take the point of order under advisement and report back to the House. The Honourable the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Speaker. I move, seconded by the Premier, that this House do recess until 3:10.
This House do stand in recess until 3:10 p.m. this afternoon.
the House leaders ready? No. House leaders ready?
Yes.
He didn't hear. Fleck him. See if he's ready. You ready? Okay. Jared? Yep. The Minister of Fishery, Forestry, and Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wish to address the Standing Order 49 point of order. Using modern technology, we are able to review our words that we say on the floor of the House, and that's valuable to us. Technology comparable to that of Wikipedia or Google, YouTube allows us to see immediately what it is that we said or in real time. I wish to report to you, Madam Speaker, and to this House, specifically what was stated by me, the member for Corner Brook, was there are members of this House that do not believe that she is acting independently. I believe that you will find that to be in order.
Okay. I will review that in Hansard and get back to the House. Speaker? Member for Bonavista.
Thank you very much, Speaker. And let me first of all welcome our guest to Newfoundland and Labrador. I didn't know there was a Newfoundland connection with one of our guests because I was thinking this may have been the first visit that you've had to our province, but that's not the case, I would assume. But anyway, a welcome. I represent the district of Bonavista, about 2 hours outside. It's a peninsula of land with a lot of people who tune into the House of Assembly, as my colleagues will know. But just for their clarification, you are hired by Newfoundland and Alcor to provide guidance as power experts. Would that be fair?
Managing Director?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That's correct.
The member for Bonavista.
My honourable colleague was referencing independence. And I know that many in my district would look at independence as somebody who's not directly involved with the current MOU. We have nothing but respect for yourselves. We have nothing but respect for the Newfoundland and Labrador Hydro officials that were here last night. Nothing. But the independence thing is one that many people in my district would regard as being totally aside from the MOU. So I just want a clarification on that to know where my honourable colleague from across the aisle, where he's coming from. So it's nothing personal. It's just the fact that what most people would look as independent set of eyes wouldn't be ones that would be paid on a contractual basis or wouldn't be ones who have negotiated, which you stated that you have not been part of the negotiation team. If you were watching the House of Assembly, you would have probably heard me yesterday, if you did, stating that I had a friend who worked with a large company in Western Canada, an industrial electrician who serves as a manager of a consulting firm in a large utility company. So I have a couple of questions that he's posed out here, and I know that generally it's from my discussion, so I'm just going to start with the 2 or 3 questions I have before I get into some other ones that I can't associate to him. The first question would be, have you had a previous model suitable for the Labrador system planning? Had it been used before? And what was its success/failure?
The Managing Director.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a matter of our history, we've never had to model the Labrador system in any detail. What we did for a certain aspect of our engagement was to assess the Labrador system solely with the view of Churchill Falls, and if Churchill Falls was not under a renewed contract, how would that supply be used and what were the opportunities that way? We also looked at other supply developments on the Churchill River in Labrador to do the same thing. So the model was built specifically for certain assessments.
Member for Bonavista.
Has your system planning quality been comparable to what Newfoundland Labrador Hydro would provide to the PUB for the island?
Managing Director.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I said earlier, there were 6 core team members, 3 are engineers. So the 2 of the 3 engineers worked on the Newfoundland Labrador market assessment and the power system modeling. Their credentials are very good. Both of them had worked for the Ontario Independent Electricity System Operator in power system planning group. So they've done demand forecasts, supply assessments, transmission assessments. So based on their history and based on their qualifications, their work has been used before multiple stakeholders, government, regulator, so on and so forth. So they meet that test in terms of the capabilities alongside a utility like Newfoundland Labrador Hydro.
The member for Bonavista.
And I just asked for clarification. Would any of those worked on any Quebec files at the same time concurrently while this work was ongoing?
The Managing Director.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Absolutely not. We, as a firm, do not work for Hydro-Quebec. And frankly, there have been times in the past when Hydro-Quebec has approached me to say, we'd like you to do something for us. And it never happens because the individual that asks me brings it up the chain to Hydro-Quebec and says, oh, no. Those are those guys. Those are the power advisory guys. They're the ones that are acting for Newfoundland Labrador all the time. We can't hire them.
The member for Bonavista.
Does the contracted and energy in the MOU for Labrador meet the customer needs as part as the regulatory requirement? And if not, why has this not been conducted prior to the signing of the MOU?
Managing Director.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Our engagement wasn't to look at look at those requirements in the sense of meeting certain needs within Labrador. What we did was we had to assess if Churchill was available, how that power could be used domestically.
The member for Bonavista.
I'd like to share with you a quote, and just so if you can acknowledge a yes or no as to whether you would agree. And this is from a quote from UBS, and we know that they're a global firm providing financial services in 50 countries. They state that electrical demand from U.S. data centers alone will grow or has grown 50% since 2020. That demand is expected to more than double to 9% of all U.S. demand by 2030.
Managing Director.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I haven't seen that direct quote, so thanks for quoting it. I am very familiar with the emergence of electricity demand from data centers. We include that demand in our market assessments. In fact, we have some clients that are looking to build data centers or contract for power to feed the electricity requirements for those data centers. And not just within Canada, across the US as well. So I am familiar.
Member for Bonavista.
So you would generally agree, I would assume, but you can correct that in your next. Generally agree with that large demand going forward. If I may move on with to the next question. I'm looking at the Hydro-Quebec's action plan for 2035 towards a decarbonized and prosperous Quebec. This was published in November of 2023, some 13 plus months ago. And I just want to read some of the information that would be in that just for a moment. It says, in fact, Quebec's consumption is expected to double by 2050. We plan to add 60 terawatts per hour, or between 8,000 to 9,000 megawatts of capacity by 2035. CFLCO, we'll say, operates the Churchill River as we know it now, an existing facility, and the shares would be for Newfoundland and Labrador, or for Newfoundland and Labrador Hydro, would be 65.8% of that operation. Quebec would be 34.2%. In 2075, when you look at Schedule E, Quebec will have access to 7,200 megawatts of power. In fact, they got that in 1961, 7,200 megawatts. Newfoundland and Labrador Hydro will have access to 1,990 megawatts. Quebec will have 78.3% of the energy that's coming out of our Labrador River. And keep in mind, for the people watching in Bonavista, we own 65.8% of CFLCO, Newfoundland and Labrador Hydro. And Newfoundland and Labrador Hydro is a Crown corporation whose boss would be really the Premier or the Minister who would be here sitting in the House today. My next question is on data centers. And I want to share with you an article that was recently published. It was a construction briefing. That's the title of the article in the States, and you may be familiar with this. In fact, you may be involved with some of this development that's being undertaken in the States. It says 3 firms share one $10 billion Meta data center project. They share it, 3 of them companies. 3 construction companies, DPR Construction, Mortenson, and Turner have won a contract to build $10 billion data center campus for Meta in Louisiana, United States of America. It's expected to have about 5,000 construction workers to be on site during peak construction. Meta's energy partner, Entergy, will bring at least 1,500 megawatts of renewable energy to the grid for this operation to occur. So, $10 billion investment by the company, 5,000 jobs construction jobs to be included, and they need 1,500 megawatts. We own 65.8 of the Churchill of CFLCO. We have 1,990 megawatts accessible. Quebec has 7,200 megawatts. Who would be more likely, based on that power allocation, to have an AI data center? Because you had said that your company does a lot of valuing and assessing of energy within. So if you can give me an answer to that, that would be wonderful.
The Managing Director.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So electricity demand increases from data centers. It's certainly increasing, and the numbers are really big. And the challenge in all of that, in my opinion, is how much of that is real. So I'm not suggesting that there is no reality, because that's clearly not the case, because if you turn your smartphone on and you use apps on your phone, it's powered by some AI, and artificial intelligence requires a lot of computing power. It requires data centers, and data centers require a lot of electricity. But what's tricky about all of this is there's two things. Number one, there's a difference in Microsoft, Google, Amazon, Apple, that are well-established, well-capitalized companies. And then there are companies that you've never heard of that were just created to try to ride that boom. And I'm saying this out of experience because I know in the province of Ontario, there's been something like, I won't quote the number because I might get it wrong, but there's been thousands of megawatts that have applied for interconnection for new data loads. And when you talk to the professionals, the engineers at the Ontario Independent Electricity System Operator who have met with those firms, dealt with the applications, they're trying to figure out for themselves what's real, because a new load that's going to connect to the grid requires a lot of study, a lot of money, a lot of that. So I think that's the first thing. And then the second thing is there's a lot of announcements, but the reality is there has to be a perfect set of conditions for a data center load to actually be connected to the grid and be operated, and be in operation. So if I said to you that the Commonwealth of Virginia, per capita in the US, has the most data centers connected. It's not Texas, it's not California, it's not New York, it's Virginia. Why? There's perfect circumstances. One, there is an abundance of highly skilled labor. And there's a lot of universities, there's a lot of graduates from universities in that part of the US. Number two, Virginia is part of North America's largest wholesale market called PJM. So those loads can hedge electricity and make sure that it's as cheap as it can be for their load, right? Three, the climate in Virginia is such where it provides enough cooling. It's not Texas, it's not Florida, it's not Arizona, it's not Nevada. So all of these things put together, I think the jury's out, if this is where this was going, whether data centers en masse, as predicted or forecast in other jurisdictions or by banks or by pundits or consultants, whether that's actually going to happen across Canada.
Member for Bonavista.
Yeah, thank you so much for the response. All data centers is the primary driver, or AL, sorry, data centers, the primary driver of energy growth in the U.S. And I know that Canary Media which is the clean energy journalism. These centers consumed 4.4% of the electricity in the U.S. in 2023 and are expected to consume 6.7% to 12% of the total U.S. electricity by 2028. Labrador would be an environment that would offer cooling, much the same as Virginia, even probably more so. The question would be, was AI data centers considered?
The Managing Director.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't know the answer. As I sit here right now, I could get the answer. My suspicion is no, because the conditions that I defined, not all of them are, in our opinion, sufficiently met for a new Labrador load that way. Now, I'm not suggesting that there will never be a data center load connected in Labrador, and certainly cooling is one of those characteristics that absolutely check the box in Labrador. But access to a wholesale market where they can trade energy, that doesn't exist. And for all kind of reasons, I'm not going to comment on skilled labor in Labrador relative to anywhere else in North America.
The member's time has expired. The Minister of Industry, Energy and Technology.
Thank you, Speaker. And I listened intently to my colleague across the way, asked what I thought were some really good questions, actually. And it's something I wanted to add to, just based on maybe some of the conversations I've had over the last 4 years on this exact topic. So I felt it was pertinent I add on to that now. I don't know if it'll be formed so much for questions, but certainly our witnesses can certainly add their backdrop. So first thing, when we heard the load, and we talked about what's real and what's not real, and you mentioned about what Quebec's looking for in their action plan, and you heard Jennifer Williams say yesterday, when we put out to interested parties who want power in Labrador, we actually had 8,000 megs were requested at the beginning. So then we said, okay, perfect. Now, who is willing to pay actual dollars to see where we want to go with this? And what happened was that number went down an extreme amount. So they are actually doing, as she referenced, a transmission study right now, basically on mining companies. But anybody that was interested could have participated in that study in terms of what is that demand going to be. Right now, my understanding is that it's primarily mining companies that have invested dollars right now to be in on that. Now, we've had a ton of data center, blockchain, crypto conversations over the last 4 years. As my colleague from Lab West will affirm this when he gets an opportunity, when you look at the economic benefit of mining versus data centers, there is no comparison. Mining wins every time, because of just the spin-off and the direct, everything that comes with it. Data centers, in fact, once the construction is done, the actual jobs that are created from it are not very high. So now when this deal, I think, was contemplated, I don't think it was based on how much for data, how much for mining, how much for this or that. I think it was a transaction based on power demands for one side, economic on the other side, a bunch of things like that. What I would say is that right now, we have, we're going to be getting about 2,000 extra megawatts. That is absolutely, there's a portion of that that is going to be used for mining. There is no doubt about that, and based on different timelines too, because they all have different timelines, right? So what I would say is when you look at right now, the job creation side of that comes with it. So we have the four projects just mentioned here. That's about 3,000 average annual jobs during construction, and then at peak there's about 5,000. But that doesn't actually include the transmission line that is being contemplated by that study, as well as the work that goes along with these new constructions. So what I would say is that my take on this is that absolutely there will continue to be an opportunity for data centers and contemplation of that opportunity going forward, even with the mining. But right now, with the limited space that Newfoundland Labrador Hydro has had, they have actually made more money selling on the spot market than they would make from selling to these data companies. Now, the reason they look to Labrador, absolutely, you nailed it. It's the climate, it's the cool, and it was the price. But my argument has always been, and I've had a ton of these conversations, has been if you can give me a reason why we sell for less to one crowd, or we can sell on spot market and make more. If I can explain that to the taxpayer, that's what I'll do. But right now, that's where we've been. And again, we've had a limited amount that we could sell. So what I would say is the data center conversation is a good one. Right now, the primary focus, I think, outside of this contract or this talk, for us has been mining and will continue to be mining. But that doesn't mean that I think the data center conversation is out the door at all. I think there's room for both conversations going forward. So I'll just stop at that. I don't know if there's anything to add on. It was just more of me getting to talk. But I base it on, again, and I say this, the questions you asked, which I thought were very good questions, and the point you made, I just want to add on that for purposes of people that are watching. Thank you.
The leader of the third party.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, a lot of the concerns we're hearing have to do with the fact that this will be the second 5-decade agreement that we're negotiating, and there's a sense that we can't afford to not get it right, that it's important to get it right. And a lot of that is related to the need then for some sort of an independent oversight to make sure that, or a review to make sure we get it right. I have a question then for the managing director, and he's noted that Hydro-Quebec is very good at trading, negotiating in this. They have a tremendous amount of experience. And I'm just curious then, from his point of view, is there then an unequal level of experience between Hydro-Quebec and Newfoundland and Labrador Hydro?
The managing director.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Certainly, Hydro-Quebec has a lot of experience negotiating different agreements and different commercial arrangements. That's a fact. I think based on what's included in the MOU and the points that I've been saying all day regarding lessons learned and de-risking the future value and making sure that the future value for Churchill Falls supply can be received through prices that increase based on the components in Schedule F, I think Newfoundland Labrador Hydro has done a really good job at negotiating this MOU. I also said that this is now moving to a phase of really hard negotiations for the definitive agreements. And I think I have confidence in Newfoundland Labrador Hydro in assessing their position heading into those agreements, and therefore if they feel like they need to supplement it with other types of advisors or other types of individuals that can help with the negotiations, I think they'll make good decisions and do so if they think they need to.
Leader of the third party.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the managing director also noted that Hydro-Quebec is extremely motivated to get a deal. And he's been listening to the debate here and sort of the commentary on in the media and so on and so forth. So and understands then the motivation to get a Newfoundland Labrador's motivation to get a better deal. I think certainly the government House leader put it aptly in some ways that we're looking at as exercising the demons of 1969 in this. So there's a lot riding on the stake on this negotiation. I'm just wondering then, I would assume that Hydro-Quebec knows that as well, and is probably counting on that. So have we weakened, knowing that, has that weakened our position or increased our hand, because we could be tempted more or less, we'll take, it may not be the best deal, but we'll take any deal to slough off the stink of 1969.
The managing director.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I was establishing earlier, based on experience and what I've observed with respect to Hydro-Quebec, combined with what they've publicly stated regarding their supply needs, I do think they are motivated. I think because of that motivation, it puts Newfoundland and Labrador Hydro in the best position it's ever been. And I think case is the point. As I said earlier, and as we all know, executing definitive agreements for Churchill Falls, as specified within the framework of the MOU, brings back retroactively to the time of executing the agreement for Churchill Falls, increased payments to January 1, 2025. So therefore, the 17 years, but for if there wasn't this agreement, you'd be in the same position, Newfoundland Labrador Hydro, that is, and Newfoundland Labrador on the whole. So I think that is good. And I think actions to this day kind of prove that point, the fact that there is an MOU and the fact that there are those components, as we've been discussing quite extensively since Monday morning regarding Schedule F and how to remind ourselves and act on those lessons learned and de-risk what had happened in the past and ensuring fair value for supply from Churchill Falls under the new agreement.
The Leader of the Third Party.
Just to confirm, I think you've already attested to this, but that you consider yourselves to be independent experts and that you're not currently providing any advice to Hydro-Quebec on this MOU, on these negotiations.
Managing Director.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That is correct. We are not advising, acting for, consulting with, engaging with Hydro-Quebec in any way.
The Leader of the Third Party.
Sorry, Speaker. And if they requested your advice at this stage and your input to do so, would you? And I guess take the fact that even that it's Hydro-Quebec out of it, but if there was any other company that we're debating, would you accept the, take on the work of advising them as well?
Managing Director.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The answer is no. One, because we have been engaged to this point to do the type of work as I've described earlier. And building on some of the commentary regarding independence, as I've mentioned and one of the members of the House has mentioned, there's massive reputational risk, right? So we as a firm and me as an individual, there have been times in the past where there are engagements in front of us, there are contracts to sign, and we flat out say no. And that is because we're maintaining our integrity, because we have a broader set of considerations in how we run our business.
The Leader of the Third Party.
Thank you, Speaker. And I guess there have been many questions regarding independence to indicate the independence of Power Advisory, and I would say yes. No, and I think the Managing Director has said earlier, and I heard it repeated then, about the whole idea of integrity. It's about that trust factor. They are also independent. But I guess here the fact is we would be concerned if they were advising, no matter how independent, no matter how full of integrity they are, that they would be that we would be deeply concerned if they were advising both us and the company that we were negotiating with. And I guess I'll go back to, especially with the complexity of this deal, I'll go back to again the Muskrat Falls report, because there are to be lessons learned. And I'll go to one quote. It says that if the government of Newfoundland and Labrador had been serious about obtaining an in-depth review of Nalcor's work at that time, the DG or Decision Gate 3 work, it would have given the Manitoba Hydro International full authority to request whatever information it required from Nalcor. And it's evident at the time that the government at that time didn't believe that a comprehensive review and analysis were required. Key finding 68 notes that Manitoba Hydro International, the Decision Gate 3 review, was further lost opportunity to have a fully independent and comprehensive analysis done on Nalcor's work, one that would include a full review of costs, schedule, and risks. We're not anywhere near a decision gate. But I think it's an opportune time at this time and what I think was certainly on the opposition side here is to have that independent review. And if I at least before we go further and as we go further, to have that review. And if I understand the Premier's words, that's where we're headed with it. But I would say then, if I understand too, from New Power Advisory, certainly it's something that you would see as important, and I would assume then you wouldn't necessarily take it as an offense to your integrity if there was an independent review done of this. And as a final question, though, are you confident that your assessments would hold up to an independent scrutiny? That'll be my last question.
The Managing Director.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I said earlier, I believe that there needs to be independent oversight. There needs to be further review. I also said I wasn't going to opine on the governance of Newfoundland and Labrador to make claims on exactly when that should happen, but what I did say is it is prudent when more information has been established towards executing a definitive agreement or the definitive agreements, that is the set of conditions to which are facts. They've been agreed to by the two parties, and before it gets executed, I think there is a lot of good reason why there should be independent oversight and review of that, right? And based on my experience, that happens in many jurisdictions, in many different ways, at many different points in time, okay? And again, I also have been saying this all day because I mean it. We as a firm, myself, we understand the history. We understand what's at stake. We understand the opportunity that is upon Newfoundland and Labrador right now. And we understand the need to do it right. And as I've been saying all day, the time is now, and I think I've articulated my reasons pretty clearly. So let's make sure that we do it right because the time is now. But a couple more points about that. I think that to this date, with such a deal in terms of two different entities, it's not one entity supplying a broad suite of customers in a jurisdiction, especially with the volume, the size, the amount of megawatts that are being negotiated. It just makes good commercial and business sense to have a certain degree of confidentiality and non-disclosure to allow the two parties to get to a point where they can both get comfortable. Because you can imagine the counter to that. If the beginning of this process, if this was in the public domain from day one, it would be exponentially harder to manage because all stakeholders have different views. All stakeholders have different opinions. All stakeholders have different points of information and knowledge on all of this. And I would very much argue a deal, a framework, a memorandum of understanding providing those guardrails towards further negotiations that were going to be tough to conclude the definitive agreements would not happen, would not happen. I liken this to mergers and acquisitions, right? In terms of a big company buying something or two big companies trying to do something bigger, right? All of those things have a certain level of confidentiality. I put this initiative in that bucket. Now, again, I'm not saying there shouldn't be any independent oversight because I've said it over and over. And I do realize, and I've been saying this over and over, how important this is for Newfoundlanders and Labradorians. So I think both parties have done a good job to get to this point. I think the fact that we have been in this chamber, or you have been in this chamber going on 3 days, is absolutely what's needed. And I do believe there needs to be independent oversight.
Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a document in front of me, and I'll table this. I'll do my best to provide what it says here, and hopefully the guests can answer my question. But it's a Hydro-Quebec press release dated February 21st, 2024. It says Hydro-Quebec delivers a strong performance in challenging times. Then it has a list of 2023 highlights, and one of the bullets says successful implementation of risk management strategy. Favorable effect of the risk management strategy more than offset the market decrease in prices on the export markets. And there's 2 points under that I want to talk to you about. One, this is the third point. It says the average market price is 5.2 cents a kilowatt hour. Then it says above that, average price obtained in brackets including hedging effect, 10.3 cents a kilowatt hour. So average market price 5.2, average price with hedging effect 10.3. So perhaps I would just suggest if you could explain what the actual market price received by Hydro-Quebec was. Was it 10.3 or was it 10.3 or 5.2? And then explain how hedging would work for a hydro utility. And my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, of course, any entity, including a hydro entity, could make financial decisions to hedge. Sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't. My interpretation would be if the average market price is 5.2, but with their hedging effect is 10.3, then the market price based on their hedging decisions was a good financial decision. Those hedging decisions were good financial decisions, but the focus being on the market price being 5.2 cents.
Managing Director.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I really appreciate that clarification because as I said to the member of the opposition earlier when he quoted 10 cents, and I said I wasn't familiar with that, and I speculated that it was something like that, as you described. So I think that's exactly it. So the answer is the price that Hydro-Quebec received, referring to the quote that the member of the House just described, is 5.2 cents kilowatt hour. Now, being familiar with how Hydro-Quebec conducts their business and trades electricity, they have, under Hydro-Quebec production, a business unit called Hydro-Quebec Energy Marketing. And supporting Hydro-Quebec Energy Marketing are a lot of analytical staff and a lot of financial staff. So Hydro-Quebec then realizes, all right, I am trading electricity to different markets. More specifically now, I'm trading different electricity products to those markets. And my colleague, Mr. Yauk, had mentioned in speaking to Schedule F, different electricity products like capacity, like energy. So all of this is extremely complicated because there's hourly prices for that stuff, there's monthly prices for that stuff, there's even block prices in the sense of seasonal, multiple month prices, there's annual prices, all of that, right? So Hydro-Quebec participates in all of those markets, all of those different prices. Not to mention they're also balancing what they have to do inside Quebec to meet their own supply needs. So what Hydro-Quebec Energy Marketing does is they use financial instruments, derivatives, sometimes swaps, sometimes puts, all of that, in terms of hedging where those prices are going. So it may not necessarily be that actual price tomorrow for that electricity on that hour. It might be, I know I have this much supply. I have a forward view on what those prices are in a certain market, but I obviously don't know if that's going to materialize because it's just a forecast. So I'm going to use those derivatives to financially hedge my position when I actually trade the electricity across the borders. And that's what the 10 cents is indicating. It's the result of using those financial instruments. Now, as I've been saying all day, right, under Schedule F, there are components in there that will pick up the export price. So it'll pick up the 5.2. But I've also been saying that the details in how all of that is to be decided are left for negotiation. The details in terms of how Hydro-Quebec hedges and whether Newfoundland Labrador Hydro should enjoy part of that upside, in my opinion, is a point for negotiation still to come. So you can, just that one example gives you an idea of how complicated this can be, and that's just that. I'm not even on the other agreements to build projects and all of that.
The Honourable the Government House Leader.
Thank you for that. So I'm going to simplify it in one question. I mean, it says the average market price is 5.2. Regardless of financial decisions, that is the average market price that Hydro-Quebec is receiving for their electricity.
Managing Director.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That is correct.
Government House Leader.
Speaking about forecasting prices, looking back to 1969, the deal we had in 1969, we now know there was a surge in electricity prices, and this province did not benefit from the surge based on the 1969 contract. So 2 questions from that would be, what do the current electricity price forecasts look like over what's the term contemplated in the MOU, so forecasting over the next number of decades? And based on that, do you believe that the escalator mechanisms, which we've heard about, that are built into the MOU are sufficient to ensure that NL Hydro can benefit or will benefit from future growth in electricity markets, as opposed to what happened in 1969?
Managing Director of Power Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So that's an example of how the MOU and what is guiding the negotiations for a new agreement for Churchill Falls is fundamentally different than the 1969 contract. So you mentioned escalation. That is clearly part of the new deal that's in the MOU. That wasn't the case with the 1969 contract. All of the things we've been discussing regarding de-risking the supply and making sure there's value as the markets change, that's Schedule F. Now, I'm going to ask my colleague, Mr. Yauk, to pick this up, but before he does, I said earlier that these markets are really uncertain going forward. And I mentioned a bunch of reasons why: increases in demand, different supply resources. But there's one trend that's definitely happening. There are more sources of supply that are being built, that are being maintained, that don't emit greenhouse gas emissions. They're non-emitting. And in our sector, we'll call them non-emitting resources. There's a characteristic of those non-emitting resources. The fuel is cheap. What's the price of wind? What's the price of solar? Okay? But nonetheless, you still have to build those facilities. So it requires a lot of upfront costs, fixed costs, to actually put the steel in the ground. The way the wholesale markets have been organized in Ontario and New York and New England, it prices generators on the margin, which is basically a proxy of fuel. So where I'm going with this is, the more that these types of generators are built, in certain circumstances, the price of energy on the wholesale markets might go down. So that's one reason why you wouldn't tie the Churchill Falls contract or agreement to just that, as an example. But the value of supply will be somewhere else. And that's the difference between energy and capacity. And I know I'm geeking out a bit right now, but I think it's important at this stage to make the point. So the reality is the capacity value of the steel in the ground, just having the supply resource there, will be worth more potentially in the future relative to its energy. So that component is also captured in Schedule F. So I'll let Mr. Yauk kind of conclude all of that.
Senior Manager, Power Advisory. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The simple answer is the value is going up. And that's because of all the trends we talked about, decarbonization, demand growth, industrial investment, things like that. What my colleagues talk about, and it is very important, is that when we talk about value in the contract and you look at the various quote-unquote blocks, they include things like spot market energy, like capacity, like environmental attributes. And so while one of these things may go down, i.e. the marginal cost might go down, the capacity value may go up. And so we didn't, when we designed the block structure, we tried to specifically account for systemic changes to electricity markets and the value that they're spitting out in order to capture both the ups and downs. So we're not fully exposed to one trend of electricity markets as opposed to another. We capture all the vagaries that could occur.
Government House Leader.
Thank you. Mentioned a couple of things there in your answers. Referred again to Schedule F. And also talked about building, need to build other facilities. But just with regards to Schedule F, I wonder if you could comment on how significant is it in relation to Schedule F specifically, that NL Hydro does not have to pay for transmission in order to access the market-based pricing that is in Schedule F.
Managing Director.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to let my colleague, Mr. Yauk, take that.
Senior Manager.
Speaker, it's very important. The way the Schedule F is designed now, NL Hydro and Churchill Falls will get access to those spot markets, but won't have to pay the transmission costs associated with moving it there, largely because the Quebec system is already connected and it's just built in the price. That is a significant value. I think we've talked a lot about infrastructure building and the difficulties and the expenses and the risk around it. You avoid all that. You get access to the markets that have been missing from the original Churchill contract, but you get it at essentially a risk-free access point in terms of having to build new transmission. So that is a significant value, and that's one of the, I think, one of the features of Schedule F that avoids some of the past issues with the original Churchill Falls agreement.
Government House Leader.
Thank you. And so, I mean, I think it goes without saying, we've been talking about Muskrat Falls, that any construction project does have risk, of course. And what I hear from you is if we don't have to construct, we don't have to take on risk, and we're getting the benefit of this access to energy or access to market-based pricing without having to construct and therefore without having to take on any risk.
Managing Director.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll let my colleague, Mr. Yauk, respond.
Speaker, yes, that is correct, that you avoid some of the risks I think this province is well aware of in terms of Muskrat Falls and other large infrastructure projects, but you still get the access to the export markets that have been so much missing in the original CF contract.
Government House Leader.
Thank you. I just want to go back to the 69 contract, and we talked about the protection in Schedule F, which you talked about sort of the I guess I'll call it hedging. We talked about Hydro-Quebec earlier. So we're de-risking there, locking ourselves into one market component. But I wonder if you could talk about some other advantages in the new MOU, in the MOU as opposed to the 1969 contract, specifically with regards to a guaranteed return on equity that is built into the MOU for Gull Island. And I will give you, I'm going to have a follow-up on it, so I'll ask it now. Is there anything that could jeopardize our expected 8.9% rate of return on that project?
Managing Director of Power Advisory.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I'll start before I hand it over to Mr. Yauk. Yeah, there hasn't been, relatively speaking, as much talk about the newly developed, the new developed projects and the cost plus with the return. I mean, in many ways, that is meant to mirror what happens in a regulated rate for a new build hydroelectric facility where costs are brought forward to a regulator and there's a proceeding and they're determined to be just and reasonable and a very formulaic return on equity is applied. And that's what makes that business less risky compared to other businesses. So in my opinion, especially given the long life of hydroelectric generation and all the things we've been discussing today regarding uncertainties, the cost plus with the return is a way to de-risk those projects and guarantee revenues to Newfoundland Labrador. Brady, would you like to add?
The only thing I'll add is that the original contract, there was no escalation, so it's $2. We all know it's essentially stayed at that point forever. The cost plus includes an inflationary adjustment for certain operating costs that will flow through so that it won't be just a fixed price. And then, as my colleague is saying, a regulated rate of return, that's built in. The equity comes to NLH or CFLCO, and you get your guaranteed rate of return based on your equity, similar to how regulated assets are built and operated across jurisdictions across Canada and North America.
Government House Leader.
Thank you. So I just want to flush that out a little bit more just to make sure everyone's clear, including myself, about how you describe it as just like a regulated project that would go to a regulator to make a decision on the cost that will be accepted by the regulator, and then a rate of return based on that. And in the context here in Newfoundland and Labrador, I wonder, I hope and I assume you're familiar with Muskrat Falls, and that project was constructed for domestic use here in the province, and why that is different than, for example, the Gull Island project, and how Muskrat Falls was exempt from a regulator, and rather than approving costs that would have been borne by the ratepayers, it was not. It was exempt, and the ratepayers were locked in through legislation to pay for that. So there's a few different topics there, but I think they all roll into one, and you can probably respond.
Managing Director.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So on that last point, I mean, that's obviously been identified as one of the issues, and there were not as many, or there weren't effective checks and balances and governance mechanisms to ensure certain things with respect to the development in Muskrat Falls. Again, it's back in that bucket of lessons learned in terms of now pivoting away from Churchill Falls, but the new developments, right? Upgrade to Churchill Falls, expansion of Churchill Falls, development of Gull Island, and making sure that those checks and balances are there. Now, it's also obviously different because while Muskrat Falls was a subject to the pub at the time, this is a deal between two utilities, right? So it's a contract. So the contract is basically policing this, and it's making sure the terms and conditions to be negotiated, that all of those considerations are going to be built into the contract. And I think, again, Newfoundland Labrador Hydro have done a good job so far at this really early stage, especially with the new developments. I mean, when things like Hydro-Quebec will be accountable for any cost overruns when it comes to, for example, Gull Island, I mean, that is a big, big win, a big, big win for Newfoundland Labrador. Mr. Yauch has more experience in terms of regulated electricity, so I don't know if you want to add anything else to that.
No, John, I think the only, just to highlight, typically a regulated utility, you would oversee cost overruns and that sort of oversight. In this case, it's bilateral, and Hydro-Quebec has agreed to manage cost overruns itself, which is a big win, right? That absolves CFLCO from that risk.
Government House Leader.
So in a normal regulated project, if there was cost overruns, then that may, correct me if I'm wrong, could affect or probably would affect the rate of return, whereas in this project, if there are cost overruns, it will not affect NL Hydro's rate of return.
Managing Director.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to let Mr. Yauch answer.
As the MAU is currently constructed, that is the case. Typically, in a regulated utility, there's a cost overrun, and it's deemed imprudent, for using those words for prudency. They'd have to eat that cost. In this case, Hydro-Quebec has agreed to eat that cost, but not at the expense of CFLCO or NLH's return.
Government House Leader.
Thank you very much to you both. Appreciate it.
The Honourable the Member for Harbour Main.
Thank you, Speaker, and my questions will be directed to the Managing Director
of Power Advisory. Sir, do you have any concerns with a subject matter expert reviewing Power Advisory's work?
Managing Director.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No concerns whatsoever. If a third party were to review what we've done, that's just the normal course of business, the way we look at it. The one thing I would say is, consistently what I've been saying this morning, there's a lot of commercial sensitivity, and there are still negotiations to come with respect to working towards concluding definitive agreements. So I would caution that any review not impede that and ensure that the commercial sensitive nature is maintained.
Member for Harbour Main.
Thank you. And so you've indicated you have no, initially you said you have no concerns whatsoever. And so that would also apply to you in relation to the work that's been done with respect to the MOU. Is that correct?
Managing Director.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sorry, I was just adjusting my mic, my earphone. Can you repeat that, please?
No, I just want to clarify, so you don't have, therefore, any concerns whatsoever about a subject matter expert reviewing Power Advisory's work in relation to the MOU, right?
Managing Director.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, with the caveat regarding commercial sensitivity, if I'll expand, again, I haven't opined on what I think, and I'm not going to, an independent review would look like. I have championed that there should be independent oversight, and if it makes sense, where it doesn't compromise any commercial sensitivity, and there's a certain scope, as a course of our business, we're okay. This happens regularly.
Member for Harbour Main.
Thank you. And so I appreciate that you have not opined about the timing or when it has to happen, but you did indicate it has to happen. I think you did reference, though, and maybe I'll get some clarification on this, that you referenced the term prudence just a little while ago. Prudence about getting more information before any deal is executed. And I'd just like you to clarify that for me, because obviously prudence is important. It shows care, and it shows that there's thought for the future. So is that what you're talking about when you say and when you reference the term of prudence in this regard?
Managing Director.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Directionally, yes. To expand on what I'm trying to get at by that point, as I said earlier, I think the MOU does a good job at achieving its objectives. I think it's generally a good deal for Newfoundland and Labrador. I've also said clearly that this is it's foundational. It defines the guardrails towards guiding negotiations to definitive agreements. I've also said that there's a lot of information by way of covenants and terms and conditions in these definitive agreements that create the totality of what the deal is. And the MOU, relative to an actual agreement, is very, very high level. So I think to properly assess this requires the definitive agreement or agreements.
Member for Harbour Main.
Thank you.
Prudence.
No, member. Sorry, the mic just came on.
And it requires independent oversight, so that's clearly established. One of the things that you have repeatedly stated all day is how good this deal is, in your opinion. But, sir, you were not at the negotiating table during the negotiations between Newfoundland and Labrador Hydro and Hydro-Quebec, were you?
Managing Director.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's correct. I was not at the table actually negotiating the MOU.
Member for Harbour Main.
That's all my
Pardon?
questions, thank you.
Kanish? Done? The Honourable the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I'll just say on behalf of, I'll be so bold and say on behalf of everyone in the House, thank you. Had the blessing from the Leader of the Official Opposition there. I want to thank both individuals for being here today and providing and answering, providing all the information and answering a lot of. That was going to be a good speech.
Member from Mount Pearl
I'm going
Southlands.
to be here till the night, so if they're not, I got a question. Is that, if you're not finished? Okay. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't,
Do you have questions for the panel?
Yes, I just have one question.
Okay.
Or one bit of clarification.
1 second now. The Honourable the Member of Mount Pearl Southlands.
Yes, thank you. I want to go back to the 10 cents that a lot of people are contacting me about, and others, I'm sure, saying Quebec is getting 10 cents, and we talked about it as a result of hedging and so on. The real rate, I think, was in the numbers that the 5.2 or 5.3 or something, and it ended up being 10 point something. That's hedging. So just for the clarification of anyone who may be listening, and my clarification as well, just to make it crystal clear. So what we're really talking about here is that Quebec has this energy, and you can almost compare it to playing the stock markets, I suppose, to some degree, but it's energy, and they're basically picking different ways of, you know, selling it in blocks or different times of the year, different times of the day, whatever. And at the end of the day, like if you were playing the stock markets, it all worked out and they made money, but they kind of gambled their money to some degree. It may be educated in terms of their knowledge of what will get the best return, but at the end of the day, you're kind of placing your bets with that energy and with the revenues coming from it, and it worked out for them. And I think what I heard you said was that when we get to definitive agreements, in theory, based on the guardrails that are here, there could be a discussion to say, we want a piece of that action. But if we were to take a piece of that action, I would assume, and maybe we shouldn't assume things, but I would assume that while we have the opportunity to say, give us a piece of that, and we are going to hopefully gain from it, we could also lose from that. So in essence, we would be risking some of our revenues in the stock markets, if you will. I know it's not the stock markets, but to try to make it in terms that everybody would kind of maybe understand, we're kind of taking a gamble, taking a risk that we can make money off of this by betting it, so to speak. And that's what Quebec has done and been very well doing it. We could potentially do it as well, but then we may not end up getting that full 5.9 because we could actually lose money as opposed to gain more money. Is that, in layman's terms, have I kind of got that right?
Managing Director.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In layman's terms, you do have it correct. And I also want to clarify a bunch of things to that, and I think it'll help. To be clear, right, there's nothing in the MOU that describes or gives a right to or even contemplates a negotiation revolving around Hydro-Quebec's hedging practices and whether that's going to be part of the definitive agreements. It's silent on that. So that's a fact. As we've been establishing all day, as well as with Ms. Williams and Mr. Parsons before us, the fact is what is in Schedule F, clearly export markets are there, right? So the 5.2 cents kilowatt hour that was referred to by the other member of the House when he was reading that article, that is the export price, right? So that is consistent with what's in the MOU in Schedule F. So in explaining that prior to our exchange right now, I suggested there's a potential that these types of things can be negotiated within the definitive agreement. I stand by that. I'm not suggesting that it should be. Now, you're correct. There are upsides and downsides with respect to how a company hedges electricity. And I will also say, I mean, there's more to it than that, because Hydro-Quebec has a certain governance with established tolerance of risk in terms of trying to make sure that they operate their business a certain way and they don't do certain things that can put them in a very risky situation. Doesn't mean that they can't lose sometimes off of participating in financial markets. I suspect Newfoundland Labrador Hydro has the same, but they're not going to have the same determinants of what their risk tolerance is. There'll be different metrics for the different utilities. So I just want to clarify these things, because at the end of the day, the real number that people need to focus on is the actual export price, the 5.2 cents that was received by Hydro-Quebec. Anything else, that was Hydro-Quebec in whatever activities they did to receive the other amount.
Any further questions? Okay, time is out. Any other speakers before the Honourable the Government House Leader?
Thank you. If at first you don't succeed. So no, apologies to the member for Mount Pearl Southlands. I didn't mean to cut him off before he had his final question. So on behalf of everyone in the House of Assembly, I reiterate that very much thank you for your time and for being very responsive and informative with all the questions today. I feel like after almost 3 days of this now, this feels like a bit of a pre-inquiry to me. We talk about the Muskrat Falls inquiry, but we're getting a lot of information on the floor and in the public, and we still have a day and a half or a day and a night session to go. So thank you very much again from everybody, and I move, seconded by the Deputy Premier, that this House do recess until 6 o'clock.
This House do stand in recess. And I just want to echo the words of Minister. Thank you very much for your time and the experience that you passed along to us and answering the questions. And this House do stand adjourned until 6 p.m. this evening. proposition this morning, and then they done their introductions after. House leaders ready? House leaders ready? Admit visitors. Recently. There's no strangers here. We're all friends. Order, please. Before we begin, I'd just like to welcome our guests here this evening both from the Newfoundland Labrador Hydro and also from JP Morgan. So welcome, and they will have an opportunity to introduce themselves very shortly. The Honourable Minister of Finance, President of Treasury Board.
Thank you very much. I certainly appreciate the opportunity this evening, and welcome to St. John's, Newfoundland and Labrador, and great to have you back, Walter. Perhaps we'll begin this evening, if it's okay with you, to provide your qualifications, your experience, and your expertise, and introduce your team. That would be helpful.
Well, first of all, thank you very much for having us with you this evening. My name is David Rawlings. I'm the Senior Country Officer for JP Morgan Chase in Canada, a role I've held since late 2011. We are pleased to be here today and share with you and answer your questions about our engagement with this particular project. A little bit about JP Morgan for those of you who are unfamiliar. So we are one of the world's largest banks. We have over 300,000 employees. We have a balance sheet that as of September of last year was north of $4 trillion US. And that's the company. And then our major divisions, we have a very large US retail division, which would be similar to what you would see here in Canada, but with the US version, if you will. And then we have a very large global wholesale business. And the global wholesale business would include our global markets business, our global banking business, payments, and the commercial bank. So I have responsibility within the Canadian business across all of our franchise, but most of our franchise would sit within that wholesale business of the corporate investment bank, commercial investment bank, and the asset management business. Constantine, my partner, who will introduce himself in a moment, is part of our U.S. North American-based team. He is a managing director, and he leads for us advisory, mergers, and acquisitions as it relates to power and utilities. So I give you the context just to say that we are a big global firm, but we also have real expertise in Canada. And we can get into that through the Q&A period as we get into the next couple of hours. But I would say we're really, we get excited about these types of projects because we're able to bring a certain level of global expertise across multiple groups to provide advice as mandated on some of the financial elements of a transaction like this or a perceived potential transaction like this. If you looked at our credentials, you would say from an investment banking point of view, which would broadly include our advisory business, our equity capital raising business, and our debt capital raising business, we are #1 globally. If you looked at the same lens from a Canadian point of view, we would be a top 3 provider of services in Canada. And we provide services both on a cross-border basis as well as on a domestic basis, depending on the situation. In addition to my role as Senior Country Officer at JP Morgan Chase, I sit on the Business Council of Canada. I'm also on the board of the Canadian Bankers Association, and I'm on a couple of outside boards, including the charitable board for Nature United. Thanks for having me, and I'll turn it to my colleague, Constantine.
Thank you, Dave, and good evening, and excited to be here, delighted to be here. My name is Konstantin Akimov. I'm a managing director in JP Morgan's advisory and M&A team based in New York. And I want to say this is a truly historic moment for the province, and we recognize that, and we're excited to share it with you. On the way here from the airport, my cab driver talked about it. I was shocked. And he talked about it in a good way. And I said, I'm here to actually help you with this, to get this deal done. And he was like, this is great. We are fixing historic injustice. Those were his words. We're fixing historic injustice. So as Dave mentioned, I lead our advisory and mergers and acquisition practice in power and utilities space in JP Morgan. I've been with JP Morgan since 2011, and more broadly in the investment banking industry for almost 25 years. The only thing I would add to our credentials is that last year, we took the #1 spot globally in M&A advisory by deal count. And we've always held the pole position for the last 5 to 10 years. Thank you.
And Mr. Walters, Mr. Parsons, you want to quickly introduce yourself again for those viewing tonight?
Sure. Thank you, Speaker. Walter Parsons, Vice President with Newfoundland and Labrador Hydro. I don't think I need to add anything further about my credentials. I think we took care of that earlier in the week, so I'll free up some time to get into the questions.
Yep. Thank you very much, and welcome, everyone. The Honourable Minister of Finance, President of Treasury Board.
Thank you very much, and I certainly appreciate the level of expertise that you bring not only to this chamber, but also to the negotiating team, and your independent expert advice is really respected. So thank you for that. You've had a chance, you've been involved, and you've had a chance to review the Memorandum of Understanding. Could you just comment on whether or not your advice is reflected in that Memorandum of Understanding?
Senior Country Officer? You want to make sure your microphone's turned on, sir.
Apologize. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Or thank you, Speaker. I will turn to my colleague, Constantine, to address that. But I think it is just important to understand that we were hired for a specific mandate. So we were not hired to review the Memo of Understanding in its entirety. We were hired under 2 phases. And the second phase, which is the current phase, or the phase that just finished, was focused on providing financial advice and analysis as it relates to the MOU. Constantine?
That's right. So I would say succinctly that the answer is yes. We think that the MOU as it stands now reflects our advice as financial advisors to NLH. We spent over 2 years on this project. Our role was to advise on the financial aspects of this transaction. We do think that over the course of the 2 years, as we put in thousands of hours, we ran hundreds of different scenarios, we came to a point where the MOU, as it stands today, reflects all this work, and we do think it represents the advice that we provided to the client over this time.
Minister of Finance.
Thank you, and thank you for that advice. It's of comfort to me as Minister of Finance, President of Treasury Board. I want to talk a little bit about risk mitigation, because, you know, obviously we want to ensure that we're protecting the people of the province. So the first question is really around the equity piece. I'm going to break this down into a couple of elements. The first element being the Churchill Falls contract itself, so I'm going to come to that. Second element being some of the projects. So if I can, I'm going to start with the Churchill Falls contract, because I think that's the first element. We refer to Schedule F and the forecasted payments and the review of the pricing mechanism. Could you please confirm that there is an ability to price adjust and how that price may change and the impact that it would have on, of course, the nominal value or net present value to Newfoundland and Labrador?
Sure. Managing Director.
Just a second, give a second.
Sure. Managing Director.
Yeah. Yes, we can confirm that there is a mechanism in the pricing schedule for the new contract that will account for the uncertainty, the future uncertainty of market price, to adjust for the new developments, potential new developments, so that the mistake of 1969 does not repeat itself. I would defer to Walter, however, on the specifics of those mechanisms, if you would like more details on that.
Good. Minister of Finance, President of Treasury Board.
Thank you. I think we've had lots of details. I just wanted you to confirm that. The second element, of course, are the new projects. And I want to just talk for a moment about the equity in those projects. As you are aware, in the Memorandum of Understanding, Quebec will provide $3.5 billion to the government of Newfoundland and Labrador to ensure that we have equity in those, that we pay for the equity in the projects, specifically Gull Island and the transmission line possibly, but Gull Island I'm more interested in at this point in time because it could take a lot of equity. Could you just talk a little bit about the risk mitigation around that? The $3.5 billion, as we understand it, $1.3 billion of that is available over the next number of years, and the remainder, of course, will come as the projects proceed. Could you just speak to the elements of risk mitigation around that?
Managing Director.
Sure. So there are a few things there in your question, and I'll try to address them one by one. Let's start with the $3.5 billion payment, which we think is an important part of this transaction, and it gives us comfort that this is a good deal for the province. Why? $3.5 billion is a payment to the province to use the resource that the province owns. It's a very valuable resource, Gull Island, right? It's your resource, and you're getting paid for it today. This is an undeveloped asset. It's an important point to make. You are getting paid $3.5 billion for an asset that is yet to be developed effectively. That's the right to develop the asset that Hydro-Quebec has. Of that, $1.8 billion is mandatory, and the rest will be contingent upon completion of certain milestones of the project. An important feature here is that what happens if more equity is required? You don't have the obligation, you as a province, to fund any cost overruns if they happen. And this is something that when you think about a large project like Gull Island, this is one of the major risks for any large project. CapEx overruns, cost overruns, timing delays. And the important feature here is that the risk here is mitigated by the structure of the contract. The pricing that is negotiated and put in place here is the pass-through. It's a cost plus. So therefore, any incremental costs, any additional capex will be passed through, right? So that's a very important risk mitigant. If more equity is required, you have the right but not the obligation to contribute. That is also a very important risk mitigant. So we feel that these two components here provide a very, very significant risk mitigation to an LH.
Minister of Finance?
Thank you. And may I also ask, we understand, and I'm asking you to tell the people the problems, we understand that we will receive on the equity between roughly 8 and 9% return based on Government of Canada. Could you just speak to that a little bit, because that is a cash flow?
Managing Director?
Let me elaborate a little bit more. I mentioned the cost, the pass-through mechanism of costs. So that is an important component. When I say costs, that includes capex, it includes operating costs, it also includes financing costs as well. And it includes the cost of equity. Everything has a cost. And so you will earn a rate of return on your equity from 8 to 9% with a floor minimum of 8%, with a cap at 9%, which is based on a formula. It is adjusted every 5 years. The 10-year yield on the Canadian Treasury bond plus 500 basis points. That provides you a visibility on your return of equity, 8 to 9%. Part of our mandate was to assess that and come to a view whether or not there was a reasonable range. And we do think it's a reasonable range based on the exercise, an extensive exercise that we've done here.
Minister of Finance?
Thank you very much. So just for clarity and certainty for those that are listening, Quebec is giving us the money that we need to buy this equity, and then based on the cost plus power purchase agreement will also pay us the 8 to 9% based on the formula.
Managing Director?
I see the Managing Director nodding his head.
Say you are getting paid for the resource that you own. Just an important point, I think. It's an important point because it's a very valuable resource, and you're getting paid for, you're getting an upfront payment for this resource. Somebody has the right to develop it, right? And you're getting paid for that. So, and you're earning a competitive market rate return on your equity.
Minister of Finance?
Thank you. Can I turn now to project financing? Because again, for from a risk perspective, project financing is going to be very important. We've already in this province experienced Muskrat Falls and cost overruns. Perhaps I can ask you open-endedly to talk about project financing and as well how we mitigate it, or how it is mitigated in the memorandum of understanding that the risk around that project financing with I understand is with a cost plus power purchase agreement.
Managing Director?
Just give us a second.
Sure.
We're ready.
Managing Director? Yes.
Yeah. I just want to make sure that we don't repeat ourselves too much, because I feel that we kind of addressed this question. So, but I want to be clear on this, right? So, there is a mechanism in place to mitigate the risk of cost overruns via the pass-through pricing structure, right? And it's a very important component here, we feel. Also, it's the responsibility of Hydro-Quebec to finance any cost overruns. And maybe we didn't mention that in the prior statement, so I'll just add that. And I think these two, they provide the mitigation, the necessary mitigation to possible cost overruns project delays, things of that nature, any uncertainty.
Minister of Finance.
I have two other questions in only 3 minutes, so I'm going to give you both questions if that's okay. The first question, are you satisfied with the risk mitigations that the impact to the province, to the Treasury of Newfoundland and Labrador is mitigated? That's the first question. The second question, and I want to go back, so that was on project financing, equity, okay, and risk. The second, my second question is around, it was something that the House Leader tabled today, which was a press release dated in Montreal, February 21st, where Hydro-Quebec the press release says Hydro-Quebec delivers a strong performance in challenging times, and it talks about how Hydro-Quebec announced a net income of over $3 billion for 2023, fifth largest in its history, and then it talks about some of the 2023 highlights and the successful implementation of a risk management strategy. It goes on in that press release, and this is going really to the price that we're going to receive from the Churchill Falls agreement. It says that the average price attained, including hedging effect, was 10.3 cents per kilowatt hour, and the average, and then it went on to say the average market price was 5.2 cents a kilowatt hour. There has been some confusion in the public and in this House around those two figures. The market price being 5.2 cents, and of course, as we've said, the price that we would receive is approximately 6 cents. So there's some people using that 10.3 cents as saying we should be getting that amount because that's what's hedged in Quebec. So maybe you could just talk about what you understand to be the market price for Quebec, which is in this press release 5.2 cents, and how Schedule F will ensure that we, if there's any change in the market, that we'll share in that. I know that's a lot, but I only
Senior
have a
Country
minute.
Officer.
Speaker, thank you, and thank you for the question. I'm not sure it's within our scope of responsibility to comment on Quebec specifically and their pricing actuals, versus spot. We'd be happy to address sort of how to think about hedging, if that's something that would be of interest to the House, and it would seem, although I don't have the details, that a portion of their production would have been hedged in some way, to account for the differential. But I don't have the numbers, and I prefer not to comment on the numbers. I would say, as it relates to this agreement, the way I think about it is this is a very long-term agreement, and so we tried to build appropriate guardrails into the agreement to protect your interest. And when I say your interest, I mean, the thing that I just have to make sure that we are clear about is we were hired by Newfoundland and Labrador Hydro to provide advice to them, NLH, as our client. So our mandate here was to provide financial advice to that client in the capacity of this potential MOU and transaction. And that's the way that we acted, and that's the way that we showed up, and that's how we'll respond tonight. Well, the risk, again, we can talk. I'm sure we're going to talk about risk over the course of this session. It goes back to this comment on guardrails, right? You're trying to put mechanisms into a long-term agreement, or any agreement, but because of the length of time within this agreement, you want to put appropriate guardrails in place to say, hey, does pricing escalate into the future? Who's responsible for the cost overruns? What's the equity split into the future? What is an estimated, reasonable price to receive? What's the net present value of all of these future payments? So we can get into that over the course of this session, but you can imagine that within our mandate, we spend a lot of time with the Newfoundland and Labrador Hydro team discussing and providing advice on many of these particular topics.
Managing Director.
it's maybe it would make sense to just summarize, because I think your question was quite direct, whether we are satisfied with the risk mitigant structure here. The answer is yes, we are satisfied. And I'll summarize the reasons here for everyone's record. So one is the pass-through cost structure, right? Two, a competitive rate of return on equity. Three, completion guarantees from a high-quality investment-grade off-taker. This is an important point. It provides us comfort that project financing could be successfully put in place for a very large project like Gull Island. For alignment of interests, because you have an off-taker who is going to be the project developer as well. So they are naturally incentivized to deliver on budget and on time because of the pass-through mechanism. So the interests of parties involved here are aligned, in fact. For NLH, there is no obligation to contribute equity in excess of $3.5 billion. NLH has the option, but not an obligation, to buy the volumes from this project as well. So I think, and I stated, I think, a fairly long list of factors that give us comfort that there is an appropriate structure in place to mitigate possible risks that could be associated with a large-scale development project like Gull Island.
Before we go to the next speaker, I'd just like to recognize in the speakers gallery Mr. Jeff Galloway of the firm Blake, Castle, and Graydon. Mr. Galloway is from the Codroy Valley area and a graduate of Memorial University, and he's legal counsel and support for our guest from J.P. Morgan. Welcome, sir. The Honourable, the Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Speaker. A couple of the questions that I had have already been answered, so I'll continue to move. And one of those, of course, is the scope of the work. You've indicated that you provided advice on the financial transactions of this MOU or proposal, but you made it firm or clear that you were not hired to review the MOU. Do I have that correct?
The Senior Country Officer?
Speaker, I would say that we were hired, as discussed, to look at the financial implications of transactions. As part of that work, which we're happy to give more detail on, we would have run various scenarios. We would have provided input into the team around financial matters, but also financial modeling. There was a tremendous amount of financial modeling that our team would have led as part of this project. So I think it's fair to say I was very clear we were not responsible for the totality of the MOU. That is clear. But we certainly had input into the components of the MOU that would have been within our scope of responsibility, those namely being financial-related matters.
Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you. That pretty well answered my next question. Said what was your scope of work? So you've literally laid that out there. Can you tell me what the timeline duration of the work, when your work was started and completed?
Senior Country Officer.
Speaker, thank you. So this work had two phases. The first phase began in late 2022, where we did some analysis as it related to the Churchill River. We then were engaged on a second phase of the project in the spring of 2023, which would have included most of the items that we're talking about today. So that was financial analysis, modeling, extensive modeling, some advice and or support as it related to the negotiations specifically with the other party. So the second phase was more specifically related to trying to get to an MOU and our views as it would relate to some of the financial analysis.
Leader of the Official Opposition.
What was provided to Newfoundland Hydro, particularly thinking about any reports or recommendations made? Were there any reports or recommendations made and provided to Newfoundland Hydro, Newfoundland Labrador Hydro.
Managing Director. Okay. Managing Director, yep.
Thank you, Speaker. Yeah, we try to go down the memory lane. 2 years of work. Was a lot of information there, and I'd say it's very hard to recall exactly what we've been given over the last 2 years, as you can appreciate. We certainly have reviewed a lot of information provided to us by our client, NLH, as well as our partners, Power Advisory as well. They've produced their work. We reviewed their work. They've looked at things. As part of their advisory work as well. We reviewed publicly available information as well, various publicly available reports as well. There was just a lot there. So if there is anything of particular interest to you, we would be happy to address that.
Leader of Official Opposition.
I was just trying to get an understanding of the scope. And one of the things that I had on my list to ask you was to provide a list of the documents that you would have provided to Newfoundland Labrador Hydro. When I said that, I'm not asking for the documents themselves, obviously, but just kind of get a list of the type of involvement, the type of work that was done. That's what I was trying to get at, and whether or not there's a list of the type of thing that could be provided.
Senior Country Officer.
Speaker, thank you. So I'm actually going to just step back for a moment just to describe the way that we would approach this type of project, because I think it'll help to provide some context onto potentially some future questions. So we have staffed this particular project with about 15 to 20 people as part of the core team. We also reach into the global organization on specific topics or situations or questions where we could leverage some expertise from outside groups. But within the 5 major groups, it was coverage. So we want to show up with specialty around power utilities and renewables. We think that's very important. The other part of coverage would be our Canada coverage, because this obviously is a project in Canada and requires a certain amount of Canada expertise. We would show up with our advisory, mergers, and acquisitions team. Constantine tonight represents that team. That team would be responsible globally for that service, but he specifically works within the power and utility and renewables space. So again, specialty on a sector, but really specialty around advisory and M&A tactics. We have a CFA group, which is Corporate Finance Advisory. They are in some ways like the engine, if you will. They're like the, I heard one of my partners earlier said, I don't want to geek out on something when he was describing something, but this is the group that would really get deep into a lot of the modeling and work with our coverage teams as well to provide input into the modeling. And then, of course, we have, lastly, our infrastructure finance advisory team that would play a role as well, given that this is a large infrastructure project. So we would bring that expertise. I think the answer to your question is, like, we've run dozens, if not more than 100 scenarios around different inputs over the course of the life of the project. So there was a tremendous amount of modeling work done, and we would have led a lot of that modeling work, most of that modeling work. And there would have been periodic presentations on sort of updates, or as the model changed, what does that look like, provided into the client. I don't think we came prepared tonight to provide a list of those reports or those presentations, but I think it's fair to say dozens of model turns and probably dozens of reports related to model turns were provided over the course of this work.
Leader of Official Opposition.
Thank you, and we'll have more. We'll ask a few more about those modelings after, which leads me to the next question. During the negotiations, did Newfoundland Labrador Hydro provide you with versions of the MOU during the negotiation to review and offer an opinion or to complete any financial analysis thereof? So as this MOU was being developed along the way, were you provided with copies of it and analysis, and to provide some additional analysis?
Managing Director.
The answer is yes. Part of our mandate was to review, MOUs and provide advice with respect to financial aspects of the MOU. So we have reviewed.
Leader of Official Opposition.
That will lead me then to my next question. Did you review the current text of the MOU before it was signed to offer an opinion as to whether the electricity rates used to derive the dollar figures in the MOU were comparable with market rates or other transactions agreements carried out in North America?
Managing Director.
So two parts to your question. One is, did we review the MOU before it was signed? The answer is yes. Two, did we opine on the market rates for power prices? The answer to that is no. It's outside of the scope of our advisory. We would defer to our colleagues at Power Advisory to actually specifically opine on the power rates. We are given inputs for our financial analysis, which includes power prices, and we use those inputs to calculate the economic value of the project, of the new contract, and that's what we reviewed and opined on.
Leader of Official Opposition.
Thank you. When this MOU was announced on December 12th, there was an announcement that the deal, and it's been subsequently said here in the House in the last 2 days, that this deal will result in more than $225 billion in total revenue to the provincial treasury over the life of the agreements. Do you have the breakdown of that number?
Managing Director.
Speaker, we helped Hydro calculate the numbers, but I would defer to Hydro with respect to the specific numbers as it relates to many various inputs for the province that go beyond the scope of our engagement.
Newfoundland Power, you'd like to add? Or Newfoundland Hydro, sorry.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. Yes, we obviously have worked a fair amount with both Power Advisory as well as JP Morgan to develop not only the data that would be used to determine the value of these contracts to CFLCO, but also, of course, to Newfoundland and Labrador Hydro as the parent, and then ultimately to assist the province to understand what actually flow to Treasury. So, you know, it's with the assistance of our advisors that we have developed this data. We do have this data. I have I think a very clear layout here of how the $227 billion net to the province is comprised. And I can ask one of the honorable members to table this table, if you will, to lay out exactly how that number is calculated, both from Churchill Falls itself, which gives you the $179 billion, and then the additional developments that takes us up to 227. And it's broken down by dividends, that, you know, our share of dividends, and then the water rentals, and it shows how much goes to Hydro-Quebec, how much comes to Newfoundland and Labrador, which totals 227. So yes, I can ask a member of the House to table that this evening.
Thank you. Leader of Official Opposition.
So the question, I guess, or the follow-up question to that is, when was that actually prepared?
Vice President, Newfoundland Labrador Hydro.
We've prepared this this information in the lead up to the conclusion of the MOU. So we obviously understanding the impact on the province is critically important here. So we would have done this over the last number of weeks, and of course we always look at different formats. And, even in the last few days when we've been asked questions and we've been made aware that there's confusion in certain areas, we want to do our best to clear up any confusion, make it easier to consume. So we have, there's been no, change in the data, but we can present it in different ways that make it easier to understand. So we have developed a new table that breaks things down in a hopefully clearer way, and that's the document that we'll table. But it's no different from any of the information shared to date or available on the ourchapter.ca site. It's just we're trying to find the way to always present better and answer the questions that we're hearing here and online.
Leader of Official Opposition.
Does that number appear in the MOU anywhere? The number of 227 billion, is that in the MOU anywhere?
Vice President, Newfoundland Labrador Hydro.
Thank you, Speaker. No, the MOU is a agreement between two utilities. So the 227 billion is a number that represents, after all the math is done, it represents a number that is how much money will be paid to the Treasury of the province of Newfoundland and Labrador. So that is not a part of the MOU itself. What is in the MOU is the forecasted purchase price for the energy sold from CFLCO to Hydro-Quebec. That is an input that then needs to be, obviously that revenue input, we need to, from that, pay the operating costs of CFLCO. We also need to pay water royalties. It's not free to turbine water. We have to pay directly to the province of Newfoundland and Labrador out of those revenues to turbine the water. So that's another cost. There were payments to our Indigenous partners, of course. And so that all comes out. And then we get our profit for CFLCO, and we take our 2/3 of that. So it's a calculation process to get there. So it wouldn't actually be in the MOU itself, which is between utilities, but it is calculated after the MOU.
Leader of Official Opposition.
Yesterday, when we asked for the number, we couldn't get it. You've provided some understanding of the number today, but I find it strange that such a huge number being used in December 12th, and we did not have that breakdown of that number, so we'll get something tonight. But is it clear? Can you say or verify that the 225 or 227 billion dollar number that you're talking about is not just revenue from Hydro-Quebec?
Vice President, Newfoundland Labrador Hydro.
The 227 billion is the total revenue to the province from this new arrangement. So some of the money, I mean, obviously the largest portion of that comes from Hydro-Quebec, but some of it would come from new customers, for example, for the recaptured power that would be sold in Labrador West. And we'll break that down in this table so you can see how much comes from new Newfoundland and Labrador Hydro customers versus how much comes from Hydro-Quebec. And in the case where there are fewer customers, say in Labrador, than we could have. So we have a recapture right, but that doesn't mean we're going to use every megawatt. And in that case, of course, Hydro-Quebec has the obligation to purchase that. So all of the energy capacity will be purchased, whether it's by companies in Labrador West, other parts of the province, or by Hydro-Quebec. It will all be purchased, so, and the purchase price is the same, so it leads to the same number, that 227 billion to the province.
Leader of Official Opposition.
I would argue that this is the number, 227, that has been communicated and continues to be communicated, and perception left that all of a sudden we're going to get an extra, or this deal is worth 227 billion and it's going to come from new business with Hydro-Quebec. I'm not saying that's the facts, but that's the perception, because we've had no breakdown of how that number was going to be or how it was derived at. So I'd like to ask a question of JP Morgan again. Did you do any analysis on this number?
Senior Country Advisor for JP Morgan.
I would just, thank you, Speaker. I would say that we are often brought into a boardroom to provide very specific advice. This is a rare opportunity for us to come in front of you tonight. So we appreciate your patience as we talk through some of the nuance of the questions and our scope. So thank you for your patience. I will turn to my colleague. Thank you.
Thank you for saying that, Dave, because I was of the same view here. We typically, when we are in the boardroom, we are very open. We provide all the information. It's in a private setting. This is a public setting, and so therefore we need to be mindful as to what we can say. We're also mindful that Hydro-Quebec is watching us right now as well, and we have months of negotiations ahead of us. So that's why we just want to kind of make sure you understand why we're taking pauses to respond. We know the answers, but we want to make sure we responded the right way. So to answer your specific question, we did provide support, modeling support, with respect to calculations of various numbers, including this number, $220 billion. But there were many parts of the calculations here that were beyond the scope of our engagement, for example, provincial taxes and things of that nature, right? But we did help our client to calculate the economic impact of the new contract and the new developments as well.
Leader of Official Opposition.
So I'm led to believe that this $227 billion is a net number after all the expenses and everything is done and Quebec's got their share and everything else is done. So I would ask then, what is the gross revenue amount that you expect to get over till 2075 in this particular MOU and contract that you want to sign? What's the gross? If that's the net that the Treasury will get, as you had described, what's the gross number that we're dealing with? Where would I find that? Where's that to?
Vice President of Newfoundland Labrador Hydro.
Thank you, Speaker. We will include the gross in the table as well.
Leader of Official Opposition.
So I guess that's the first question, you're right, is when?
Vice President, Newfoundland Labrador Hydro.
As soon as possible, and that's I learned yesterday that I can't table documents, but I have a table that I can.
The Leader of Official Opposition.
Ask if the gross number is on that. Can you turn around and just say the gross number? Gross revenue number?
Vice President, Newfoundland Labrador Hydro.
Yes, Speaker, I could, but I just gave away my sheet.
We got a new page. Vice President, Newfoundland Labrador Hydro.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you to the member for bringing that back to me. From all developments, the forecast payments are $396 billion.
Members' time has expired. Do you want to table that document now, or? Let's get in this exercise. The Honourable the Government House Leader.
Choke now, getting that figure out so big.
Thank you, Speaker. With great speed, I will table the document referred to by Mr. Expeditiously. Thank you very much. Entitled Revenues, Expenses, and Dividends, Nominal Dollars, Billions.
Thank you. Next speaker. Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here this evening on behalf of the constituents that I represent in Conception Bay East Bell Island. I've already said hello in person, but I will again to our guests in the chamber this evening, and we appreciate the fact that you've taken the time to come here. The previous guests and yourselves, very informative about this process and the work that went on, and we appreciate the work that you've done. For me personally, Speaker, it's a little bit surreal to be sitting here this evening for a number of reasons. A year ago, we were in the midst of a by-election campaign that I was running in, and here we are less than a year later doing something that I thought this province would never have an opportunity to do, which is tear up that deal which has kept us under Quebec's foot for the last 55 years and allow us to proceed as partners in a deal that will give us $17 billion for the next 17 years. And as Mr. Parsons and our Government House Leader just pointed out, net revenue of $227 billion and gross revenue of $396 billion over the next 50 years. Before I ask a couple of questions, I just want to make a couple of points. The last couple of days, listening to members opposite, our own members, it is still, as I said, a little bit surreal to get here, to sit here this evening, to talk about this, the fact that we can rewrite the history we're about to make in light of the fact that we have Muskrat Falls still very near in our rearview mirror, and a $30 million inquiry which showed what went wrong. We've got 55 years of history with Churchill Falls and the $28 billion from, if you look at 2019, 2020 numbers that Quebec has made on that deal in the last 55 years, and the $2 billion that we've made. We're still and will for a very long time be paying off Muskrat Falls. So to be able to sit here and to discuss this and debate it is this is exactly where we should be. This is why we are here tonight, to make sure that we ask these questions in advance. This is not being rushed. We have waited 55 years to get to this moment, and we are finally here with the ability to do this. And I agree with the members opposite. We must do it right. For us, for our children, for our grandchildren, for everybody in this province who will come after us. And, you know, without telling too many tales out of school, my colleague behind me was on FaceTime with her son in our caucus room the last few days while he is staying with her parents in central Newfoundland so that she can be here 9 hours each day to do this. But this is the reason we're doing it. And my other colleague sending pictures in our personal threads for caucus, talking about her son and how this will impact him, his ability to stay here. I think about my 4 children who will be able to work and stay in Newfoundland, have better opportunities to do it because of this deal. For 30 years as a journalist, I never thought for a moment that we would get a chance to discuss this, to do this. I have interviewed all the premiers who tried before. Well, not all of them. I wasn't around when Frank Morris was premier, or back in the 70s. I was only six years old when he became premier. But I never ever thought I would get an opportunity to do this. So for me personally, it's a great honor to get to do it on behalf of the folks of Conception Bay, East Bell Island, and to make sure that we do it right. And as a former journalist, we should be skeptical. We should be skeptical and ask questions. And when I saw this deal, first of all, this memorandum of understanding, that is the first question I had. This is too good to be true. What is the catch? But hearing from Newfoundland and Labrador Hydro officials, hearing from the advisory group that were here earlier today, hearing from J.P. Morgan, hearing and reading more about the MOU and delving into it, you get to see the potential that it has for future generations. And as a minister now, and faced with the requests not just from my own caucus, but from members across the aisle, and even this week, requests are coming in. It costs a lot of money to do things to run this province. This is money we can use to do that. It's money we can use to fix a bridge. It's money we can use to pave a road. It's money we can build a hospital with. It's money that we can build schools with. Things we're already doing, but we need this money. That's what it boils down to. We need this for our future. So it is important to have a healthy dose of skepticism and to ask the questions to make sure that we get it right, because we've got Muskrat Falls, we've got Churchill Falls 1, we've got those deals behind us. And Mr. Akimov, your cab driver who took you here tonight hit the nail on the head when he said to you, driving you here, that you've come here to fix an historic injustice, to help to be part of that, to guide Newfoundland and Labrador Hydro, and to guide our government. These are the stories that I told for 30 years from people who looked at this deal and thought, how did this possibly happen? And in my heart, I still think that nobody intentionally did that, but here we are, 55 years later, and a lot poorer because of it. But now we have a chance to rewrite that. So the fact that your cab driver picked up on that tonight and pointed that out, that is what everybody in this province has felt for generations since that first deal was signed. And in 1972, when Frank Moores became the premier after the premier who signed the original deal, they immediately tried to change it. We've been trying this for 55 years. We're not rushing this, but I cannot wait until we finally do get this deal signed, so the money starts to flow and we can do the things that need to be done for the people of Newfoundland and Labrador. That's why I'm here, and that's why I think all of our colleagues are here tonight. And not just tonight, but every day, to make your districts, to make your communities, to make the people who live anywhere in this province have a better shot at having a good life. So, having prefaced my remarks here with the chat about Muskrat Falls, and you can reasonably understand why we're gun-shy with mega projects and deals, and with Churchill Falls, respectfully, with Quebec. But I've seen the relationship that Premier Fury and Premier Francois Legault have built and developed and cultivated over the last 4 years, which has led to this. And the deals that has been, the MOU that has been reached, this historic MOU, the tearing up of the 1969 agreement. Whoever would have thought that that would have happened? They're getting power for basically free. We know the reasons. They need power. Everybody needs power. So you can understand why we would be, your cab driver summed it up, why we would be a little skeptical. So the question that I would ask when you look at this deal, this new MOU, how is it possible that if a project has overruns, but those overruns won't affect the taxpayers of Newfoundland and Labrador, because we've just had to use rate mitigation for a project that started out at around $6 billion and closes in on $14 billion once it's finished, years over, almost double the budget, if not more. How is it possible that the taxpayers of Newfoundland and Labrador won't have to pay any cost overruns? Because when you say we're going to develop Gull Island, you looked at the numbers. How is that possible?
Managing Director of JP Morgan.
Speaker, thank you. It is possible because of the structure of this MOU that is in place. Any risk of a cost overrun is mitigated by the pass-through structure of the pricing, and the off-taker, Hydro-Quebec in this case, who mitigates this risk. They take the risk via this mechanism of any cost overruns. They are at the same time incentivized not to let it happen, because they are the operator and they're the off-taker, so their interests are aligned here as well. But in the event it happens, and it does happen in industry, costs go up. That means that the price, the power price, will go up as well. And the off-taker bears that risk. And Hydro-Quebec takes the vast majority, the vast portion of the power contract. NLH, on the other hand, has the right but not the obligation to take the rest. That's why we feel that the mechanism is in place to ensure that the taxpayers of the province will not bear this risk of possible cost overruns.
Minister of Transportation Infrastructure.
Speaker, I'd like to ask another question of our guests from JP Morgan. Either gentleman can answer. Again, you can reasonably understand why we're a little gun-shy in this province in doing deals on mega projects, especially given our history. So what does it mean for the taxpayers of Newfoundland and Labrador that Quebec is actually funding this project? I mean, when you look at the deal that is there and the amount of money, the billions and billions, and you talked about your book is at $4 trillion with JP Morgan and 300,000 employees, but for us, this is a huge deal at $227 billion. You know, to start building 10 or 12 years later another mega project or to enter in this agreement, for them to have the money up front to give it to us, so that funding, they're going to fund these projects. Is this something that you see in other projects that you sanction or not sanction but review?
Managing Director of JP Morgan.
I would say there have been multiple large-scale projects in the power space and the hydro space as well that we've been part of. Having an off-taker at the same time as the contractor, I wouldn't say it's rare, but it's not common. So this is a fairly unique setup, actually, I would say. And in a way, this uniqueness here is the opportunity, we think, because it provides comfort to all the stakeholders, for that matter, involved. To you, hopefully, to the lenders. Lenders will need to get comfortable that they can finance a very large-scale project like this. A lot of it will be financed with debt. So there's an equity component, 75-25%. 75% is debt. So we'll need to get the lenders, banks, big banks, to get comfortable with it. And having an off-taker like HQ, an experienced operator, an experienced developer, investment-grade off-taker as well, with set volumes that they will acquire over the years, is going to give lenders comfort that they can finance this successfully. So in a way, this is a pretty unique setup here, we think. And that also gives us comfort that a project of this scale can be done successfully as well.
Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure.
And, sir, I would suggest as well that part of our job is to give the taxpayers of Newfoundland and Labrador comfort that the money that we're investing or taking, using on their behalf to develop projects or to make money to pay for the services that we provide, we need to provide the comfort to them. Would you feel comfortable telling the taxpayers of Newfoundland and Labrador that this is a good deal?
Well, Senior Country Officer.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. While I would love to address the question, it's really out of our scope as it relates to this mandate, and I do feel the question is probably more appropriate for either Walter, representing the company, or maybe a different forum. Thank you.
Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure.
Thank you, Speaker. So can I ask how it is that a jointly held corporation that's going to own Gull Island, the project, is not going to pass on any related debt to the taxpayers of Newfoundland and Labrador?
Managing Director, JP Morgan.
Yeah. This is where I would say the financing structure that we are contemplating here, again, this is to be worked out. There's a lot of work to be done. But the basic principle of the financing structure here is project finance. It's non-recourse project finance. Non-recourse, it means that if something goes wrong, the province, the shareholders, will not be on the hook. The risk and the liability is ring-fenced from them. It's at the project level. The lenders, they will take security in the assets. So if something goes wrong, they'll take the assets of the project, but they will not go after the shareholders or taxpayers for that matter. And this is a very common structure for financing large-scale development projects like this one. It's a very common structure.
The Honourable Minister for Transportation Infrastructure.
So does that mean that, sir, that we don't, Speaker, that we don't have to guarantee it?
Managing Director.
Correct. Hydro-Quebec, on the other hand, provides a completion guarantee to the construction. Construction guarantee, so the risk of construction is backstopped by Hydro-Quebec. you do not have to worry about it.
Minister of Transportation Infrastructure.
Speaker, one final question. Do you see this as a good deal?
Managing Director, JP Morgan.
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
Minister.
Sorry, do you see this, final question, do you see this as a good deal?
Managing Director, JP Morgan.
Thank you, Speaker. We think this is a good deal for you, yes.
Any further questions? The Honourable Leader of the Third Party.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, gentlemen, for coming. Do you represent or advise Hydro-Quebec in these negotiations as well, considering how large your organization is?
Senior Country Officer, JP Morgan.
Speaker, thank you for the question. I should just describe for a moment just how we would go through an engagement process within the firm. Not necessarily specific to this project, but I will address that specific question in a few minutes. Whenever someone wants to engage us, we have a team internally which we appropriately call Conflicts, which is a global team within the walls of JP Morgan, which will assess through business, compliance, legal, other inputs, whether or not we are unconflicted and therefore can work exclusively for the client that is asking us to work for them. So that conflicts process would have been run here, was run here, and we were satisfied that we were engaged to work with Newfoundland and Labrador Hydro, and there was no conflict with the other party. And as I mentioned at the beginning, this project had two phases, and the second phase was specifically around this topic as it related to Hydro-Quebec. So we are comfortable and have gone through the process that we represent Newfoundland and Labrador Hydro only and in the best interest of them and their constituents.
Leader of the Third Party.
Thank you, Speaker. So just Hydro and Newfoundland and Labrador Hydro. Thank you. How confident are you that your work will stand up to, I guess, independent scrutiny?
Senior Country Officer, JP Morgan.
Speaker, thank you. I'm not sure I have the basis to specifically respond to that because I don't know what would be included in independent review. I would say that we are, we have a reputation for being best-in-class financial advisors, and therefore you could presume that we would be confident showing our work to other parties. But I don't think I can specifically comment on your question because I don't know what form of review might happen. I hope I've communicated and Constantine has communicated to you there's a lot of robust analysis that went into our work on behalf of Newfoundland and Labrador Hydro here.
Leader of Third Party.
Thank you, Speaker. With regards to Schedule F, the fair value clause is something that's been touted as a new wording that hopefully will protect the future-proof or help future-proof this deal. So, how if you've read through this, and how robust or how confident are you that this will stand up to such thing as inflationary pricing on rates and returns, and not necessarily chew into our profits or our revenue?
Senior Country Officer, JP Morgan.
Speaker, thank you. I think I would defer to Newfoundland and Labrador Hydro to address that question, sir.
Vice President, Newfoundland Labrador Hydro.
Sorry, Speaker, would you mind repeating that question?
I think I was looking for another. Thank you, Speaker. This is a 50-year deal. And if I look at the Muskrat Falls inquiry report, it was very clear that as it's noted here, that it's not possible to forecast accurately a half century into the future. There are significant limits to the accuracy of a forecast of electric loads 5 years into the future. It goes on several times, and I know from my own involvement when it comes to like pension negotiations, even actuaries, different field, are loath to go beyond 30 years. So I guess with this in mind, basically we're looking at another 50-year deal. I'm just trying to get an idea of how it seems, while everyone else is saying we're really going into the, I guess, the undiscovered country, where your confidence comes from.
Senior Country Officer, J.P. Morgan.
Speaker, thank you. I think it's appropriate to recognize that the long-term nature of this contract creates a certain amount of risk. I think it would be naive to believe that a 50-year contract can be fully buttoned down across everything from day one. But I would also say that to the extent going back to our mandate was to review the financial conditions of, or the financial analysis that went into the MOU, and also to think about, as we talked about earlier, like what are the guardrails that are in place to get you to the best possible outcome. And my colleague has addressed some of those already, but we do think some of the price escalation, as well as the ROE targets, as well as the development risk largely being borne by the other party are important considerations when you think about the risk mitigation within this contract. So I appreciate the question. I think it's a very fair question. As others have said tonight, you're living with a contract that has been much more difficult for this province. But in the role that we played as it relates to the review of the financial analysis here, we feel like they really did, there were guardrails built into this contract to provide appropriate protection.
Leader of the third party.
I'll ask the representative, would you invest in this project, considering what you've seen? Would you be comfortable investing in a 50-year term?
Senior Country Officer, J.P. Morgan.
Speaker, thank you for the question. I would say I never tell people what I'm buying because I won't be back in this room to let you know if I'm selling. So as a general rule, sir, I generally choose not to share what I'm buying or selling in the moment. You'll also appreciate that given my role, there's very little individual securities that I can purchase. In fact, no public securities, no public stocks, pardon me, can be purchased as a result of my role. So I will use that as my answer, but thank you for the question.
Leader of third party.
Thank you. Speaker, notice that J.P. Morgan is, it noted at the beginning that it's investment banking, equity, and debt raising. Will your organization have, beyond the advisory capacity, will you also be arranging the debt at financing and equity financing for this project?
Senior Country Officer with J.P. Morgan.
Speaker, thank you, and thank you for the question. We have completed the work as it relates to the second phase of our project, and we are not engaged at this time to review potential debt or other financing. So I'm not saying it may happen in the future. It is not currently something that we are working on.
Leader of third party.
Thank you, Speaker. These are some questions from people who've looked at this, and I just some of them may have been answered already, but I'd be interested in your take on that. Specifically, the discount rate used and how it was determined. I guess one of the questions that came up was, what was the time frame used? What was the inflationary period to make assumptions, for example, 2030 or a 50-year period?
Senior Country Officer, J.P. Morgan.
Would it be helpful to describe a discount rate in general and how we might apply a discount rate to future cash flows?
Basic understanding of it, but yes, you can go right ahead.
So I just say that the going in position when you're doing a discounted cash flow model, I mean, by definition of that title, a discounted cash flow, is you are making the assumption that with a certain amount of inflation that generally happens in developed economies and non-developed economies, that future cash flows would be worth less than current cash flows. So I think most people would understand that concept. I think talking to the public of Newfoundland in that concept, the average person might have more difficulty. I'm going to guess a lot of people in this room are comfortable with that concept. But the concept is exactly that, which is this is a 50-year perceived MOU. The cash flow in the early years would naturally be worth more than the cash flow in the future years. And then getting to your question, It's like, what is an appropriate discount rate to think about as you're trying to, quote unquote, net present value the future cash flow? So we've had some discussion tonight about what those nominal cash flows may be. I'm not going to speak to that here, but conceptually what you're trying to say is, like, what's that worth in today's dollars? And so that would be the concept. I would be happy to turn it to my colleague to talk specifically about the discount rate used here.
Managing Director?
Speaker, sure. The number is 5.822. This is an agreed number, right? It's an MOU. As it is very common in negotiations for two parties to proceed with a deal, they need to agree on a common set of assumptions, and this is a critical assumption here. There is some precision to it, right? However, discount rates in general, they are based on analysis that is a little bit more of an art than science. Why? Because you have to take a view on the future, effectively. You need to think about what is the appropriate rate, what is the risk profile of the cash flows in the future, what is the rate of return that investors will require to invest in a business with those cash flows in the future. So what we normally do is we look at where other companies are trading at, where other companies have what they have for their cost of capital, and we benchmark the assumptions, and we come to a view whether what was agreed at the negotiating table was reasonable or not. And that's the work we've done. We've looked at a number of companies in this space. We looked at the cost of capital for NLH. We looked at the cost of capital for Hydro-Quebec. We looked at cost of capital for a number of Canadian publicly traded utilities. And we got comfortable that the number that was agreed on was appropriate. They were all close to that number, right? And again, the exact number was agreed. Over time, things fluctuate, but they're all around this number of 5.822. We use the capital asset pricing methodology to calculate the cost of equity. In other words, the cost of equity that investors will require for investing in publicly traded companies. It's an observable number that you can extract from publicly available data. That is one component, and the other component of the cost of debt, which is also something we can easily benchmark as well. So those are the two components combined with an assumption about the capital structure gives us the weighted average cost of capital. That this is the analysis that we've performed, and we got comfortable that the agreed upon number here is appropriate.
Leader of third party.
Thank you, Speaker. With regards to inflation rate and assumptions and so on and so forth, I would assume then that Schedule F would provide the necessary fail-safes if inflation rate assumptions are off. Would Schedule F take care of that if inflation rates are significantly off over the next 50 years?
Managing Director of JP Morgan.
Thank you, Speaker. That's right. The details of the Schedule F are to be worked out in the next phase of this process. But the fundamental underlying principle is that the pricing will take into account the future volatility of market conditions, including interest rates, including inflation rates.
Leader of third party.
That's it.
Finished. Next speaker. The Government House Leader.
Speaker, I move, seconded by the Premier, that this House recess for 15 minutes.
This House do stand in recess until 7:35 p.m. this evening. So. House leaders ready? House leaders ready? Ready? Order, please. We're going to continue with the debate of tonight. Our next speaker. Oh, sorry. The honourable member from Bayvert, Green Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to start by showing that I'm following this debate, as I'm sure that there is a lot from across Newfoundland and Labrador, and I'm paying attention to what is specifically being said here in the House. Hence, my first question to JP Morgan. When you were asked whether the MOU is a good deal, one of you said that it was outside your scope of work. Minutes later, you were asked again the same question. The other of you said yes. So my question is, did your scope of work change in those 2 to 3 minutes?
Senior country manager or officer, sorry.
Speaker. Sir, thank you for the question. I would say with confidence we feel like this is a very good financial deal for the province. I believe that what I was clarifying was that there are other elements of the MOU that might be outside of the scope of our engagement. We were engaged to work with Newfoundland and Labrador Hydro on the financial elements of this transaction. And again, we believe that there are appropriate guardrails within the agreement, and we think it is a good deal for the province. I apologize if my previous comments were unclear.
Member for Bayvert, Green Bay.
Mr. Speaker, again for JP Morgan. JP Morgan, since you were heavily involved in the determining of the discount rate, can you provide the calculations?
Senior country officer, JP Morgan.
Sir, I thank you again for the question. Speaker, thank you. I would turn the mic to my colleague in just a minute, but I would clarify, I don't believe we said we were involved deeply in the calculation of the discount rate. I think what we were communicating was we evaluated the discount rate versus market comparables to determine whether or not it was in the realm or in the range of fair. But I'm happy to have Constantine provide a little bit more context. Thank you for the question.
Managing Director.
Thank you, Speaker. As I stated a little bit earlier, the agreed rate 5.822 was a product of negotiations, right? It was the rate that both parties agreed on. There isn't some math or science behind the precise number. It cannot be by definition. It's what the parties agree on, right? You can engineer it, but we don't think it'll be appropriate to do that. What is appropriate to do, however, is to say whether the agreed rate is a reasonable rate based on our analysis. And that we can say with confidence. As I mentioned earlier, we ran our CAPM pricing model. We looked at the cost of debt. We compared the two. We looked at the cost. We looked at the capital structure, assumed capital structure for this business, and benchmarked that against comparable companies. And we got comfortable that 5.822 is within the range of what we consider to be reasonable.
Member of Bayvert, Green Bay.
If Gull Island is delayed or doesn't get built, does that affect the discount rate? And if so, how?
Managing Director.
If I want to make sure I heard you correctly.
Question?
If Gull Island is delayed or doesn't get built, does that affect the discount rate? And if so, how?
Managing Director, JP Morgan.
Thank you. So the discount rate, 5.822, was used to agree on the principle and the fundamental numbers that underpin the MOU, which is the NPV figure for Churchill Falls, as well as the, the value of upfront payments, right, $3.5 billion. That's the NPV of the future cash flows, discounted at this particular rate. Once that is agreed, it is agreed. So if there is a project delay or a cost overrun, that's not going to change what was agreed at the beginning of the MOU. That will happen a number of years from now, and it will not impact what, by that time, the definitive agreements will already be signed, right? You will proceed with the construction of the project once you enter into the definitive agreements with all the milestones, operating budgets, CapEx, that will all be, will be known at that point in time. That is all to be worked out, right? If a cost overrun happens in the future, what it will impact, though, is the power price, because that is one variable that gets impacted, an important variable. It will be adjusted accordingly. The power price will go up if there is a cost overrun, right? So, but it will not change the agreement that is reached today.
Member for Bayvert Green Bay.
Okay, so let me rephrase this in another way that you could potentially explain to the viewers at home. If there is an increase in the discount rate, what will be the impact on the net present value?
Senior Country Officer, J.P. Morgan.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. So in general, a higher discount rate would result in a lower net present value of those future cash flows.
Member for Bayvert Green Bay.
Thank you. So following on to what the leader of the third party highlighted, and that is the difficulty in forecasting and doing agreements over an extended period of time, for which J.P. Morgan highlighted again, yes, there's fluctuation and challenges. So based on that, would Newfoundland and Labrador Hydro have been better off, based on what Quebec is doing themselves in the northeastern U.S., and have signed a 20 or 25-year contract for power purchase agreement for the current plant?
Senior Country Officer, J.P. Morgan.
Sir, I appreciate the question. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the question. I'm not sure that answering that question would fall within the realm of our scope as it relates to the financial analysis on the project. I don't think we were brought in to opine on a different time frame or a different a construct. We were working on the financial analysis alongside our partners to come up with the best deal possible for Newfoundland and Labrador Hydro in this circumstance.
Member for Bayvert Green Bay.
Okay, fair enough. I'll move along. Was J.P. Morgan involved in determining the escalator of 2%?
Managing Director of J.P. Morgan.
Yeah, the answer is yes. Again, this is one number that was agreed upon by both parties. Our job was to opine on the reasonableness of this number, just like any other number in the MOU. And we do think that a 2% escalator is appropriate in light of, general macroeconomic conditions and our analysis of this particular asset.
Member for Bayvert Green Bay.
So what was the 2% based on? Was that based on CPI, Consumer Price Index?
Managing Director, J.P. Morgan.
CPI was one of the many factors that we considered when we arrived at this conclusion, yes.
Member for Bayvert Green Bay.
So I would just like to highlight for the record here, if they're using 2% as a factor for CPI and a 2% linear escalation, that the inflation rate, close to it, CPI, averaged 3.92% from 1969 to 2024. So over the past 55 years, the CPI has been 3.9%, so double what we're using here as an escalation. But again, I will look to move on. So why does Schedule G...
Sorry,
okay.
Come to that if you don't mind. Managing Director for JP Morgan.
I just want to make sure, I want to clarify this because it's an important point, and if you just look at the data, the historic data, you may take a view that historic inflation was in fact higher. That may be true. I haven't seen the data, but what we need to think about here is that the escalator here is on top of the cost plus pass-through mechanism. So if there is inflation, it will impact the costs of the project, right? The costs will go up. So we do have something in place that's built in to address your concerns. So the inflation may go higher than 2%. That will impact the costs of the project. They will go up. Those costs will be passed through with this mechanism. So 2% is on top of that. So therefore, we feel it's actually an appropriate construct here that gives us comfort that there is a risk mitigant against possible future inflation. Headline number of which may be higher than the, or lower the historic, we do think there is a protection mechanism here in place.
Member for Bayvert Green Bay.
Did you provide NL Hydro with an energy price forecast?
Managing Director, JP Morgan.
That will be outside of our scope. We relied upon the forecast from Power Advisory. That was within their scope of work.
Member for Bayvert Green Bay.
So we talked about some of the risks for Gull Island based on cost plus. And as we know, we are 10% of the off-takers, and that is funded 75% debt and 25% equity. If there's cost overruns, will we not incur additional risk?
Managing Director of JP Morgan.
As per the MOU, NLH has the option, but not the obligation to acquire those volumes. So you will have some optionality there and make a decision at the appropriate time whether or not you want to, how you want to deal with it.
Member for Bayvert Green Bay.
Okay, what do you expect to be a benchmark cost for the replacement of capacity in kilowatt hours for similar jurisdictions as Quebec in 2041?
Managing Director of JP Morgan.
Thank you, Speaker. I would defer the question to Power Advisory. They've actually analyzed that.
Member for Bayvert Green Bay.
So I guess that would be the same with regards to the electricity rate included in the new power purchase agreement?
That's accurate.
Okay, what about spot pricing for electricity in 2041?
Managing Director, JP Morgan.
This is within the scope of work for Power Advisory.
Member for Bayvert Green Bay.
So you have referred to guardrails. I'm going to come back here again. In your opinion, after a review of the MOU, what guardrails do you see in place for Quebec?
Managing Director, JP Morgan.
Thank you, Speaker. The question here is, it relates to different counterparty. We advise NLH. So we're not going to be able to opine on the risks for the counterparty here.
Member for Bayvert Green Bay.
Okay, okay, wait now. Is the 33.8 billion, so basically the number that's referred to in Schedule F, a result of JP Morgan's analysis?
Managing Director of JP Morgan.
Just give us a second. Speaker, thank you. So 33.8 is it's one of the agreed upon key parameters of the MOU. Our job was to opine on the financial aspects, including this number. So we ran multiple scenarios. We analyzed the financial impact of the proposal and whether or not this number was reasonable. And we came to a view that it was.
Member for Bay Vert Green Bay.
Thank you for indicating that it's the target. So based on, I guess, that 33.8 in Schedule F, did you do any analysis on Schedule G? And Schedule G would have been broken out by year.
Managing Director, J.P. Morgan.
Yeah, I mean, yes. The answer is yes. Schedule G underpins this number, 33.8. So that we analyze the financial construct in its entirety, including that schedule.
Member for Bay Vert Green Bay.
Did J.P. Morgan compare the cost of electricity, as determined by the MOU, to the cost CFLCO could have charged if the existing contract expired in 2041? And then Newfoundland Hydro chose to sell electricity on the open market.
Managing Director, J.P. Morgan.
That particular question is a very important question, and Power Advisory actually provided that analysis. It was outside of our scope.
Member for Bay Vert Green Bay.
Did J.P. Morgan compare the cost of electricity, as determined by the MOU, to the replacement cost in Quebec?
Managing Director, J.P. Morgan.
Just a second.
Yep. Managing Director, J.P. Morgan.
Speaker, thank you. We worked with Power Advisory to analyze the potential alternatives to this transaction. Power Advisory provided us with inputs on replacement costs, on other pricing scenarios, and we modeled those scenarios. And we opined upon those scenarios and compared them to what was presented to us by Hydro-Quebec. So that was the scope of our work. And we actually done a lot of those analyses, multiple scenarios, replacement costs, multiple scenarios as well. So we relied upon the specific numbers because they require some technical knowledge, right, that Power Advisory has. Our area of expertise is to analyze that within the context of this transaction, analyze the financial impact, and come to a view whether or not what Hydro-Quebec presented you is reasonable, makes sense compared to another alternative that you may possibly have.
Member for Bay Vert Green Bay.
Okay. Did J.P. Morgan compare the cost of electricity, as determined by this MOU, to the electricity rate in other recent transactions agreements signed in Canada or the northeastern U.S.?
Managing Director of J.P. Morgan. Yep, Managing Director.
Speaker, thank you. Again, I would say that we worked very closely with Power Advisory. We use their specific data, local data, for our financial models to analyze the financial impact on the province and LH. So that was within our scope of. We work very closely with them. We have seen all those numbers, hundreds of scenarios, to be candid with you, over the last 2 years. I think 135 is what the team calculated. So, so yes, we have seen all of those. Did we independently verify those numbers? That was the scope of work for Power Advisory. but we opined upon the financial impact of each one of those scenarios to come to a view that what we have here on the table is a good deal for you compared to doing something else.
Member for Bayver Green Bay.
Did J.P. Morgan convert the cost to construct Gull Island into an electricity rate, so kilowatt hour?
Managing. Managing Director.
Speaker, thank you. A few things here to note. First of all, this is a non-binding agreement. There's a lot of work to be done still, and to finalize all those details, specifically around the cost of construction for Gull Island, which will impact a lot of those numbers that you're referring to. All of it is to be done, right? So we are not in the place yet where we can say definitively what those numbers will be once the feasibility study is done. And that's going to be the next months or a year, whatever it takes, right? What we can say, though, is that we worked very closely with our partners to look at various possible outcomes to come to a view that this project can be financed, that this project will result in a reasonable cost of electricity, right? Because the model has to be based on a number of assumptions, including the cost of electricity, right? So that it all comes together, and we feel pretty comfortable with that. Now, the details of those numbers, the dollars per kilowatt that you may be referring to there, they are all going to be worked out over the course of the months ahead of us.
Finish?
No, I got.
Okay, one more quick question.
Yeah.
Member for Bayver.
So I just want to make a statement here because it's been debated with regards to this 10.3 average price in Quebec. So let me say this, and I went back and I pulled, which could easily be accessed by the government side as well, Hydro-Quebec's press release dated the 21st of February, 2024. Now, whether you read it in English or en français, it's the same thing. 10.3 average price obtained. Average price obtained. I rest my case.
Member for, the Vice President for Newfoundland Labrador Hydro.
Thank you, Speaker. Looking at that same press release, obviously very familiar with that. It says in the same press release that the average market price, and these are the markets that Hydro-Quebec has access to through its expensive and expansive transmission network, and through paying those rights, their average market price in the period was 5.2 cents per kilowatt hour, but the average price obtained, and it says in parentheses, I have to include the full sentence, including hedging effect, is 10.3 cents. So that hedging is a financial mechanism. These guys are better to speak to that. But it is not an explanation of what the price was in the market for that period. The price in the market is clearly in this press release at 5.2 cents in English and in French.
Next speaker, the Honourable the Minister of Immigration, Population Growth and Skills.
Thank you, Speaker. And I'd like to thank our guests tonight for being here, Mr. Parsons again, and J.P. Morgan. Thank you very much. And I just want to reiterate, I will sleep better tonight knowing that J.P. Morgan says that they believe this is a very good deal for our province. So I just want to open with that. Thank you very much. So I have some technical questions. So I'll dive right in. Thank you very much. So the first one, based on the Memorandum of Understanding, Is there anything that could jeopardize or risk the 8 to 9% rate of return that Newfoundland and Labrador would expect? Can you talk about the risks and I guess anything that would jeopardize that rate of return that for the MOU?
Managing Director of JP Morgan.
I just want to clarify the question. So your question is whether there is anything in the MOU that creates risk for the 8 to 9% range that was agreed upon. Is that your question? Okay. So 8 to 9% range is the return on equity that you will earn on the $3.5 billion of equity, right? As we discussed in the prior session, you don't have an obligation to contribute more equity than that quantum, right? So therefore, that is a big mitigant to any possible cost overruns, project delays, and I stated earlier there are a number of other important mitigants, such as high investment grade off-taker, fixed volumes over time, and many others that I mentioned earlier. So all of those are important factors that mitigate a possible risk to your anticipated return on your equity.
Minister of Immigration, Population Growth and Skills.
Thank you. So some of these questions might have been touched on a little bit, but I think there's new people joining, and I just want to, it's helpful to have different questions answered in different ways, so thank you. So my second question, in terms of the potential cost overruns from these projects, wondering if you could opine on how the taxpayers of Newfoundland and Labrador and ratepayers are shielded from any cost overruns from the projects in the Memorandum of Understanding.
Senior Country Officer, JP Morgan.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you for the question. I think, Walter, this might be a question that's more appropriate for you.
Vice President of Newfoundland Labrador Hydro.
Thank you, Speaker. Really, I can just draw your attention back to some points that were made earlier about how the Gull Island project would be done in the partnership. And as the Managing Director pointed out, if costs go to a place where the equity requirement of Newfoundland and Labrador Hydro is higher than the $3.5 billion that has been paid for the right to this partnership. So it's the $3.5 billion obviously was hard negotiated number over the negotiation period, but it is our resource, it's our river, we have the water rights along with our partners in Innu Nation. We of course have proposed a transaction whereby Hydro-Quebec would purchase that right, and that $3.5 billion becomes a cap on our obligation. It doesn't mean we don't have the right if we want to invest further in a project that goes higher in cost and earn more return on that. We will have that right. That's clearly laid out in the MOU. But the obligation is limited to the amount of the $3.5 billion.
Minister of Immigration, Population Growth and Skills.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you for that answer. So I guess my next question, and I think this is helpful for members of the general public who may be kind of just hearing responses in piecemeal. So in terms of operating costs for the projects in the Memorandum of Understanding, wondering if someone can talk about how those project costs will be recovered and the financial structure around that.
Managing Director of JP Morgan.
Thank you, Speaker. As I stated earlier, and as my colleagues stated earlier as well, the pass-through mechanism for the costs is one of the key underlying principles of this memorandum of understanding. And what it means is that costs are going to form the basis for the future power price, plus the required return on top of that, plus the escalator that we discussed. So all the costs are going to be recorded. Capital costs are going to be amortized and recovered over the life of the project, and the operating costs will be expensed as they are incurred in accordance with the general accounting principles. That is the framework upon which the price mechanism works, and that's how the costs will be recovered in the future.
Minister of Immigration, Population Growth and Skills.
Okay, thank you very much. In terms of the ownership structure in the Memorandum of Understanding for the different projects, just wondering if you had any concerns about that ownership structure or any risks to Newfoundland taxpayers based on structures in the Memorandum of Understanding.
Senior Country Officer for JP Morgan.
Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the question. I want to be a little careful how I respond to this, but this is a memo of understanding. The final agreement will have to be obviously worked out over time. And trying to find the balance between the ownership of the asset, offset by the fact that Hydro-Quebec is going to put up most of the capital, if not all of the capital, around the development of the asset. It's like, where do you land in a fair place? And I'll defer to my colleague in a moment, but I think conceptually, the province ends up in a majority shareholding position on its existing CFNL and the new. And so that was part of I think some of the work that we had done, and Constantine, I don't know if you want to address the percentages specifically, probably not, but I'll defer to you.
Yeah, I'm happy to address that actually. So you have this existing agreement in place with 2/3, 1/3, right? The new developments will be based upon that agreement, although there's a slightly different percentage for Gull Island, the joint venture, and the reason for that is that you have the transmission, which is wholly owned by NLH 100%. So that 60-40 split for Gull Island, if you look at it together with the NLH transmission, is effectively the same, so it's roughly 65% your ownership. So this is the construct under which you've operated for a number of years. So it seems reasonable to assume that the same construct should work for you going forward. It has worked thus far in terms of the shareholder split.
Minister of Immigration, Population Growth and Skills.
Thank you, Speaker. So I know we've done some basic financial literacy here this evening, so I appreciate you helping us with that. We've talked about gross costs or gross revenues. Wondering if you could talk about the NPV and the nominal amounts and why it's important that we consider both of those in talking about this deal, please.
Managing Director, or sorry.
So the NPV and nominal amounts as it relates to which part?
Minister of Immigration, Population Growth and Skills.
I guess the Memorandum of Understanding as a whole, or the different parts in particular. Thank you.
Senior Country Officer, JP Morgan.
Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the question. So I think where you're trying to go with this is how do you triangulate either fairness or how do you triangulate this NPV number and how we talked about earlier how it was calculated. But I would just go back to, what's the purpose? The purpose is to try to evaluate in today's dollars what is a very long-term contract with a number of components that we've tried to model in the best way possible. But I do think it's clear in the MOU that this is a forecast. So the numbers that are being used are based on the forecast. The forecast, as we've discussed, includes inputs from parties that are not just us. It was really the full team to come up with what that NPV number is. So I think that at this moment in time, based on the discount factors and the factors that have been included, it's a reasonable number. But it's fair to assume that as we get through, as you get through the next step of the negotiation, you'll get more definitive on some of the numbers and some of the forecasts. So I think it's just, let's just start by just acknowledging that it is a forecast. There are a number of assumptions within the forecast. Constantine and team looked at the appropriateness of those assumptions, and we feel comfortable with the number as presented, but it will change as you get into, if you choose to get into the next phase of this negotiation.
Minister of Immigration, Population Growth and Skills.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you to our guests for answering. I had a few higher level questions. In terms of looking at the overall monetization of Churchill Falls and the river and future development, do you have an opinion on whether or not this is an effective monetization of that, or if there's a better way to do that? Thank you.
Senior Country Officer for J.P. Morgan.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the question. I think the first thing that we've talked about earlier tonight and we continue to talk about is near-term cash flows tend to be more valuable than future cash flows. So there have been some questions tonight, and I think they're appropriate questions, which is how do you think about this particular MOU versus the do-nothing scenario where you wait and see if 2041 is a more favorable power market for you, or other alternatives in terms of potential partners. I would come back to say that our scope was to help you from a financial analysis point of view, put the best deal possible, create the best deal possible for the Newfoundland and Labrador hydro in this scenario. So I'll pause there and I'll turn to my colleague.
Managing Director.
Well, look, it's a great asset. It's a great resource that you have, Gull Island. It is stranded. It's out there, right? It would take a lot of capital to develop it. We have an opportunity here today. We have a motivated developer, able and willing to develop. You have the opportunity to monetize this asset, and we do think it's the right deal for you to do, to actually monetize this asset. The path to monetization, your question was, is this an effective path? We think it is. We think there are effective ways to finance this development. As we discussed earlier, it's a large-scale project development. We think there are ways to monetize it effectively. There is a lot of work to be done ahead of us still to figure out the details. We do have the principles, however, agreed upon on how we're going to be monetizing this asset and the path forward. So the answer is yes, we do think it is an effective way to move forward.
Do you think the Minister of Finance is going to continue with the question at this time? The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much for your succinct and coherent answers, and I really appreciate this. This morning, we had Power Advisory before the House, and they talked about how this arrangement is being applauded nationally and internationally, and thought in that it's a very good deal for Newfoundland and Labrador. I heard you again reiterate that in a lot of ways. You talked about this is the right, I think I wrote down, the right financial deal for Newfoundland and Labrador. Are you hearing from others that, on this arrangement as well, and again applauding the fact that we are in this place?
Senior Country Manager for J.P. Morgan.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. So the first thing I would say is I wouldn't want to present that we've had dozens of phone calls to tell us this was an unbelievable transaction. I would say the people that understand this file have expressed the optimism that we could come to a different place on what's historically been a very difficult agreement for this province. So I would just say that as context. The second thing I would say is that we are engaged all the time in a variety of different transactions. So you could be in a position where you're trying to sell an asset, and you may be less concerned about what the buyer does with that asset, and your sole purpose is to maximize price. This situation is very complex because you have an existing agreement that continues for another 17 or so years. And you need two parties to come to the table with an appropriate mindset to try to find a way to get a 50-year deal done that is appropriate for both parties. And so I think it's just important to contextualize what we were brought in to opine on. And even when you do the simpler transaction, which is, I'd like to sell the business, will you help me sell the business? You might wake up 3 years later and say, gosh, I could have sold that business for a lot more, or I'm happy I sold the business because it's worth a lot less. So in every transaction, you know, there are moments in time where you make decisions with the information you have. And so I think with this one, it would be fair to say that we are opining on information in the moment that we have, and it's possible that other deals could be better. We're not going to say that this is the only deal. What we're going to say is that this feels like you have two motivated parties who are trying to come up with a long-term partnership. And when we evaluated the financial aspects of it, we felt that the near-term cash flow impact alone was a very important component of how to think about this MOU.
Order, please. Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much. I know there's chatter in the room. You mentioned, and I think it's important because it's been a topic of conversation here on the floor of the House of Assembly about why this is a 50 or actually a 51-year power purchase arrangement, and perhaps you could give your perspective on why 50 years is an appropriate or not appropriate amount of time for this particular power purchase arrangement. Is it consistent with standard practice now when you're looking at hydroelectric deals, I guess is my question.
Senior Country Officer for JP Morgan.
So I would acknowledge, Mr. Speaker, I would acknowledge it is a tough question. You're not starting from a position of greenfield. So I think the answer to the question is these are long-dated assets. They have 40, 50, 60, 70-year lives. To the extent that to the extent that Newfoundland and Labrador Hydro wants to finance these projects over time, because as we've discussed, a component of this would involve some level of project financing. You know, the components of that, a longer-term contract generally is more favorable to the financing markets, so that we like. We also would just acknowledge that these are generally very long-term assets. So Constantine, as I talked about at the beginning, who specialize in the power space, can talk about, you know, the 50 years, 51 years, thank you for clarifying, you know, as reasonable, but I'm not sure we are necessarily the experts to say yes or no on that. I think what we can share with you is it's not, or well, said differently, these are typically long-term projects. And you're dealing with an existing contract that also is going to be restructured potentially as part of it. So I think the situation here is a little bit unique, but we would acknowledge that these are long-term projects.
Minister of Finance.
I don't know if Constantine wanted to add
Minister,
anything.
sorry.
I thought, you're okay?
It is fairly standard, typical for these types of assets to have very long-dated contracts for hydro assets specifically, considering the long lives of those assets. 50 years is normal. It's market practice. And we've seen longer contracts. We've seen somewhat shorter contracts. You know, it is a very reasonable length for a contract, in our opinion.
Minister of Finance.
So I only have half a minute. So what I'm hearing from JP Morgan is that you feel this is a good financial deal for the province, that we've mitigated the risk on both the Churchill Falls contract itself, the original, and is completely different with different aspects than the 1969 contract. I've heard that we have mitigated the risk on what I call element 2, the new potential projects. Am I summarizing this correctly?
Managing Director.
It's an accurate summary. We agree.
Minister's time has expired. The Honourable the Member for Fairland.
Thank you, Speaker. Certainly a great privilege to be able to come in here tonight and speak on this. It's a big honour, to be truthful. I mean, we've been coming here as MHAs in 2019. We've seen a lot in 5 or 6 years, I'm going to say. We saw Snowmageddon when we first got in here, and we got in through COVID, and now we're into this big deal here. So it's a big issue for sure. And you know, traveling through the district when it was first announced, and you know, you walk into a supermarket, or you walk into an arena, or you go to one of your events, the first thing they ask you is a good deal. I said, well, you know, it looks pretty good on the outside. We don't know for sure, but you know, I certainly couldn't run it down for sure. But it's something that, you know, people have mentioned that, you know, they'd ask you, and you'd say, well, it seems like a good deal on the outside. And it's the reason we're here. The reason we're here is to ask questions, make sure that we get all the answers that people are asking us, all the experts that are out there, they're giving us information. You know, all the people in here are asking some very pertinent questions, very important questions. And I think they've done a great job so far in asking these important questions and following up with them. So, you know, we look at it, and again, I want to go back in 1969 when this deal was signed. All the MHAs were here at that time, and they all voted yes, and they all thought it was a great idea at the time. We're 56 years later, and we're sitting here, and it's not such a good deal. Hence the reason we need to ask questions, and hence the reason we get a chance to ask questions, which I think is great. Did hear the member from Conception Bay East Bell Island, and the member from Burgiola Poyle did say, you know, at the time they didn't get to ask questions back on the last project, but we do get a chance to ask questions, and they're very important questions. Questions that we'd like to see answers to. And, you know, Quebec are in a position now, they need the power. They want the power, and we got the power. And we are holding the cards in our hands. And let's not give this away. Let's make sure it's the right deal. We're not giving it away, but let's make sure it's the right deal. That's what, you know what? I don't want my grandkids in 30 years, 40 years, saying, I wonder how Pop voted on that. You know, that's not something we want to have as our legacy. You know, not that, you know, I never went back and looked at who voted in 1969, but we don't want to have that hanging over our head. Let's make it right. Let's do it right. And we're in a position to do it right. All right, and that's why we ask these questions. That's why we're asking for an independent person to be able to come and look at this. All right, let's just stop this for a second, give it a month or two, let's have a look at it, come back with some information, and then we can certainly, you know, let's move forward and do what we got to do from there. I don't think a couple of months or however long that's going to take is going to slow down this project too much. We're looking way out in the future, and I think it's something that we should be, you know, something that we should be looking at right now. Again, we're all here as 40 representatives from all districts, and I'm sure that there's people in every district here that have had questions from their constituents to make sure that they want asked in this portfolio here. They want them asked, and they've been asked. I'm sure there's still more questions to ask, but you know, they want them asked. And that's the most important thing we're doing here, is asking these questions. And you know, we got to represent our constituents. That's who put us here. You know, that's the most important. And I hear it all the time, hear it from groups that I'm around. And let's make sure it's right. Let's make sure that it's right. We're rewriting history now. Let's make it right. You know, we talked to JP Morgan there, and we certainly thank those people for the start of this week. Right from the start of the week, from Hydro to Power Advisor to JP Morgan, we certainly thank you for coming in, because certainly answering the questions you know, that we put forward, and answering them in a professional manner, we certainly appreciate that. You know, I sit here, and again, there's 40 people here, and we can all look around, and sometimes you be in awe of some of the questions and some of the information that they're there. And do we know a lot about this? I'm not no engineer, and there's a lot of people here not engineers, so it's pretty complicated stuff that they've been at, and we're certainly appreciative. But again, you know, we have to ask these questions. It's very important that we get it out there and get it out there and do it right. I was in the car business, as I said many times here before, and I've always said when I was selling a car that I hope the last spot that they come to is where I'm to, that they sell. You know, when you're trying to sell a car. Hope this is the last stop, because you went to all the other spots and got your price and come back here and let's see what we can do. We stopped at the first one we were at. We didn't go any further. We didn't shop around more to give other people a choice or an advantage to get in and be able to have a look at it. So the first time you go, anybody here will go buy anything without going somewhere else to get a look at a price, no matter what you buy, whether it be a plane ticket, a car, a jacket, a suit. You don't stop at the first spot. You shop around. And it's not like shopping around, but there's other people out there that are interested in this, and we should take the advantage of doing that. We haven't done our due diligence on that for sure. You know, that's something that sits in the back of my mind, that we have not done our due diligence on that for sure. And, you know, I try to tie it and bring it back to the simple terms of what's best for everybody in Newfoundland and Labrador. I got constituents that anybody over 70, you'll certainly hear them say, we got to get this right. We've been shafted for 56 years. And you've heard that over your years of your lifetime. I know how old I am, and you certainly heard that along your way. For many seniors especially that are over 70, they will certainly say that. You know, let's not give this away. We got a chance to get it right. Let's get it right. And, you know, it's on us to do it. And I think, in my mind, sitting here, and I've sat attentively, as you know, Speaker, for the last 3 days, sat here quietly, which is not like me to be able to sit here quietly, but I've sat here quietly for 3 days and took it in, and sometimes I get to a boiling point and I gotta let it go, and you know, they throw jabs at you and you let it go again, and it's not like me to let it go, I gotta tell you, it's not like me to let it go, but it's for the best, it's the best for everybody, and you know, everybody's done a good job, and you know, let's get past that. And all jokes aside, we really have to do a better job and make sure that we get this right. I'm trying to stress that, get this right. And that's one part of it that we didn't do, is didn't shop around and give ourselves a chance. Shop around seems so simple when you say it, but it's not that easy. Give other people a chance, and other groups and other companies a chance to be able to buy our power. 17 years' time, we'll be able to do it, and we'll be in the driver's seat. That's what people say to me. They don't understand it no more than I do when they're first talking about it. 17 years, we'll be in full control. I'm sure everybody in this building has heard that. Everybody has heard that over and over. In 17 years' time, we'll be in the driver's seat. Now, I know that they can't wait 17 years, and we've heard all the reasons why we can't. But we can certainly negotiate for more. If this is the first or second crack at it, we should be negotiating for more. You come in and buy a car, you leave, you're going to come back and, well, I got this price here, and you're negotiating. Okay, they're only negotiating with one group, and that's what's pivotal here. And looking at all that, that's something that we really should be stressing, that to be able to get out and have a look at this and get more people involved to see if there's a better deal out there. We haven't looked. We haven't looked. And there's not one person in here would do anything in your own lifestyle that you wouldn't try to get the best price for and the best option. And we haven't done it. We haven't done our due diligence on that. And that's what's disappointing. They've done a good job what they got here so far, but we want an independent advisor to be able to have a look at this. That's what we're asking for. We want somebody independently to look at this, take it away, and come back. We'll have a look at it then. If they come back and say it's good, well, great. We're not saying it's a bad deal. We just don't know that right now. And it's just a fresh set of eyes to be able to look at this and come back to us and then report back to us on that. Or they come back, we get a report, they'll give us a report, we can read it, and then we can go move ahead and do what we got to do. But we should have an independent group look at this and come back with those answers. It's just so disappointing that, you know, that we haven't done that. And, you know, this government should look at it. There's a lot of people asking for it. You see what happened in 1969, they all voted for it. We sit here and all vote for it and come back in 40 years and come back and say the same thing. Why, they made a bad deal. Let's get a fresh set of eyes on it. Let's get somebody to look at it, come back with a report and tell us if it's good or bad, or if there's something we should do differently. Maybe there's something we should do differently. That's what the independent person would tell us. So, you know, with that, it was certainly an honor to be able to speak to this, and you'll be able to go down in record and be able to say that you spoke on it. And, you know, let's get it right for all the province of Newfoundland and Labrador and make sure that we get the proper information back. Thank you, Speaker.
Before I recognize next speaker, I'd just like to wish him a very happy birthday today, our member from Placentia West Bellevue. Happy birthday, sir. Member from Placentia West Bellevue.
Thank you for the embarrassment, Speaker. I appreciate it. It actually gives me a great honor to actually sit in this house on my birthday because I'm the same age of the contract from 1969. I was born January 8, 1970, and I've had to deal with this all my life. Some of the words that were used in some of the opening addresses were anger, pain, frustration, anxiety, all from an ill-fated contract. I agree with all of that because I felt it personally. I remember one time in, I think it was either grade 9 or 10, we were doing Newfoundland culture, and we were asked to do an assignment on something that you thought was an unfair part of our history. And I actually done it on Churchill Falls because my dad's family come from Bell Island, and a lot of them ended up in Labrador. And my Aunt Mary and Uncle Tom Norman actually ended up in Churchill Falls. My Uncle Tom unfortunately passed up there in 1975. But my Aunt Mary stayed there with 5 children, and she was a teacher. And, you know, they loved Churchill Falls. There was, you know, and I've heard all good things about Churchill Falls. So it certainly isn't about the people that are running it. It's certainly not about the asset. It's certainly about the contract that was in place to you know, help or hurt the economy, I guess, of Newfoundland and Labrador. And when we talk about, you know, dealing with Quebec and stuff, you know, this is an entity that has fought us tooth and nail for 55 years in Supreme Court, and had no interest in reopening the contract. But now we know that you know, they need this opportunity. It's an opportunity that's at their feet. But to say that, you know, it kind of surprises me that, you know, we're still not necessarily in the driver's seat, even with this MOU. You know, we're giving up a lot of control of the Churchill River. You know, we haven't, as my colleague said, doesn't seem like we've really shopped this around because if we're going to get the best price, then, you know, or the best deal, then that will come from competition. And dealing with one entity, you know, I'd honestly like to know what other offers were on the table when we decided to engage with Hydro-Quebec and the Quebec government exclusively. One of the things I wanted to touch on, it's funny the amount of notes that I have, because usually when we do a bill, I have 2 or 3 pages of notes to make my address. And in the last 3 days, I think I have something like 40 pages of notes. So to say that this is an important piece of our history, and for us to be in this house discussing this, it goes without saying. Because, you know, as we know, Hydro-Quebec and Quebec government are doing whatever they can for their people that they represent. And I think it's incumbent on all of us in this house and our experts to make sure that we're doing the same for the people that we represent here in Newfoundland and Labrador, and we get the best deal possible. So the thing is, for me, is that, you know, I don't see that we need to rush anything. I think that, you know, we've gone over this for the last 55 years. Apparently, we've been in negotiations for the last 4 years. So, you know, just bringing this to the attention of the people right before Christmas and having it front of mouth, I guess, for Christmas was a little bit inconsiderate, but here we are. So when we talk about generational impacts and we talk about generational wealth, then, like I said, that's something that I never got to experience in my whole lifetime, for the simple fact that, you know, we just started with a twinning of a highway from Whitburn right into my district to basically Sunnyside. And, you know, that would have been done a long time ago. Or we might even have been able to keep the train. We don't know what our history would have looked like if we had all this extra wealth that should have been ours and that we should, because, you know, we know that our Premier of the day was told about nuclear power and how this was going to be a part of it, and we were downgrading how much hydropower was going to mean to the world and all that kind of stuff. Well, it seems like those conversations have turned into cold fusion now, not nuclear power. So we're still trying to downgrade the asset, which is a world-class asset, and we know it. The replacement cost is over $400 million. We're being offered $225 million. If that's ever realized, I'd be appreciative. But in the meantime, when Premier Legault stood here in front of the people of Newfoundland and Labrador, he said, you get a little bit and we get a little bit. And I'm not sure, but I think Quebec has already gotten there a little bit over the last 55 years. So if, you know, since we say that, you know, near-term cash flows are worth more, you know, shouldn't Newfoundland and Labrador Hydro be asking for more money up front? Maybe that'll right the wrongs of the past. That maybe that'll give us the opportunity to start out of the gates, you know, in a manner that, not that we expect, not that we're entitled to, but if we're going to go into a new, contract with somebody that we've been partnered with for this long, then maybe it should have been Quebec that ripped up the contract, not us. Because maybe it should have been Quebec that came with a better offer up front to say that, you know what, we apologize for the past. We just signed a new 25-year contract with them in 2016. And 10 years later, they're coming to us looking for a new deal. So, you know, they could have done that 10 years ago, and what position we'll be in then. So that's what I'm saying, is that this independent review is very necessary. You know, people of my generation feel that, you know, we have been exploited for far too long. 55 years is a long time. We don't want that to happen to our grandkids or other younger family members because, you know, for my lifetime, I've never seen power rates go down. So I don't think the asset's going to decrease. You know, as long as we're open and honest and transparent, I think we'll get to fair negotiations. But we need that from both sides. And we need to make sure that both sides are bargaining in good faith. Because, you know, it's telling us that they're going to have control of the river, they're going to be able to access, we have to go through them to access markets and stuff like that, makes them still be our partner. But if we're going to do that, then, you know, they've been getting pretty much free power and since 1969 until 2041, which has been debilitating for our province. But after going through it for 55 years, I see 17 years as being very short term. And if they want to partner on power sales, then we need to create end user agreements, not ownership agreements, from the entity that has exploited us for 55 years. The Quebec ratepayers have gotten super cheap, almost zero cost power, and will continue to have cheaper power than our ratepayers of their own asset. That did not sound like fair or bargaining in good faith. I think the other thing that I would like to touch on is the fact of the whole doing the 10 definitive agreements at once. That takes away our bargaining power and it puts it back into the control of Quebec. I have only ever seen any deals that I've been involved with. Bundling only happens to benefit the buyer, not the seller. That means usually when there's bundling going on, that means that the seller is giving up much more than they need to make it happen. So I think that what we need to do is have probably one more person, a lot more people, I guess, on our government team that are going in to negotiate with Quebec and Hydro-Quebec because we want to change the historical unfairness of the past. We want to make sure that it's fair for both sides. So to me, if Hydro-Quebec wants to continue the relationship with us to supply power, then we need to be compensated for the pinning down of this entire contract for 55 years. And as I said, bundling benefits the purchaser, not the owner. So what I am saying is that we have an opportunity here to put the people of Newfoundland and Labrador first, as I would expect that the people and the governing party of Quebec would like to do for the people of Quebec. So in my short time left, I would like to say that, you know, we don't want to undermine our ability to negotiate because we're downplaying assets or markets or anything like that. Let's actually remove all the fear-mongering, I guess, kind of thing, and let's put a fair value on our asset, and we move forward from there. Because if we are going to fix this injustice, then we need to do it together, and we need a partner that is willing to do it. I have one question at the end of my time here, and it's for J.P. Morgan or Hydro, Newfoundland Labrador Hydro. Well, I guess it wouldn't be for Newfoundland Labrador Hydro because it is their asset. But J.P. Morgan, if you own this asset, would you rather operate it or lease it? What would be in your best interest?
Senior Country Officer for J.P. Morgan.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the comments. Thank you for the question. I do not believe that I'm in a position to answer whether I was capable of operating this asset. I think that's up to the experts to opine on. Would it be helpful for me to address any other parts of your comments? So I just want to clarify a couple of things. So the first thing that I just want to make sure that we've said, and we'll say again, we are hired as the advisor to Newfoundland and Labrador Hydro. So we show up to try to find the best outcome for that entity. We are not conflicted, and we show up with that, in that capacity. I think you're asking a tremendous number of good questions. But I think we also have to recognize that sometimes in some deals, your first buyer is your best buyer. And this particular project, one of the things we think about when we thought about the now or later, how easy is it for someone else to come in given the geographic considerations and the transmission investment to do it? And I think those are just important questions to ask. Number one. Number two, often when a deal is announced but not closed, we receive inbounds. So there actually is a mechanism where you might find out that others could be interested over the course of time as you're trying to move to the second step of this negotiation. I'm not saying it will or will not happen, but this is a big project. And so it would be reasonable to think that other global parties who might be interested might reach out. So that could happen. But I go back to my first point that sometimes the consideration of a situation, it's not as easy to say there are 6, 8, 10, 20 other parties who are going to show up today to, to engage with you. And I'm not saying, again, I'm not opining in any way on this concept of the independent review. I'm saying that we are the advisor for Newfoundland and Labrador Hydro, and we're trying to represent those interests as best we can in our capacity as financial advisor. But this is a unique situation with existing contract, and as Constantine has said, we believe you have two motivated parties, and that is often a good recipe for a good outcome. Thank you.
I think the member for Torngat Mountains.
Yep. Yes, I just have a question for clarification because you won't be here tomorrow. This is for J.P. Morgan. When the member from Mount Sion was asking questions, she asked about the ownership structure in this MOU. And when you replied, you talked, and she asked you if you had any concerns. And when you were replying, you talked about the 2/3 to 1/3 structure that exists already. And then you mentioned the new Gull Island structure 60/40. And in my mind, I don't think you adequately answered the question because you said, and you ended with, it's worked so far. It's worked so far. And for us, we've been asking that question a lot, and many people have been asking it. Are you concerned about the ownership structure? We're concerned about the ownership structure because of the control and the ownership that were given to Quebec. And yes, we had 2/3, 1/3 now, but we want better. We want the MOU to be better. So I was just wanting you to clarify what you meant when you answered the question by saying it works so far, because that's kind of like almost like a bit of a sigh.
Managing Director for JP Morgan.
Thank you, Speaker. To clarify, my reference to that working so far was certainly not in relation to the power contract. It was in relation to the governance agreement, the corporate structure, to be more precise, right? So you have an existing structure in place upon which you are building a new structure for Gull Island. That was my reference. Certainly, you know, the power agreement, from your perspective, wasn't working very well. So I want to make sure we're separating those two very clearly, right? But one is not the same as the other. These are very different matters. The question that was addressed to us was about the ownership split. You remain in control, you will remain in control of the new development as a majority owner of this business, with your counterparty, well, the minority there, taking on the construction risk, guaranteeing construction, backstopping construction, right? Guaranteeing offtake as well. So we do think it's actually a very appropriate structure for you. And it, you know, again, going back to what I was saying earlier, it gives us comfort that this project can be built on these. Obviously, there's a lot of work to be done there, but the construct in place gives us comfort that is going to be achievable within the parameters of the MOU.
I think member from Mount Pearl Southlands.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker. So before I start, I guess I just want to say as well to thank you, gentlemen, and Walter, and the group that was here earlier. This has been a very educational 3 days for all of us, I'm sure. I've listened intently to pretty much every question, every answer, and I've learned a lot. And you have all given me a lot of more comfort than I had than when I started in terms of reassurance in what's here. I still want to see some more independent oversight, as has been mentioned. I'm not going to rant on about that. I still want to see a little more, but I do thank you because I do feel that we have had a lot of answers provided to a lot of important questions. My one and only question, and it may take a little while, it's for Walter actually. Earlier tonight, you provided a little fact sheet, I guess, that the minister, the government house leader, actually tabled it on your behalf. That talks about it's the breakdown of the $227 billion that would go into the coffers of the Newfoundland Treasury over time, of course, 51 years, I'm assuming. It doesn't say on this chart it's for 51 years, but I'm assuming it's for 51 years. And it's the 227, and of course it breaks it down, the 179 that we would receive from the existing Upper Churchill, and an additional 48 billion our Treasury would receive as a result of the new projects were they to go ahead, for a total of 227. And I think it's important to point out as well that that 227 over time, people need to understand that that's where this number of 33.8 comes into play in today's dollars. So if we receive $6 billion 20 years from now or 30 years from now, that might only be the same value as if we got $2 billion this year. That's where the 33.8, I think, comes into play. If I take that 220, if I take that 227, or if I take that number of 33.8 in today's dollars, if you will, and you divide it by 50, it comes up to, according to my calculator, $676 million per year on average over 50 years. Still a substantial sum of money, no doubt about it. But anyway, with all that said, I'm wondering can, Walter, if you could go through this chart. I have the chart. I'm capable of reading it, of course, like anybody else. I'm not sure if all members have the chart. But for the benefit of every member in this House, for the benefit of the general public that may be listening, I'm sure there are a lot of people that are listening to this. It's an important debate. Can you please, line by line, it's not a very long chart, it's not an exhaustive chart, but can you, line by line, break down the numbers, and first of all, just please confirm for me that the numbers as presented are, I'm sure they are accurate, or, you know, I'm not saying that you would present something that wasn't accurate, just to confirm that the numbers presented, that there's no errors here, and that and to break down these numbers in terms of what they all mean, what all of the forecasted revenues are going to be, break down the expenses, the forecasted expenses on each of the items, and a breakdown of, you know, exactly what those expenses would mean. Like when we talk about operations, you know, are we talking about the operations of just CFLCO? Are we talking about the operations of NL Hydro as a whole? What's included in those numbers, so that we all can put this to rest once and for all, that these are indeed the accurate numbers that make sense to anyone who may be watching and anyone in this House Assembly. Thank you.
Vice President, Newfoundland Labrador Hydro.
Thank you, Speaker. Yes, it is a fairly small chart, but there are at least 25 or 30 data points on here, so I won't bore the House with every single number, but I will draw your attention to some of the most salient figures here. So if you take the $33.8 billion target that's in the MOU, that is essentially the baseline from which pricing will adapt to market conditions over time, and then you apply the discount rate that JP Morgan talked about earlier today, the 5.822%, you get to $195 billion coming from Hydro-Quebec to CFLCO. In the green, top left green, 195, and you can get that from Schedule G of the MOU. You can add up the figures there and come up with 195 billion, which represents how much Hydro-Quebec is paying to CFLCO. And then, of course, CFLCO has additional revenues because it has now additional recapture entitlements that we can use in province. So whether these are recaptured and paid for by, say, Rio Tinto, IOC, or Takora, or some new mine in Lab West, or some new load that we're not sure about today but comes to existence over the period, there will be additional revenues coming in from these additional recapture blocks. And that'll be, you'll see that in the next column, NLH, the 65. And that comes into CFLCO. And then you can see the costs of CFLCO in red below that, the $12 billion, which are the costs for operations, maintenance, interest, and then the water rentals cost, the 12, which is a cost, while it's a cost to CFLCO, it actually becomes revenue to the government. So it's a, CFLCO pays direct to the government. Now, CFLCO is obviously an asset that's already been paid off. So CFLCO is different from the column in yellow in that you'll notice CFLCO's operating, maintenance, interest costs are significantly lower, even though it's a bigger plant. And that's because the analogy I think we used earlier is CFLCO is the house we're renting that has no mortgage left on it. CFLCO's paid off. So the costs, the financing costs are quite low. So that's why that is 12. And then, of course, you work your way down, and that breaks into dividends payable to the two owners, because we own 2/3. CFLCO, Hydro-Quebec owns 1/3. The dividend split is below. And in the end, to the province, you can see $179 billion to the province from CF alone. This is existing CF in green. So 80% of this deal, the total quantum of this deal value to the province, 80% of it is Churchill Falls existing, because that is the mortgage that's paid off. On the other side, of course, in yellow, you see the new developments. They're big hydro plants, but that's the house that we're renting that still has a full mortgage. So for the period of the mortgage, there will be higher interest costs, and you can see that in the 64. So that's why, even though these plants are smaller, the costs are higher. They're new plants. So that works out down at the bottom, providing the government with $48 billion. So it's together CF plus the new developments we've been talking about this week comes to that total of $227 billion to the province after all the costs, but including the water rentals, which are from these new sources of revenue and new customers.
Thank you. Closing. Member for Humber Bay of Islands.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm going to just be a few minutes here, and very brief, very brief, is that, as I mentioned before, I've been in this House a long while. And I went through the Muskrat Falls debate, the Voisey Bay debate, and also went in the Gull debate back in 2001, 2002. Gull debate, we were trying to get information the best we can from the Executive Council and our own means to see if it was a worthwhile deal. Voisey Bay, we had absolutely no information. Not the Voisey Bay, the Muskrat Falls. The Voisey Bay deal, we had a lot of information, and we can go out and get whatever we can in our own realm of people that we knew. From Newfoundland Hydro, Power Advisory, J.P. Morgan, I can honestly say, from my years' experience in here, which is the longest in this House, this is the most information that we have that we can make a decision, informed decision on. So I just want to recognize that however the vote goes and however the decision goes, this is the most information we have, and we can go out and judge it against others, do our own research and everything, but there's enough information that we can do it. Again, the oversight is a big part of this here also, but I just want to say that this is the information that we have, and we can go out now and do our own research with it. But I just want to say thank you to you all for giving us the information. From any project that I've been served in this House, this is the most information that we received. Thank you.
Next speaker, we have about a minute or so, the Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, and I know it's a late hour and everyone's tired, so I'm going to be very direct. We talked earlier, and another member raised this, about the Hydro-Quebec press release of February 21st. I know you don't have it before you, but the question is a relatively simple one. The average market price, according to this press release, is 5.2 cents per kilowatt hour, and they were able to get it up to 10.3 cents per kilowatt hour with hedging. Could you just maybe talk a little bit, and you offered to do so, about hedging and what effect that could have, just so that we understand as a House, because it's come up multiple times now, and if you could just talk about how hedging could change that average market price of 5.2 cents, and that's right in the press release, to the 10.3 cents that they realized. Thank you.
Senior Country Officer for J.P. Morgan.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, and thank you for the question. Why don't we use a non-hydro example? So let's say for a moment that you run an airline. And if you run an airline, one of your major inputs is the cost of fuel. So you're pricing tickets 2, 3, 4, 10 months, a year into the future, and you're trying to protect your input cost. You might also have considerations around the currency to which you are selling a ticket. So if you used a Canadian airline, you could say they have US dollars, they sell in euro, they sell in CAD, they sell in different currencies. And so hedging is an important part of many corporate entities in terms of how they risk mitigate over time. And it sounds complicated, but in some ways it's actually relatively simple, was you make a decision, you say, in the case of an airline, if I forecast I'm going to have to purchase X amount of fuel over the course of the next year, I may choose to hedge a portion of that at current prices. Now, if prices go up, you're going to feel very good about that because you're buying fuel at your then agreed price. If prices go down, you're going to potentially get hurt because you're paying a certain price for fuel, which is less than the then market condition. The same is true on the revenue side. So we can think through the examples, but I think it would seem that companies make decisions sometimes to maximize revenue. Sometimes they make decisions to have more certainty around their costs, and hedging can be an appropriate strategy to do that. Market price and hedge price can be quite different depending on the hedge decisions that a company makes, either on input price or on future sales. So again, I'm not commenting on the specific question on the price differential, but hedging is an important strategy that many corporations and even government entities may use, either to risk mitigate or to try to get some certainty on price into the future. And it's something that we're very active in that market across corporate and institutional clients. And
Minister of Finance?
Are you going to close? Will I have the opportunity to close this out? Go ahead.
Do you want to say your thank yous? We will give our guests the opportunity to have a few minutes to closing remarks. They did take their time to come out tonight. Would you like to do your Minister of Finance?
Thank you. We've got that cleared up. I want to say thank you for being here today, spending so much time and your time, your talent, your patience, your professionalism, giving us clear and very succinct answers. I want to thank you on behalf of the House of Assembly. All of us, I think, really appreciate your interventions. I will like to say that I am pleased to hear from JP Morgan to say that this is a good financial deal for the province. I also heard from Power Advisory that their opinion is that the time is right for this memorandum of understanding. And of course, it is only that, a memorandum of understanding. This is an enabling framework. With guardrails, this is only the first step in towards a full process of getting to definitive agreements. So thank you. I really appreciate it, and good night and safe travels.
Thank you also. So we'll allow you some time to have closing remarks.
Thank you. As we acknowledged at the beginning, this is not something that we typically have the opportunity to do. So I will start by just acknowledging all of you for the work you do on behalf of your constituents and the important work that it is. I'll just close by saying that this is a project that we are very proud to be a part of. And we think that there is a path to end up in a better financial position for the province than otherwise would be the case. And as I mentioned, we think the conditions of two motivated parties are real, and we did our best to provide financial advice to Newfoundland and Labrador Hydro so they can make informed decisions. And just to close, I'd just say we were proud to be part of this project, and we appreciate being here tonight. Thank you.
The Honourable, the Deputy Government House Leader.
Thank you, Speaker. Before I adjourn, I too, on behalf of the House, want to thank JP Morgan for traveling to our beautiful province and spending time with us today. I want to thank VP of Transmission, Mr. Parsons, who've already spent a couple of days and will be back tomorrow. 3 long days, Speaker, and we've really appreciated the cooperation of the whole House. Somebody said earlier today this is a big deal, and we're a very small province, and that's why we have to get it right, because it is a big deal. Safe travels rest of the evening, folks, and with that, Speaker, I'll call for, I move, seconded by the Minister of Municipal and Provincial Affairs, that this House do now adjourn.
It is a pleasure to adopt the motion. All those in favour? Those against? Motion carried. I ask members to stay through their desk until we do the Speaker's Parade outside.